morning, everyone. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy, and I'd like to welcome all of you to this morning's workshop, or really today's workshop, on a framework for regulatory use of real-world evidence. This is a workshop that we are convening under a cooperative agreement with the FDA, and we're very pleased to see all of you here in the room and all of you who are joining us online for these very important discussions from a range of perspectives: government, academia, industry, research, patient groups, and others, for productive exchange about this new and emerging area of greater interest in developing evidence to improve the safety and effectiveness of medical treatments that are available for patients. As you all know, there's been growing interest for some time now in using so-called real-world evidence to inform key clinical and regulatory questions about the healthcare system. This is due to, I think, a number of factors. One is the increasing availability of data from the real-world clinical practice and from patients, and also the availability of improving techniques for analyzing those data. Patients, providers, payers are increasingly asking for more information about the effectiveness, about the value of new and existing treatments, and this evidence is increasingly being influenced by what we learn in real-world settings. At the same time, regulators and medical product developers are interested in identifying what can be learned from these new sources of information to help bolster the evidence around particular medical products and improve the efficiency of the clinical trial process and potentially support regulatory reviews and a range of regulatory applications. The development and use of real-world data, though, is not something that's new. This has been going on for decades. The FDA has used real-world data in settings where traditional randomized clinical trials are not feasible or not ethical. Think about applications involving very rare populations for orphan or ultra-orphan drugs, or applications involving drugs where there is an urgent unmet medical need and where good information on medical history, the course of care for patients may be available from real-world evidence is one example. As another example, in 2007, some of you may remember, the FDA Amendments Act established a post-market drug safety surveillance initiative built in around real-world data. That initiative now, the Sentinel Initiative, now grown into an integral part of FDA's drug safety surveillance evidence work, is built on real-world evidence as well. So the application of real-world data and real-world evidence within regulatory contexts has occurred, but it's met with some limitations. Limitations that you'll hear about today range from lack of clarity about definitions and common understandings, and also the need to better characterize data that come from real-world settings so they can be confidently used or more confidently used in real-world evidence setting. As you'll hear today, there's some very important data challenges and methods challenges in applying real-world evidence and developing real-world evidence in a broader range of regulatory decisions. But this is an area where there is a lot of interest in moving forward, and why this meeting is so timely. This is, again, a reflection of the changes in data and methods technologies. It's also a reflection of bipartisan interest. As you'll hear, this is an area where FDA has been called upon to take more steps in collaboration with the private sector to develop better evidence to improve medical treatments and to apply in regulatory uses. And it's an area where, because of the changes in technology, we have an opportunity to move forward. So just to go over what we're going to hear about today, we're going to start out in a few moments with our colleagues from the FDA who will give an overview of the agency's perspectives on enhanced use of real-world evidence and progress implementing the real-world evidence provisions in the 21st Century Cures Act and the recently recently enacted Prescription Drug User Fee Act, the 6th edition. We'll then hear from my colleague, Greg Daniel, who will provide an overview of the current real-world data and real-world evidence landscape, particularly as it applies to these regulatory contexts, and highlight the framework that we provided in our recently published white paper on the regulatory acceptability and potential uses of real-world evidence in regulatory uses. I hope you all had a chance to see that paper. It's available for download on our website and on the web page associated with today's event. We're then going to be turning to 4 major topics that are part of this effort to make progress on real-world evidence. That starts with a session on real-world data. Data is not the same thing as evidence, as the white paper makes clear, and we're going to discuss some of the issues and limitations and challenges that must be addressed in turning real-world data into fit-for-purpose real-world data for these kinds of regulatory applications. We'll then have a session on matching real-world data and real-world evidence into regulatory applications or use cases, real-world data and methods that are fit for purpose for important regulatory questions. Then a session on pursuing real-world evidence development programs that can support regulatory use. This is where I think a lot of the practical challenges will also arise, and again, in turning data into reliable evidence using well-understood, fit-for-purpose methods. Finally, we're going to close today with a session focusing on the path forward to allow for broader synthesis of the ideas and issues that came up in today's workshop, and a chance for some of our panelists, and hopefully with contributions from all of you, to discuss potential next steps to move this important area of work forward. Now, there are a lot of people here in the room joining us online, collaborating, not just from Duke, not just from FDA, not just our working group partners, who are focused on real-world evidence development. And we're going to try to give you a good sense of those perspectives today. The lineup of speakers that we've assembled have made significant contributions to the background work that went into getting us to this point, and significant contributions to the agenda, the scope of topics that we'll be discussing. So we're hoping for a very rich discussion in pushing this challenging but very important set of real-world evidence issues forward. Before we get started, I just want to mention a couple of housekeeping notes. As you'll note in the agenda, each session will begin by some brief remarks followed by panel discussion. We also have time set aside for a broader discussion with all of you who are here in the room. For those in attendance, we have roving mics for use throughout the day. We also hope to hear from those of you who are joining us online. For those of you in the room who don't know it already, this is a public meeting. Everything that you say is going to be part of the public record to try to move these issues forward. And particularly for those of you who are joining us on the web, we encourage you to participate in today's discussion in a couple of ways. If you do have any potential questions for a panel member or for discussion in one of these sessions, please send them to margolis.rwe@duke.edu, margolis.rwe@duke.edu, and our staff will work to get them to us to incorporate in the discussion. And if you'd also like to join the discussion on Twitter, and that applies to all of you in the room, I think, too, please use @DukeMargolis, the @DukeMargolis handle, and the hashtag RWE, so hashtag RWE. For those of you who are in the room, we have coffee and beverages located just outside. Lunch is going to be on your own. We're going to have an hour break just after noon. There are plenty of restaurants close by. And finally, I want to give you a reminder that this meeting is being convened under a cooperative agreement with the FDA, but this is not a federal advisory committee. There are not going to be any votes. This meeting is going to be a success if there is an open exchange of a lot of ideas on these important topics. So to get us started, I'd like to turn this over to one of the leaders from FDA on this topic. Rich Moshiki is the Deputy Center Director for Science Operations at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at the U.S. FDA, and he's going to start out with some opening comments. Rich, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mark. Always a great pleasure, and I want to start out by thanking, in fact, the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy, and especially Morgan Romine and Gregory Daniels for bringing this meeting together today. I have had the pleasure of following Mark in several of these Duke Margolis convening meetings, and it usually means that my talk is reduced to hello, since Mark usually covers everything I was going to cover. So, knowing that repetition is important in adult learning, I'll let you hear some of it again. So I also want to take the opportunity to welcome our panelists, the audience, and those of you who are watching on the webcast. So this is maybe the 6th, 7th, 8th meeting I've personally attended on real-world evidence over the past few years. So what's different? Well, what's different is that this is a very important step in the process for FDA. As we move forward with the commitments that we now have towards real-world evidence and its use in our own context, this becomes a critical point in that discussion, where we move from the usual public discourse into the actual process of getting real traction on using this within the agency itself. So we know that we and all of you, particularly sponsors, share a very common goal. We want to make sure that we get important medications to the American public that are safe, effective, but in a timely and a cost-effective manner. Now, we realize the limitations that our current process has brought upon us using traditional clinical trials. And so, therefore, there is a benefit to using data that's collected as part of routine care in the patient's own daily life to inform us about the efficacy of these treatments in what we are terming the real world. So maybe real world is a touchy phrase because perhaps it implies that the evidence that we've been working with is somehow not real. But in fact, we all know that this traditional method has brought to us evidence of whether or not products do really work or not. And in fact, those products have benefited millions of patients. But we also know that the limitations are several-fold for the traditional process, right? We know that, for example, only a small number of patients with any given disease usually can participate in such clinical trials. In fact, one survey said that 16% out of 1,000 people who were interviewed had either participated or knew of some family member who had participated in a clinical trial, and that's probably, according to other sources, an overestimation of how many people can really participate in such clinical studies. For example, even in cancer, only 5% of cancer patients today participate in clinical studies, even when they're desperate situations. So this does raise some meaningful questions about the representation of patient populations in randomized controlled trials, even though they do provide that clear picture of their effectiveness. Time and cost have been a very big subject. They have risen tremendously over the last 20 years for clinical trials. In today's era, as we discuss the prices of prescription medications, that heightens our sensibility around this issue of the time and cost. So it's important that we continue to look for alternatives, at least in part, to supplement this process. Most importantly, though, we must look for the innovative approaches that allow us to ask more questions with high-quality data to answer those questions, and to do so in a very rapid way. So we recognize at FDA the importance of expanding the tools available to us for getting this understanding of the risk and benefit of medications for the sake of the American public. Now, Mark told us this wasn't entirely new, and I think that's very true. I'll just reiterate that, in fact, we use real-world evidence today on a routine basis to make regulatory decisions. Over the past few years, we've worked closely with Harvard Pilgrim as a coordinating center to increase our capacity to use real-world data to generate evidence on safety through the Sentinel system. And that relies predominantly on claims and pharmacy data. So we have incorporated that into the routine safety evaluations that we now conduct at FDA. But we're on the verge of moving further, right? The HITECH Act of 2009, part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, launched the widespread use of electronic health records. So now, by 2015, almost 100% of hospitals and close to 90% of office-based physicians have electronic records. So that begins to tell us that we could fill the gaps that claims and other data that we have had access to may not be able to provide us. But electronic health records are not built with research in mind, right? They're for daily care. So not everything is ideal in our ability to just mine such data. So we need to adopt this technology for that research purposes. And that may not be straightforward. How the data is entered, stored, defined in terms are not completely standardized. To use such data for analytics presents real challenges. So how do we similarly make use of also mobile technologies that now access data on patients that's not just generated within the healthcare encounter, but actually in the very daily lives of patients as another aspect that we need to consider as we debate and move forward with the use of such real-world evidence or data before we make it evidence. Also, such evidence then, if it's going to be seriously considered, requires verifiability and a minimum of bias and needs to be well controlled, and we need to have predetermined analytics. This is the basis of our rules of evidence. But as many are aware, the randomized trial has been the favorite approach to try to do all of this. So how can we act within this context to minimize bias in what has been essentially by many considered to be observational data? I hope we'll get to the discussions today that we will look at alternative statistical and other methods to limit that bias that may not involve randomization alone. Now, as the leadership of FDA stated in a New England Journal of Medicine article last year, we can also use such real-world data together with a randomized trial, that there is no contradiction between the generation of real-world evidence and randomization. And there are many other ways that real-world data can contribute to randomized controlled trials. Now, also, I think you heard from Mark, and I'll repeat it again. Not every product that we approve has been based on randomized controlled trial data alone. FDA has made use of data from registries, case series, and expanded access in its approval of products. Admittedly, most often in ultra-rare disorders, where the sheer numbers themselves make it difficult to conduct a traditional randomized controlled trial. So here we are. This is a process. We have some new building blocks and tools, but we still need to understand how to build quality evidence needed to support the findings of safety and efficacy that will continue to serve the needs of patients. Our continued dialogue, such as I hope we'll have today, the collaboration that we will require from all of us, and demonstration projects, together with scientific rigor, will be needed as we move forward. So today I look forward to hearing from the many experts that we're going to have speak with us, and we will continue to seek their guidance, your guidance, to construct that framework so that we may move forward with the use of real-world evidence in our regulatory decision-making. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Rich. And as usual, he has said a lot of stuff that I didn't say to frame this meeting very effectively. We're now moving into our first session. So after this framing, we're going to build up the framework for the regulatory use of real-world evidence. We have two presentations for that. First is a presentation from Jacqueline Corrigan-Curry, who is the director of the Office of Medical Policy at CDER at FDA, who's going to provide a bit more detail on FDA perspectives and framing for this work. And then Greg Daniel from the Duke-Margolis Center is going to give a presentation on the real-world evidence landscape, key terminology, considerations for developing real-world evidence for regulatory purposes, drawing on that background paper that hopefully many of you all have seen. So, Jacqueline, looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, and I want to thank the Duke-Margolis Health Policy Center for just pulling together this fantastic meeting and all our panelists who are here today to share their expertise, and thank you to everyone in the room and those on the web. So let me see. Oh, it works. Okay, so I'm going to just move forward. Quick disclosures. There's nothing to disclose. I'm going to talk a little bit about definitions, some goals and expectations. I'll summarize briefly our experience with real-world data and real-world evidence that Rich mentioned, some foundational activities that are already underway, and how do we look forward to where we want to go. So, oops, I think I went forward several slides. So the definitions, we defined real-world data as data related to patient health status and or the delivery of health care routinely collected from a variety of sources. And of course, that could be electronic health records and claims and billings, but also other sources in home use or mobile technologies. And real-world evidence is the clinical evidence regarding the usage and potential benefits or risk of a medical product derived from analysis of RWD. So obviously, this is a regulatory definition of real-world evidence. And if you had the opportunity to read the recent guidance on real-world evidence from the Center for Devices and Radiologic Health, you'll see these definitions. So we have harmonized on those definitions. And so the definitions really provide a framework for the dialogue, but I always think it's important to articulate our goals, because otherwise we may become too focused on whether this is pure RWE or not and lose sight of the reasons we care. And I think this was mentioned before, but we really want to try and maximize the opportunities to have our regulatory decisions incorporate data and evidence from settings that more closely reflect clinical practice. And that will increase the generalizability, increase the diversity of population, and hopefully also improve some of the efficiencies. So we talked about, there was some reference to some expectations. There are some expectations for FDA under 21st Century Cures. We're to establish a program to evaluate how we can use this evidence for the approval of a new indication or to satisfy post-approval study requirements. And the definition of real-world evidence in 21st Century Cures is data regarding the usage or the potential benefits or risk of a drug derived from sources other than traditional trials. And you can see we've incorporated this into our definitions. We've merely separated data for evidence so that we can have the conversation about the unique aspects of those. The PDUFA, we also have PDUFA commitments to enhance the use of real-world evidence in regulatory decision-making through conducting a public workshop such as this to gather input on the topics, initiate appropriate activities, pilot studies, or other, oops, this is going forward, to address key issues, and to publish draft guidance on how real-world evidence can contribute to the assessment of safety and effectiveness in regulatory submissions. So, as it was referenced, we do have considerable experience with real-world evidence. That's a lot of it is through our work with the Sentinel system, which has really become a national, FDA's national electric system to look at safety data. And this slide just speaks to the data that's available to us in our through our data partners. And I think, although we want to talk about efficacy today, we mention safety because it's really not only about looking at safety, it's about making informed decisions and generating evidence. So this is just one example. When we started to get case reports of bleeding after dabigatran was introduced into the market, the question was, is it behaving differently now in clinical practice than it did in the clinical trial? So using mini-Sentinel, which I'll just refer to as a precursor of Sentinel, we were able to see, no, the bleeding rates were similar to warfarin, just as they were in the trial. And it's that evidence generation that I think, that knowledge that we can now leverage further as we move forward and look at using these data for evidence generation. And indeed, we've already published a guidance that incorporates some of our thoughts on methodology and quality in looking at data. But of course, we are here to talk about efficacy, and I think it was referenced that the leadership have published on this topic. And I think they've recognized certainly the value of this potential value for real-world evidence in the regulatory setting, but also asked to be thoughtful about how we adapt these tools and methods of traditional trials. It's not really abandoning them, it's bringing them forward into new settings and being very critical to make sure we obtain valid results and minimize bias. And that means a lot of emphasis on what are the methods used and what are the best methods that have been developed and validated that can be combined in the appropriate research settings. So in thinking about how you turn RWD into RWE, there's a number of pieces that have to fit together. You know, is the data that you're going to be used fit for use? What's the quality of it? Does it even capture what you need it to capture? As we said, electronic health records are full of data. Can you get that data out of those records? Are there particular regulatory considerations you need to think about as you're moving out of traditional sort of clinical trial sites and decentralize and moving into practice? Data standards, how is this data captured and going to be transmitted? And then what's the study design that's going to pull this all together to provide the evidence that you need? And so I think we're thinking about all of these factors and how it can be done, and I'm sure you are too, and we would just urge as you start to think about turning real-world data into real-world evidence, you engage with FDA early on this journey. So we have already started on a number of activities to help us think through the best way to do this. And I'm just going to, so stakeholder engagement, meetings such as this with Duke are really great for us to inform our thinking about this, and we know that Duke published the white paper that also will help inform our thinking. We also support the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, and they recently issued recommendations on registries and how to assess those registries or design them for use of real-world evidence. They're also engaging in a project on mobile clinical trials. So how do we use mobile technology to bring the clinical trial out of the sort of traditional settings? As I said, we're working on data standards. CDER and FDA recognize that we need sort of standardized study data terminologies to facilitate concept efficacy analysis, and so that's already underway and will help as you're starting to submit these data to us. We've also published a number of guidances that I would consider sort of the foundational guidances that tell you how to move from a paper-based sort of clinical trial to using these electronic data in compliance with our regulations. And finally, I'm going to highlight some demonstration projects that are already underway. So we talked about EHRs, and this is really probably why we're sitting here today. If there was not widespread adoption, we wouldn't have all the data available to us, or potentially all the data. And so this is a project that we're supporting through a grant to Duke's Clinical Research Institute. It's an Harmony Outcomes Ancillary Study. It's an ancillary study to the GlaxoSmithKline study, which is a cardiovascular outcome study with albiglutide. And what Duke is doing is trying to assess at the clinical sites, could the EHR, what was its ability to facilitate recruitment, to populate baseline characteristics, so these are efficiencies, or even to identify the clinical endpoints. And I would refer you to the Grand Rounds, and this is available on the web. I believe this is the new website from the NIH Collaboratory to find out a little bit more information. But this is the type of information that will really inform us on how you use these data and what they can tell us. I think many of you are aware that there's been incredible innovation in oncology, and also within the FDA's Oncology Center of Excellence, there's a lot of very innovative work going on in the real-world evidence. And so this is a presentation at the ASCO meeting and reflects a collaboration with Flatiron Health to examine how real-world data can be used to gain insights into the safety and effectiveness of new cancer therapies. And Dr. Abernethy is on the first panel and perhaps can speak more to this. And in June of this year, another collaboration was announced between the American Society of Clinical Oncology's Big Data Initiative And all of this is being done through the Oncology Center for Excellent Information Exchange and Data Transformation, and they're really looking at how we can incorporate real-world data and real-world evidence into our decisions. And Dr. Sean Kozin is the lead on this project. The other thing, when you think of medical records, you can think of going in and extracting what's there. You can think of trying to start at the beginning and put the right data in so that it can be used for many uses. And this is a project that we're supporting of Dr. Laura Esserman, which is OneSource, and sort of enter this data once and use it many times. And so it's the integration of standards-based tools into the EHR to bring together healthcare and research. So it's another important, innovative way sorry, this is just moving on me. To try and look at how we can use the EHR for research, and the demonstration is in breast cancer clinical trials, and perhaps Dr. Esserman will provide us more information. We talked about data standards, and this is, besides the data standards that we're developing internally for submission and efficacy, we've also seen the growth of a number of networks that have real-world data available for analysis, and we're thinking about how we can expand and leverage those networks. So not all of them speak the same language, the common data models, but there are consensus-based standards that perhaps could be leveraged. So FDA is leading a project called Harmonization of Common Data Models for Evidence Generation, and that's with NIH's National Center for Advancing Translational Science, the National Cancer Institute, the National Library of Medicine, and the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information. And so the ultimate sort of vision for this project would be to have all of these networks be able to sort of talk to each other and provide data for questions, and it's really to further leverage what we have already developed. And finally, I'd just like to talk about evidence generation, and we are supporting now a trial within the Sentinel, so this is the first trial in the Sentinel system. It's a practice and patient-level educational intervention to increase anticoagulation use for individuals with atrial fibrillation who are at high risk of stroke. And as some of the statistics on the right hand show, this is an important public health question, but importantly also for us, it's going to be a pilot project that will inform future interventional studies and really help us understand how these data can be used to generate evidence. So I'd just like to say we understand that there's just a wide range of ways that you can incorporate real-world data into your studies, and it can be starting from the left and including in improving efficiencies to starting to integrate it so it contributes to a greater extent to the evidence, all the way up to sort of the observational studies in which there's no intervention being done and it's just extraction of that data. And I think for us, we need to have continued dialogue to understand how this evidence is generated and what it can inform in the regulatory setting. So looking forward, I think we want continued engagement with stakeholders to identify the key questions that FDA needs to answer to facilitate sponsor use of real-world data and real-world evidence for regulatory decisions, and that will help us provide appropriate guidance in this area. We want to continue to identify knowledge gaps and support appropriate demonstration projects, which we have been doing, to facilitate the development of RWE for regulatory decisions and develop a framework and program that is of use to everyone. And so I'd like to just acknowledge some of the folks who contributed to these slides or whose slides I borrowed. And then I'd like to close with just saying if you have questions and comments, we've set up I'm really sorry here, mailbox for you to please submit your questions and comments to us. And so thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Hold on. Okay. Let me echo Mark's welcome to all of you this morning. It's great to have you all with us. I'm told that we have over 1,500 people on our web, So thanks to all of you for joining our session today. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to, let me introduce myself. I'm Greg Daniel, Deputy Director for Policy in the Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. Over the next few minutes, I'm going to take a little bit of time reviewing the need for real-world evidence to fill some of the gaps that we talked about, as well as to present to you our framework that we've developed and presented in the white paper. As many of you know, traditional randomized controlled trials have long been the gold standard for evidence generation related to the safety, and maybe if I talk a little bit slower, by the related to the safety and efficacy of medical products. And randomized controlled trials will continue to be the gold standard. This is not about replacing randomized controlled trials. This is about how real-world evidence can help inform regulatory decisions and can help bring additional data and evidence to bear as decisions are being made. Yes, okay. However, these studies are, the randomized controlled trials are, as we all know, increasingly resource intensive and time intensive, and often don't provide a wide array of evidence that might be needed for patient decision making, provider decision making, and even payer decision making. For example, evidence on longer term outcomes or evidence on outcomes that might be more relevant to patient populations may not be developed during the clinical trial process. In addition, the populations represented in clinical trials may not necessarily reflect the patient populations using the medical products, including multiple comorbidities, different age groups, and other socioeconomic status indicators and groups of patients that may not have access to trials or may not be well represented. In addition, there are gaps in our knowledge when a drug or device is approved for use, and increasingly sophisticated data methods for filling those evidence gaps through the use of routinely collected health data can be useful, and that's real-world data and real-world evidence. So right now, the nation's growing electronic health information infrastructure has enabled routine and increasingly robust collection of such data and evidence. And this data and evidence are often used for informing patient and provider clinical decisions, and at the same time, payers and providers are moving more toward payments and reimbursement models that are increasingly reflective of value and linking payment to value, and real-world evidence development can support those decisions as well. Regulators are, as we've mentioned, are increasingly poised to make better use of real-world evidence and the data and methods as the data and methods mature through other uses and applications. As Rich and Jacqueline have already touched on, Congress has mandated FDA to explore the use of real-world evidence within the regulatory framework, both in the recently passed PDUFA 6 commitments as well as the 21st Century Cures Act. So two separate pieces of legislation governing this, so FDA really needs to do this. When assessing the real-world evidence approaches for regulatory use, it's important to make sure that we're all using the same definitions and a common understanding of what we mean when we say real-world data and real-world evidence. These definitions are completely overlapping with the definitions that FDA put forward. And just to reiterate, real-world data is any data relating to patient health status or the delivery of health care that's routinely collected from a variety of sources. This can include traditional sources of real-world data that many of us think of, like electronic health records and claims data, but also can include registries and data from mHealth technologies and wearable apps or wearable devices, apps on your smartphone, fitness trackers, as well as environmental exposures. And it's almost like every day there are new potential sources for real-world data. Are they ready for research purposes? Probably not, and a lot of methods and curation do need to go into that. But the sources of real-world data are increasing. then the definition for real-world evidence is essentially using research methods to develop evidence from those data sources. And real-world evidence could be developed on anything: medical products, new treatment patterns, new programs to improve quality of care. But as Jacqueline highlighted, for regulatory applications specific to medical products, real-world evidence can be defined as clinical evidence regarding the use and potential benefits or risks of a medical product derived from analysis of real-world data. Real-world data is not simply anecdotes based on real-world evidence is not anecdotes based on real-world data, but does take, as I mentioned, more data curation, standardization, and methods to ensure that the data we're using are fit for purpose or fit for regulatory purpose. As was highlighted earlier, to date there have been this is not new for FDA. They've been using real-world evidence all along. And in this figure, we try to highlight some of that. Over on the far left side, which is representing new drug approvals, FDA has occasionally used real-world evidence for small populations. So in the approval of a new drug on the market in a rare population where it might be challenging to randomize, the use of historical or external controls have been used in those situations. On the far right of that slide, we've heard about the Sentinel system, and the Sentinel system is routinely used to help inform FDA's decisions about safety of medical products, and that's entirely using real-world data sources and observational methods. So what we're really talking about today is what's in the middle. So all of the kinds of regulatory decisions that happen after a product is on the market. So new indications, labeling changes, new information to be added to the label. All of these require a regulatory decision, but they all require sort of a question of how can you use real-world evidence to support those decisions. The middle is where we are focusing, and we've put forth a framework in our paper that tries to at least start the conversation about when you ask the question, can FDA use real-world evidence for what's in the middle there? The best answer is it depends. So what does it depend on? And what are the kinds of considerations that you need to walk through to ensure that the types of real-world evidence that you're putting together are appropriate for the decision at hand? So this is a framework that we've put in our white paper, and it really does mirror well the considerations that Jacqueline outlined. But essentially, on the far left side, you have the major two considerations. So number one, what's the regulatory decision? Is it a new product on the market? How close is is it a new indication or a labeling change? And how close is the approved product label that already exists, how close is that to the actual regulatory question at hand? If it's the same population, the same endpoint, but you're adding additional safety information to the label, or is it a completely new population? It's a little bit further from the existing indication. All of those need to be considered. Then, what is the clinical context or area that the real-world data will be collected? Certain disease areas give rise to better data collection or more frequent encounters with patients in the healthcare setting, and so give rise to potentially more complete data and a better ability to leverage real-world data sources. Other clinical conditions or clinical questions might have many more challenges in terms of selection biases that may not be well addressed with the available observational methods, or other types of issues with the clinical context that might give rise to different questions about how real-world evidence might be supportive there. That moves over to then the real data and methods consideration. So given the regulatory question at hand and the clinical scenario that we're talking about, can you actually collect real-world data that's valid and reliable for that purpose? Do we have the right quality checking and data curation methods? And then finally, from a methodologic perspective itself, this gives rise to a lot of different potential applications of methods to produce real-world evidence. Real-world evidence can include randomized studies, randomized pragmatic trials that are conducted in the clinical setting but still include randomization. as well as non-interventional studies or observational studies that rely on existing data and populations that are not randomized. There are a range of robust and reliable analytic techniques and study designs that can be used across these types of designs, and the question of, given the regulatory context and the clinical context and the availability of real-world data, what are the best designs and methods to apply to the data to get valid and reliable estimates that would be useful for regulatory decisions? So these interlocking considerations will guide whether or not real-world evidence approach is adequate and appropriate for the intended regulatory application. And again, we're putting this framework forward as a discussion tool to help get today's discussion going. We'd love to hear throughout the sessions how applicable this is, or how you're viewing this. We've built this through a planning group, an advisory group that includes folks from the manufacturer perspective, the patient perspective, the methodologic and academic perspective, and we would like to get a lot of your feedback today on this. Thank you.
Greg, thank you for framing today's discussion, and thanks to Jacqueline as well. So you've heard the issues that we're going to try to cover during the course of the day. You've seen a couple of frameworks that are useful for thinking about all these issues, and now we're going to go through these in more detail. And I'm very pleased to be joined on this panel focusing on a development of fit-for-purpose real-world data with some experts in the area from a wide range of perspectives. As you heard, real-world data is not the same thing as real-world evidence, but you can't get to real-world evidence without access to and understanding real-world data that are valid and reliable for the intended purpose. So for this session, we're going to talk about some of the best practices and key considerations for developing fit-for-purpose real-world data, and I think we'll also hear from the panelists about some of the challenges in getting from where we are now to where we'd like to be with fit-for-purpose real-world data. We're going to start out with some brief opening comments from our panelists, and then have a bit of follow-up discussion and open it up to all of you as well. So let me start by introducing this distinguished panel. At the far end is Kevin Hayes, a clinical epidemiologist on translational research for affordability and quality at HealthCore. So HealthCore is a group affiliated with Anthem that does extensive work in real-world evidence development. Amy Abernathy is the Chief Medical Officer, Chief Scientific Officer, and Senior Vice President for Oncology at Flatiron Health. There and in her previous career at Duke, very much involved in developing richer data for reliable real-world evidence applications. Sally Oken is the Vice President for Advocacy, Policy, and Patient Safety at Patients Like Me, and has led some of the leading, or has helped guide some of the leading efforts around incorporating patient data as a source of patient-generated data as a source of real-world evidence. And Laura Esserman, who you heard referenced earlier by Jacqueline as well, is the director of the UCSF Carol Frank Buck Breast Care Center and professor of surgery and radiology at UCSF, and involved in implementing systems, as you heard, across a range of electronic health record and other data source networks. So I'm going to turn to Kevin to start us off.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I think we're all interested in real-world data to close these gaps in data that's necessary to close the gaps in evidence to ultimately close gaps in care. So that's one of the sort of hallmarks of what real-world evidence can do. So I'm part of the Sentinel system. I'm one of the DataCore co-leads, and one of the pilot projects that you already heard about this morning with the Impact AF project is of vital interest to showcase how we can begin to close these gaps in care through these interventional studies. So these small pilot studies that don't feel small, but can begin to close those gaps. I think that some of the key pieces of challenges that we'll talk about today is the fragmentation of the data and the fact that data is often held close to the institutions that create that data, and because of its both perceived value as well as sort of the piece about business risk with regards to data sharing. We talked a little bit this morning about data standards and the things that need to be done to sort of close those gaps, and how we think about protecting patient privacy, the integrity of the use, and protecting the business interest of those data sources are sort of three hallmark challenges that we, as we embark on closing these gaps of data, will need to maintain. So I sort of take a philosophical view on this and take an extreme observational question to showcase the need to integrate data. So if you were to ask the question, what effect does antibiotics have on the first 2 years of life and prostate cancer or colorectal cancer? What data source, what real-world data source would you use to close that gap in evidence today? Well, it doesn't really exist. My antibiotics are in a closed pediatrician's office somewhere in northern New Jersey. My child, Luke, can't even study this question unless all of his data is still integrated from PedsNet and PecorNet all the way to Medicare data at the other end of the spectrum. So currently, I'm hoping that my grandchildren will be in a position to observationally analyze that level of real-world data. So I propose two forms of data linkage. There's longitudinal data linkage. People hit 65, they enter Medicare. There's a huge disruption in the longitudinality of observational data. And the second data linkage challenge is in defined periods of time, the information that's held deep inside a clinical system, like vancomycin 1 gram Q12 on 5 South, that my wife might be entering into an information system today at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania, is totally unavailable to a longitudinal picture of administrative claims. And so there's two major tenets of data linkage from a gaps perspective that I see in real-world data to close. And I'll close with HealthCore is sort of very committed into this space. We're actually part of PecorNet as one of the two funded, along with Humana, health plan research networks. And we're actually also contributing to another sort of pilot project with regards to the adaptable study, which I think you'll hear about a little bit more this afternoon, as health plans begin to engage in the space of enrolling or recruiting patients into large pragmatic clinical trials. And I think we'll hear about some of those themes as we go through the day.
Thanks, Kevin. Amy, turn to you.
Fantastic. So as Mark said, my name is Amy Abernathy, and my comments as it relates to real-world data and solving this problem comes from both my observations at Duke, where we were looking at how do we organize electronic health record data within the context of a single health system, as well as at Flatiron Health, where we're doing this both because we own an electronic medical record, as well as trying to aggregate data from across medical records. And sort of building on Kevin's comments, a few observations. One is that the EHR as a data source provides the opportunity for a longitudinal view, but it's often just pieces of that story. In order to create the story, you need to aggregate the pieces across time. If the person is receiving care in the primary care setting and then goes to the oncologist clinic, if they're in different health systems or if in different clinical spaces, you need to bring those two pieces together. The second is the criticality of getting data cleaned up. It is boring, messy work, but it has to be done. There's no magic bullet for the messiness of electronic health record data, and importantly, many of the critical data points live in unstructured documents. So being able to process PDFs and pull out, for example, information such as histology or biomarker status is something that we have to solve for if we're going to have data that serves our research needs. The third is linkage, and data linkage is, again, a tough beast. We've shown at Flatiron that we can link, for example, genomics data and electronic health record data. But as you start putting in more and more data sets, risk of re-identification goes up dramatically, and we have to solve the privacy issues as well as the linkage issues. And the other thing is linkage is expensive. Another thing that's important to solve for is data in context. Essentially, one of the ways that we've learned both at Duke and at Flatiron to make sense of these data is to generate patient stories that represent what happens to people across time, because individual patient stories aggregate into cohorts or into populations. And so being able to put data into context, you can understand when the biomarker was done and how does that lead to the choice in therapy and the choice in outcomes. That then takes me to my next point, which is real-world data is nothing if we don't include endpoints. Mortality. In cancer, we care about whether or not the tumor responded or came back. Patient-reported outcomes, as you'll hear from Sally. So endpoints have got to be embedded in our data set, and again, not for the faint-hearted. And then finally, the importance of having data that we can trust, where we've documented quality and reliability, and we also have provenance and the ability to trace back to source. Because if we're going to generate these data sets to then ultimately submit to the FDA, they're going to want traceability to be able to ensure that the information is indeed representative of what the clinician said or what we knew happened at point of care. So it's another key feature of these data sets. With that, I'll turn it over to Sally.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Amy. And thanks for having us here today. I think what you're going to start to see is sort of a theme of gaps, a theme of needing to fill those gaps and finding different ways of being able to do that. I'm going to put this in the context of the quote that you see up there. The process for developing fit-for-purpose real-world data is really quite well suited to this. If you're crossing the river by feeling the stones, it requires you to look ahead to where you want to be on the other side of that river. It requires that we incrementally and strategically navigate that river bottom to find those right stones, the right supports that will get us across to the other side. This process is rarely linear, okay? So we may, in fact, have to go off course at times in order to be able to find the right path. We might even have to do something with others to get us across, find other tools to make it across. Some river crossings are going to require us to really sort out the ways of collaborating and coordinating what we need to do to get our plan to get to where we need to go. So defined broadly, fit for purpose really means something that's good enough to do the job it was intended to do or designed to do. You know, the interesting conundrum about that statement in our discussion about real-world data is that most real-world data are good enough for the job they were designed to do, but they're not necessarily designed for regulatory decision-making. So do we need to develop new real-world data that actually has been specifically designed for this purpose of regulatory decision-making? Or might we instead preserve the integrity and the original intention and richness of real-world data and focus instead on developing fit for repurpose, understanding that that will also require new tools, new methods, and new understanding? So what does it mean for person and patient-generated data? Certainly a very rich and increasingly available source of real-world data, yet it's been really not fully harnessed to its potential to be fit for purpose or, for that matter, fit for repurpose. So I'd like to have us consider one use case, fatigue and chronic illness, and more specifically, fatigue and multiple sclerosis. Fatigue is present in about 80 to 90% of people who are living with MS. Fatigue is an individualized experience, yet it can be measured. Fatigue negatively impacts a person's daily life and can interfere with the person's role and responsibilities in ways that are very, very challenging for people to live with on a regular basis. Yet fatigue is rarely measured in clinical encounters unless the patient themselves brings that experience to the attention of the clinician during the visit. Even then, it may not be captured in the clinical record and a clinical code might not be assigned to it for billing purposes, and therefore it's not going to be found in claims data. If a patient is prescribed one of the two most frequently used products for fatigue in MS, modafinil and I'm not even going to try, you know, amantadine. The connection to fatigue will not likely be found in prescribing or claims data because the purpose for prescribing a specific product is usually not captured. In fact, neither of these product labels include fatigue in MS as an indication. A recent systematic review of these products used for fatigue in MS found only 11 studies with sufficient effectiveness data to be evaluated. The sample sizes range between only 19 patients to as much as 121 patients. The review found that modafinil was not considered the more effective product. Yet a quick look at the data within patients like me in our MS community with its nearly 60,000 members suggests that modafinil is actually more effective in managing fatigue in MS. We have over 3,000 members with experience with these drugs who have completed over 1,200 treatment evaluations for use in specifically managing fatigue. These evaluations provide data on start and stop dates for the drug, including reasons for stopping when that patient did stop the drug and told us about that. Dosing and frequency, perceived effectiveness for managing the fatigue, the side effects, even though we're not necessarily talking about safety, we have some information about the side effects people are experiencing with these off-label use and the severity. The overall burden of using these products, the adherence to them, the cost out of pocket, and a host of information in narrative on advice and tips. So developing fit-for-purpose real-world patient-generated data can begin by better understanding the data sources that already exist and evaluating its capacity to be repurposed for regulatory decision-making. Fatigue represents a commonly experienced and often debilitating symptom across many chronic health conditions. My example is just one condition in which it can and is being measured and is sufficiently important to assess as an efficacy endpoint, in addition to the traditional outcome measures in a range of chronic conditions. These data are not likely to stand alone. The journey to the other side of the river will require additional tools and collaboration with other data holders to complement and in some cases help them complete their journey toward fit for purpose of the real-world data that they have in their databases. So it's time to harness the potential of developing fit for repurposing patient-generated real-world data for use in regulatory decision-making. The challenge now is feeling for and finding the best stones and tools to get that data across to the other side of the river. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sally. Laura?
Yeah, thanks very much for including me, Mark. And you know, our group is really trying to refocus clinical practice on high-quality data collection so that we can transform the point of care into a patient-centric data hub where learning and improvement are actually a part of the routine of care. As a surgeon, I can't help but think of a surgical analogy, which is first, stop the bleeding. I think that what we've heard is that, you know, all these problems with data really stem from basically the way we practice medicine. Yeah. And, you know, we've been practicing the same way for 70 years. Maybe it's time for a change. You know, if you harness a couple of the ideas of quality at the source, enter once, use many, and you put this into medicine and really start thinking about taking back medicine to enable clinicians to do what they went into medicine to do in the first place. So if you actually, again, not that you know every piece of information, and you don't, and you can always go back and try and get it, but actually in a lot of conditions, we know the basic building blocks. We know the key pieces of information, and they can be assembled into these simple checklists. That's what we call them one-source checklists. And it's not just clinician data, it's patient data. I mean, really, I don't think we should ask clinicians when a patient went into menopause. Actually, we should ask the patient. There's a lot of things that we ask that should come directly from patients. So the idea is if you actually have that data and you could use it in real time, you would enable a host of downstream improvements. You would enable quality improvement, cost transparency, trade-offs, decision support, trial matching, you know, and ability for data to seamlessly flow into trials. And I think that another key principle is this idea of integrating research and care. We always talk about, oh, well, there's care, and then there's research. Really, why are we practicing medicine? We should be practicing to improve. But you can't improve if you don't know what your outcomes are, and you don't know what things cost, and you don't know what patients' opinions are about it. So no business would ever would run that way. But unfortunately, medicine is largely in the reimbursement business, I'm sorry to say. And I think we just need to get it back. So we need different systems. And that all, in terms of safety, I think we have to have a lot more discipline around adverse events. You can't find it. I'm in running the I-SPY trial, one of the things that we don't have is we don't have the adverse events built in. A lot of the things that are reported to the FDA are reported, you know, in the severe events of adverse events reports, but they're not really in the record. How ridiculous is that? You know, why aren't we tracking that? And another part of the problem with electronic records is they were built to mimic the way paper records were built. That means everybody creates their own record. There's no notion of a shared record amongst clinicians, let alone clinicians and patients. And if you have an adverse event, you don't need 25 different versions of that event. You need one, and you need some discipline. So that means, actually, that we can't just fix these problems from the back end. Somewhere, we have to go to the front end and say it's time to change practice. That means mindsets, skill sets, and tool sets have to be changed. And another big problem is that the electronic health records are really institution-centered and not patient-centered. And that's another big problem. And it will bring up problems with governance, which I do not know how to solve, but it is actually a really important problem. We are trying to work across the UC system to make this happen, to make this concept a reality. I think if you can get a big organization to adopt this approach, even in, and it's not just breast cancer, it's just a good example, but you can do it in breast, prostate, ortho, doesn't matter, orthopedics. It shouldn't matter, right? And it's going to take clinician leadership and patient leadership. And I'd like to say just another two quick points. And that is the way in which we conduct trials today can also help us merge fields and change. We're conducting 2 big trials. One is a PCORI-funded trial to look at how to personalize screening. And we are actually designing that trial from the get-go to be institution independent and build in the adverse events and all of the feedback in real time with payers at the table and guideline makers at the table, with the idea that when the data comes in, it will change practice in real time. And getting payers and people to adopt upfront, I would not say it's an easy journey, but we will get there. Another opportunity, I think, is in running the I-SPY trial, which is looking at people with the highest risk cancers and trying to think about, can we use early endpoints to identify new drugs that work? Well, we're at this critical juncture now where some of our treatments have improved the chance of a complete response threefold. I ask you, why should I give anybody the standard of care? Adriamycin, which patients call Red Death, would not graduate from I-SPY. Why should I be giving them that drug? So I think actually when you have been running a platform trial for years, 7 years now, and I have really tight data on what the standard of care is, and I have biomarkers that allow us to categorize the tumor types and know what their outcomes are, why do I need to keep assigning the standard of care? Why can't trials and platform trials emerge and evolve into real-world evidence generators? And if you take your early endpoints, part of the reason why the early endpoints haven't worked is people don't keep the people who have these endpoints all the way to the end. And that's actually how you prove it. Your early accelerated approval would allow you to say, okay, I've got a good response. And that long-term follow-up actually should be your final approval, using a base of historic data that is tightly designed. So I think it's an interesting opportunity to think about how we evolve the trial system, because Lord knows the confirmatory phase 3 trials with 8,000 to 10,000 patients is not working. It's a waste of money. It's not helping us. We have to change. So I think we have to broaden our ideas of what is real-world evidence, but it has to start by transforming the clinical care process. We should not be practicing with the SOAP note anymore. It's time to move on.
Yeah, well, this is what you've laid out is not only about transforming the clinical trial process, but transforming care so that both
Correct.
are based on...
Well, and by the way, who needs data most? The clinicians who are taking care of you.
That's right. That's right. And I'd say for all 4 of these presentations, it's nice to see both the passion and the practical side. So you can see a vision here of how real-world evidence driven by, at its core, reliable, timely access to needed data, collected once, used many times, could really transform clinical trials, evidence development, and especially patient care. As you've heard, we're not there yet, and I want to go back to some of the, a little bit more discussion of some of the key reasons that you raised. I'd like to start with some of the challenges just around the complexity and reliability or lack thereof of the data itself, and then turn to some of the institutional or maybe business interests. Kevin, I think you said proprietary issues that may be at play here, and how particularly this additional FDA effort around regulatory uses of real-world evidence can help transform all that, as well as as the data can help the regulatory evidence succeed. So let's start with some of the data challenges, the data itself that you all mentioned. I heard over and over again that healthcare data is complex and messy and hard to collect consistently, and that goes to some of the comments that you all made about free text entry, electronic data that's based on sort of an electronic version of a paper record. I know from working with Rich Platt and Sentinel, there are, I think, Rich, something like 100 ways to report on a blood glucose or a blood sugar, hemoglobin A1C test. And some of what you all described was, I don't think maybe brute force is not the right word, but just sort of hammering these data into standards through some combination of developing algorithms that can take all of these different formats and turn it into a data element that's cleaned and more reliable. Laura, you mentioned developing lists that could expand out over time, checklists that start with maybe a limited amount of key data elements but kind of grow structured and grow from there. So that may be one path forward. I'd like to hear people's thoughts about how to address that. I'd also like some thoughts about some of the ideas that you see from our other Silicon Valley colleagues who are very interested or talking a lot about putting together data lakes and free-form text and using additional tools to take those messy data and nonetheless turn it into something that's like you said, Amy, kind of a story for a patient. Even though we don't have standardization on the underlying elements, at least we can get to perhaps effectively standardization on the stuff, the results that matter. So that might be, I don't know if that's another really feasible approach. I don't know if these visions for data lakes are really just souped up data swamps, but I appreciate some further thoughts on how we can actually, we'll get to the business case and the governance and things like that in a minute, but just how we can go faster. It seems like a pretty daunting task given the complexity of healthcare data.
So a couple of comments here, and this is where we need to learn from the tech industry, or actually have the tech industry help us solve this problem. And a couple of key points. I liked the language you used about hammering into standards. The truth is, what we need to do is systematically go through and clean things up. When you're talking about Rich's example with the many definitions of glucose, getting to single concepts that have single sets of units that we can analyze. One of the things that we've learned at Flatiron is that as you start to develop the process, you reuse that process many times. So you learn how to get albumin into a single concept. You can now reuse that for glucose. You can use it now for another set of biomarkers, et cetera. So one is that process of developing or hammering out the standards can be used and reused itself if you take some of the core principles of building algorithms, technology, and putting that together. The second part that you brought up, and you were talking about the issue of essentially aggregating through data lakes or swamps. There is no magic there. You still have to have a system to which you're going to make sense of it. But once you do make sense of it, one of the things I can show you is how quickly you can then start drawing insights from the data. One of the ways that we've focused on making sense of it within the context of Flatiron as well as at Duke has been by using patient stories. Because if you can think about a person with lung cancer and know, in general, this is how it looks when the person gets diagnosed as stage 2, when they have their surgery and radiation, when the disease ultimately comes back and you do a set of biomarkers that then dictate chemotherapy and then potentially hospitalization or death, you can now start to generate a set of data stories that allow you to link data together in a meaningful context that readies for analysis. The last two pieces I want to hit on. One is that we have a belief system that data need to be perfect. And in fact, they don't. We've been working with claims for 25 years, and we know how to work through claims. And we have the same kinds of things we need to work through with electronic health record data. We can do simulations to test when do you need really highly reliable data and when can you get away with less reliable data. But more importantly, one of the things that we've learned over and over again is the more that you work with data and and analyze it, the cleaner the overall system of data gets, because the two pieces reinforce. And so that's my last point, which is that ultimately the analyses, you can't just wait for the data to be perfect before you do the analysis. Because you do the analysis, you compare it to what you would have expected to get for many kind of core analyses, and then you use that information to update the overall general set of data.
So I'd like to maybe make a comment. You sort of think about the transcontinental railroad. You know, this is where we are now, and these are the efforts that we have to make to try and make things work. We should take those learnings and say, honestly, how do we want to see the practice of medicine in the future? Truly, we're not going to be able to screen scrape our way into a different future, partly because you've got to change the mindset of the clinician, you know, by saying, okay, you don't have to change anything you do, just keep doing what you're doing and we'll just fix it all on the back end. You know, that's of course what you have to do today. But really, what you want people to think about is, oh, what are, you know, do I need albumin? Do I need hemoglobin A1C? Okay, just build it into what I'm thinking about, but get people receptive and ready to say, oh, how many people did I take to the OR last month? How many times did I take them back for re-excisions? How many times, you know, getting people to start.
Is that where your checklist comes from? Do you start with these clinical questions and then get them to help you generate the reliable data elements?
We have been able to generate the checklists, and people can agree on what the key data elements are. In fact, when we brought epidemiologists, all the scientists together and all the clinicians together, even regardless of specialty, you want to know what? Everyone needs the same data. It's actually not some great surprise. The trick is trying to turn them into structured lists and actually figure out a framework where people can actually use it in clinical practice. And the reason it's so hard is it means you have to totally re-engineer the way you run your practice and think about it. It's actually it is feasible. We're doing it. And actually, I have to say that the current way electronic records work is the reason why we'll be able to fix it, because people are suffering with the burden of documentation. And I actually have that to thank for enabling change, because I think the relief you'll get, plus all the things that you'll be able to do with it, you got to get people excited about the opportunity to say, wow, what can I get back? What can I learn? I want to be part of the process of learning. I mean, we have to step it up here on the clinician side and say that, you know, yes, we can do this, and yes, we can make a change so that the future can be brighter, that we learn about all of these problems and solve it. I would say, to me, the biggest problem is going to be governance, because the problem is when who's going to, where does the source of data lie? Who governs that? Right now, it's been convenient that institutions do it or companies do it. But, you know, people get their care, as you said, Kevin and Sally, across all kinds of places. So where's that right central repository? Or how is it that everyone has to make their data open and searchable? These are really important and difficult issues.
They are. I want to get to, just to pick up on this point about, you know, are there key data elements that in a particular, again, keeping with the framework that we talked about earlier, particular fit for purpose, particular use case that could be agreed upon. And maybe, Sally, if you don't mind, go back to your example of multiple sclerosis. I know you've done a lot of checklists in the context of breast cancer and other contexts, but for multiple sclerosis, for generating real-world data, do you see a path that could include, and you're familiar with those patients, it could include some of the key clinical data that Laura was describing, but also key patient reported data like fatigue.
Absolutely, and for those who are not aware, Patients Like Me is moving into a whole new realm of data, you know, and in terms of thinking about integrating new sources of data through our Digital Me initiative, which is actually collecting biospecimens from our patients, and MS is one of the conditions within which we're doing that. And what we've done is we've parameterized that entire experience of living with MS, and we've started to understand what are the state changes that people go through over time, and how can we begin to biologically understand what's happening at that point of that state change, and patients actually putting their hand up and saying, I had a flare and I want to better understand what's going on, or I had a relapse. So the opportunity for us is to suggest that the phenotypic, the phenomics of the experience is something we've been at now for 12 years and have been collecting in a very codified way, in ways that actually the FDA has become much more aware and understanding of, given our research collaboration with them over the last few years, that it's not so different from what some of the data is that they're already accustomed to when it's collected, curated, and coded appropriately for use in other settings beyond what we have. I think the other piece that we feel is really critical is that the source here is the person. If there were going to be a governance, I'd say it's the patient. I'd say it's the person. And we have to find a way of being able to have someone, whether it's you and your son going in and trying to determine the antibiotic use, or myself going in now and closing in on becoming a Medicare beneficiary, to say, I want to know that these are the things that are important to me at this age of my life, and here's the things that have happened to me in the past, and how have we learned from that, so I can go into my older age feeling like I'm confident that I'm going to have access to the type of care, the interventions, and sort of the total whole health that I would expect at this stage of my life.
So let me comment from you too. Kevin, go ahead on this, then I want to push on the data linkage issue. So even if you have the list of elements that you'd like to put together, how we do it.
It requires others.
Right. So to take and build on the fatigue example, I think claims data is longitudinal but delayed, right? So it does set itself up for good, robust environments to do some of these safety analyses that we've talked about. Clinical data is deep, but not complete, right? Because you don't have the information that may have gone on last week across the street. I'm still on Vicodin because it's an active med in my EMR. So that I don't want to get that transferred all over the place because I'm not. And then patient data is complete, but it's not standardized and it's not codified. I think all three, payers, patients, and clinicians, have a stake. And I think that there's going to be the demand on the change that if I as a payer knew that the patient was in fatigue, how can I provide better care for that patient? Maybe I send them a lift to help them get to their appointment. Maybe I provide additional services to them to add value to them. But I don't know that unless the patient tells me that, or is using some app that may only be at UCSF that then I can't see that data and provide action on. When we as a health system close those gaps in data, then we as researchers and evidence builders will have the available data and be able to draw inference and evidence out of that. The day supply field in pharmacy data used to be really bad because it wasn't audited. It was where the pharmacist's hands hit the keyboard. Once it became audited, it became really, really clean, and it helps Sentinel immensely at being able to define episodes of care and those types of things. So sometimes when you drive things into the different payment models, you're going to improve the data environment. And if we improve the data environment, we will undoubtedly be able to improve the evidence that comes out of that data environment.
So for sure, we pay people for doing 12-point review of systems. If you paid them for completing a checklist or for filling out the adverse events, things would change overnight. If you wanted to put it, if you said, I'll do accelerated approval, and the FDA will make it available if you fill out adverse event report forms, that's safety. And payers said, and I'll pay for it only under coverage with regulatory evidence, meaning you have to fill out the outcomes, you would get the data you need, and things would change overnight because people do what they're paid to do. Right?
I see Kevin nodding, but
I'm more dubious. So we studied this at length at Duke. One of the things that we asked was, if we build systems and force people to put information into the systems, how many data points could you get people to structure on the front end before things fall apart? It turns out that it is highly related to your seniority in the system. That much is for sure. But the answer was somewhere between 3 and 7 data elements per visit. So you got to decide exactly what 3 to 7 data elements were. Why? Because even if you fixed a screen and said you can't enter any more chemotherapy until you put in this performance status data point, they're just going to put in anything to keep advancing the screen unless it's meaningful to their clinical practice. So going back to your
or it's
point,
audited
okay, but I agree with that. However, let's think about it. That's if you don't change the way people practice. I mean, for example, if you send out a survey to get information from people, if that can start assembling the record, if your nurse navigators or whatever, instead of writing notes and throwing them away or putting them somewhere, actually the whole clinic, it's going to require a change. I didn't say it could be everyone doing the same old thing. If you can do this in a way that then when you come in, if you think about the 30 people that are employed to touch a patient and do all these things, if you actually change their job and said the primary thing is getting these data pieces correct, and that would be how that we would be paid and fueled, and you start using from the beginning to the end, then you could change. I didn't say it was going to be easy, and I didn't say, but I think it's possible. But you can't ask people to keep doing everything they're doing, plus fill out all this stuff, and you can't do it at the back end. It has to be in the process of care. It has to be instead of, and you have to get something back for it.
So I submit to you, think about it this way, Laura. We've got a 10 to 20 year vision where I am 100% in agreement. We have got to really, as you said, re-engineer the whole thing. But we've got a 21st century cure mandate that says we got to get these things figured out in the next 2 to 3 years. And so let's figure out in the next 2 to 3 years how to get our data to the point where we can get it ready for a series of responsibilities that we have in front of us. And then let's set the vision of how we're going to start to meet these things so that we don't have to continuously hammer. I think that's the word.
Well, I mean, I think, even when you think about biomarker data, whatever, you think about it as raw, processed, and signature data. And you can almost think about you at Patients Like Me are collecting a bunch of information that you're trying to gain insights, and eventually it'll distill into, oh, this becomes something that ought to be routinely captured, and it becomes a signature. These are all, there can be many sources, but you distill out not every piece of data. Again, you're not looking for perfection. You gotta really focus on, again, each person collecting those maybe 5 to 10 elements, period. That's it. All I can do. That's all they're going to do, but that's okay. You can do that because you don't ask any one person to do everything.
I can see a pathway where I guess the business case, you might call it, is changing. As Kevin mentioned, payments changed where actually getting better results for patients or tracking how they're doing longitudinally matters. The potential business cases around regulatory uses of real-world evidence, as you mentioned, Laura, would be a potentially strong motivator if there was clarity about what kind of data elements needed to be collected, and maybe that would help overcome the linkage issues too. But there's some other reasons, right, why we're not seeing these data come together, aside from linkages and consistent sharing, reliable sharing being technically difficult and at least burdensome in the current system. You all, Laura mentioned governance. How do you see the different parties that need to come together for this working more effectively together? Payers, patient data sources, health system data sources, all seem to be key contributors to these critical checklist data elements that would be the foundation for reliable real-world evidence studies. Kevin, do you want to start?
Yeah, so governance is what I spend 80%, I think, of my day on, in trying to figure out how to conduct data linkage. Let's be honest, the health system already knows how to effectively communicate real-world patient-identifiable data to the insurance company because UCSF or Duke likes to get paid, and Anthem and other insurers like to know who they're paying. So there's already a handshake that's out there that's really, really valid. It has to be, right? It amazes me looking at the back end of claims now, having been a pharmacist at CVS going, these things are getting rejected. I'm amazed at how things get into the data sometimes. But there's already the pipes in place to do really robust linkage. I think it takes, from a societal perspective, then being able to repurpose those already robust linkages to then provide for a framework to not only improve patient care, but then also build on the back end. You talk about the sort of 5 data elements that I might be able to tease a provider with. If one of those is, did they get their flu vaccine, right? That's currently wasting a lot of time in medicine because if I just got my flu vaccine at my workplace insurance, that should automatically turn off the alert at the UNC or Duke system. But those little microseconds of delay are killing us in time with the patient because that data is not integrated, not the least of which it'd be great to have real-time vaccine exposure data, of course. But so from a governance perspective, we absolutely have to come to the table and figure out how we can recontract, re-understand that the needs need to be there for both the patients, but then also for the research, for the evidence to be built for a broader group.
So I'd like to just touch on a couple of things here. I think one of the things related to governance is that currently, whether it's in PCORnet or some other areas where we're actually gathering some patient data from patients and sort of thinking about how that works, a lot of it's being framed within the common data elements that we're sort of familiar with Sentinel and other sort of databases that becomes part of. There really is not a repository right now of patient-generated data within which other kinds of information could start to be aggregated and collected. So I think that that's actually a real opportunity for us to begin thinking about. One of the things that I think in the way Amy describes it is this sort of the value of the narrative and the value of the data coming together to tell a complete story. But if we are only depending on common data elements, we will not get a complete story. We have to find a way of being able to pull in these other pieces of information and ultimately, really nuance and add richness to that context in ways that other sources of data cannot fill that gap. That has to come from the person themselves or the caregivers themselves to better understand what is that real experience when you're not in the view of the clinical encounter, when you're not in the system, when you are actually at home or in the place where you reside, trying to manage in your day-to-day life. How can we help people gather that kind of information and have that feed into a repository of data that ultimately goes beyond this common data model of standardized data, which I think actually ends up losing
I think
the
Laura
story.
and Amy may have some comments on this.
So I'll give you an example from our WISDOM study. This is Women Informed to Screen Depending on Measures of Risk. And the interesting thing is we have built in patient-reported outcomes, and that's the easiest thing to get because we've done doing it going forward. The hardest thing, the one data element that we need, which is breast density. And if we are linked into the hospital, we can get it. And for people who are coming from outside hospitals, that one piece of data is killing us. And it's not even like it's hard to get, and we're going to do natural language processing and get it in. But the whole process is about how you link people everywhere. And we're going to get it from payers, and then we would get it a year late, and you can't get it in real time. Again, there's this lack of ability to just have, okay, there are a few basic data elements that you really need to have, and because you don't have them organized, and there's no standard or requirement to have them exchanged or transferred. It's really hard. All this stuff is really hard. and all of us would say that. It's amazing we're still standing, but it is.
We persist.
And that's actually that the industry should crumble because of that. They should know we're out here and we're going to solve these problems anyway. But it is. But I think that again, if you just had some easy data, ideas for data exchange that people are required to do that. If you use IHE and sort of force a data exchange and say, okay, the reason why I say it's so critical in certain data elements that should be easily exchangeable, no matter what system you're in, it would really help.
So I agree for the core need for a parsimonious data model, and I also have seen in spades the importance of being able to add in the extra level of context and detail that can't be gleaned from a common data model. But I want to reflect on the governance question for just a second. So when I was at Duke, and I'm looking right now at Adrian, governance was 90% of our conversation because, frankly, Duke couldn't talk to UNC.
Kevin said 80%, and I heard Adrian laugh.
It's really a problem.
My patient needed to go 9 miles down the road to be in a clinical trial, and I'd always say it's easier to get in the car with your medical record and drive it down than I could possibly figure out how to exchange, right? And the problem was really because of alignment of incentives around governance.
Correct.
Now that we're at Flatiron, we're in a very interesting perspective. So we aggregate data across our network, both on our own electronic health record as well as electronic health records outside of our network, but then clean it up and give it back to the providers. Frankly, we have almost no conversation around governance. We all agree that the data really belongs to the patient and the providers. The Flatiron's responsible for getting it cleaned up, and then we license all the extra clean data elements back to the sites. But at the end of the day, because of the alignment of incentives, I'm a site that wants to do quality measures and understand data, be able to measure things within the context of my practice. There's already an incentive that has me within the governance model in a way that I didn't have to worry about when really it was Duke and UNC fighting it out across state lines, or really in state lines. But the other part of this is that I've watched it get progressively more complex as we started linking in data sets. So when, for example, we link in genomics data, And it's highly aligned because we're now thinking together how we're going to do research together, that the organizations whose genomics data are being linked with our electronic health records data, we actually have no governance issues. But when we start doing linkages where they're people at business odds with each other, the linkages get really tough. So it's actually putting on the table what are the business issues and talking through it. Because often you can come to a business solution, but you have to be really honest about what that's all about before you get there. And so if I've learned anything, making this jump into the tech industry has been how to actually manage the governance issue.
Yeah, I mean, this does seem like an area where there is some more potential for convergence between these real-world evidence data needs and the shift that's taking place in payment towards more accountability for results, and the shift that's taking place in patient expectations towards more ability to see quality of care and outcomes that really matter to them too. And again, it seems like the regulatory uses of real-world evidence could help add on an analogous or an additional source of momentum for these changes. But I want to leave this issue of governance and increasingly rich data linkages without talking about privacy concerns and patient trust concerns as well. So somebody is holding this increasingly rich set of increasingly accurate data, which is potentially good for improving patient care, potentially good for giving patients insights about what they should do next, how they should make decisions. Who is holding that, and how do we pay due respect to patient concerns about trust and use of that data, especially as we extend from patient care, which is kind of governed by one set of rules, to research, which is governed by something else.
Well, and this week's news alone on, any time you have these major breaches of like Equifax, you lose my banking, that's okay. It really sucks, but I can rebuild my financial. But you lose the fact that I'm HIV positive or something, I don't get that back. That's out there, and that's permanent. So absolutely, patient privacy is at the forefront of every one of these discussions on governance, because it is this most sacred information that yet patients all the time are joining Facebook groups and chatting about, but that's their decision to share that information. They own that decision. If we're sharing data without the context of protecting that patient privacy, and it is lost or used in a way or manner that was not governed under the governance that needs to be put into play, you don't get that. You don't get that back. You don't get that trust back. You lose that member. That member complains to their employer. You lose that business, frankly. So patient privacy is of the absolute utmost importance in all that we do when we have the governance conversation.
I want to be cautious, though. There is absolutely no way we can assure people 100% protection of their privacy in the current environment that we live. So I think we need to be honest and transparent about that, and remain open to the ways that we can ensure that the people who are the stewards of that data are held to really high standards, that we have very intolerable thresholds of breaches of anything that would suggest that you did not do the absolute best you could to keep my data as safe and as protected as possible, with the understanding that, stuff happens. And there are going to be times when that kind of absolute protection is not possible. So I just really, and I think the public knows that. I think patients, especially those living with chronic illness, and especially those living with really acute and serious illness, are willing to, they have a benefit-risk ratio that's very different than those of us who are healthy and sort of thinking about how we protect our information in different ways. For their perspective, care and research are intermingled.
Exactly.
They don't think about this distinction between, research means you have to generalize it. Care means it's for me. No, from their perspective, we should be doing all of that together in a way that ultimately gets us to the outcomes that improve my health.
Well, that was Laura's point.
And that is my point, exactly, because in fact, I don't think you should be allowed to practice without an eye towards improvement. And I think you have shown at patients like me that people are absolutely willing to share their information with some risk of loss of privacy
and responsibility
and
on our part,
especially at the beginning, to try and get people to pay attention to things that they thought were important. So I do think one other thing that is actually kind of interesting is that a lot of the specialty societies have now been emerging as the holders of the data. There's this huge ophthalmology database. There's one in cardiology.
I sense some skepticism coming up.
Well, I'm just saying, CancerLink is now trying to organize all of the cancer data. I have to ask, is that really the best place? Now, I realize it's not the era of big government, but I have to say, I think this is a role that the government should play, whether it's the FDA you answer this question, Mark. I think that there has.
I'm just the moderator. Okay, I get to ask the question.
I'm asking it back to you. But it's like there has to be a place where we can where there's some standards for who's going to hold it. But the problem is that everyone's got these hidden incentives to do things. There has to be a safe, trusted place for data
let me turn this one to Amy since I'm the moderator. But it sounds like two things that are coming out of this discussion. One is that patients are willing to share, but they need to have some confidence that whatever system is helping to bring this together and support their care and support research is doing it responsibly and effectively and as safely as possible, given that nothing's going to be perfect. And second, some way of maybe actively saying, yeah, I want to participate in this study that's not maybe the traditional way we've done that kind of informed consent. And I don't know if, Amy, if you were going to comment on that, but this is my effort to turn the questions back to the
moderator's
panelists.
prerogative.
That's right.
So a couple of comments. The first is, I think patients do often have a genuine interest in sharing, but they also have an expectation that this system has their best interests at heart. If you read the Equifax articles, I don't know how many of us sucked in our breath as we got to the place in the article where it says, and some of the senior execs were selling stock before the event happened. I think all up until then we were like, oh gosh, this is sort of like a foreign government breach kind of thing. And then all of a sudden we got to that point and we were like, Yeah. And I think that patients expect of us to absolutely be coming at this from the point of view of we are in it together to protect. The second thing, and it goes back to your point, Laura, I don't care if it's the government or medical societies or anything else. Either whoever's doing it, there's the expectation there's a technical solution to keep data safe. The ophthalmologists, it's not the ophthalmologists who are building the vault where the data is. It's actually really a technical company that's working with them. And so we need to be drawing on the best of technology to solve this problem, including new innovations for the future. There's a meeting going on not long from now asking, can blockchain help? We need to really be thinking about all the different ways to solve for creating the vault. The third part of this is something that hasn't come up, which is within the context of our current privacy legislation, HIPAA, and how that may get updated in the future, I'm not going to go into. But in the context of that, it is really hard to de-identify data, right? Because if you essentially just take out the named identifiers, it doesn't do the trick. If you're going to do statistical or third-party review, the truth is there are not enough third-party statistical reviewers in the country anymore to actually be able to verify all the data sets that are being generated. So we actually don't have a really good system, even just to manage the requirements of HIPAA in a way that is keeping step with the data sets that are starting to come out. So we need to make sure that we're driving all of these pieces forward in a way that basically goes back to your core point. Getting to the place where we're doing what patients expect of us. I imagine a day where just on my Facebook, I'm able to designate what I believe I want to have happen with my information. If somebody manages it poorly, I can rescind that responsibility or that right in an electronic format. But we're not quite there yet.
I think we'd be a little safer than Facebook.
Yeah, well, maybe. But you kind of get my point, that the toggles are clear to me.
But it's interesting. So, for our partner for the Wisdom study has been Salesforce, and one of the reasons we picked it is because they actually have such fabulous security. And, and the idea is we've tried to create this as a registry that payers have access to, patients have access to, the providers have access to, that it would serve as an ongoing registry. But if we're really successful, and again, billions of dollars are spent on screening tests. One alone, it's like a $10 billion a year, an aggregate business. If this becomes a national registry, where should that sit? Should that be at the CDC? Should that be, the FDA? Should it be under PCORI? Should it be? But it should be somewhere. It's going to grow if it's successful and grows into something that becomes this kind of ongoing learning registry. Then it's got to transition from a trial to something that's what.
It still needs the right technical framework.
No,
right framework,
okay,
trust,
right. We've got a good
documentation,
technical framework. We have it, but it's going to grow up into
There's
these
nothing
things.
for it to sit within.
Where eventually, these things, if we're successful at all this, where does this evolve to? Where is the framework
I get a sense I'm getting
for
asked a
this?
question again here. And I think I would actually take this panel's discussion as being a success in laying out this important challenge and what the characteristics of a solution would look like. So we may not, in this panel, during this hour today, get to exactly what these long-term solutions are, but I think you guys have done a great job of teeing up not only issues, but the path forward and what the properties are that a solution needs to look like, which should help advance real-world evidence. Now, we do have some time. We could go on for a while. But we do have some time for questions and comments from those of you who are here. Microphones going around. Mark, do you want to start? And then see a couple of other hands up here, too. So right here first. Sorry. Let's see. With Steve. And Steve, if you could just announce, just tell people who you are.
Sure. Paul Bleicher from Optum Labs. First of all, I have to start with a disclaimer because otherwise you're going to think this question is a little out there. The disclaimer is that I come from the world of regulated clinical trials and archiving of data at Humedica and running very clean, precise studies at Optum Labs. So I get everything, but I'm playing off what I heard a little bit of today. And it feels like we're at Yahoo versus Google. If you remember the old days, and we know who's the winner there, Yahoo had this carefully archived and constructed categorization of the web, and Google came in and said, you don't have to do all that, just search it, right, and find what you need and have a good search algorithm. So we are in the middle of a revolution in data, in the analysis of data, and in healthcare data specifically around the use of artificial intelligence, specifically deep learning, which is fabulous at natural language processing and doesn't require you to clean up the data or to categorize it or standardize it or whatever. Should we be skating to where the puck is going, or should we wait and be like the healthcare industry and pharmaceutical industry have been traditionally, which is let's wait 20 years and we'll adopt this? Should we be thinking about a different way of analyzing data than classic frequentist statistics, but more make use of this very new but very powerful way of looking, and other ways of looking at data that can potentially give us better answers, not require us to spend all our time getting our data into perfect alignment, and be able to operate more efficiently and effectively.
Paul, thanks. And Amy, you want to do a short answer? And we're going to take this, again, the purpose of today is not necessarily to solve all these problems, but to get the challenges and a potential path forward laid out clearly. But
So I think this is a critical question. It is where the puck is going in a lot of computing. However, within health, we have the responsibility of getting it right and having systems that we know can get it right. If we think about artificial intelligence, we've got basically supervised and unsupervised learning. And the risks of unsupervised learning just really don't necessarily hold up right now. But if we can create data sets that are appropriately labeled that we can use to train our algorithms, and then build algorithms that start to essentially nibble away at the edges of these problems, we can systematically get there. But it cannot be black box learning. Healthcare requires of us to show that we can get it right.
Great, thank you. And a great topic for the future. And Joe, and then I think Rich had a comment too.
Hi, Joe Selby from PCORI. Outstanding panel, lively and right to the point. Kevin, I think it was you that used the word societal, that we need a societal change. And And Sally, it was you who talked about patients and their true inclinations and feelings and concerns and what it would take. And Laura and Amy, you talked about you talked about. I'm not going to remember exactly. I had it. It was also nicely fit out. But the question is, you all alluded to the notion that we need a big societal change, and I have come to exactly the same conclusion that whether it's IRBs or whether it's institutions talking to each other. Would anybody care to just sort of name some of the steps along that societal change pathway?
I'd be happy to address that. I think, the idea that you have to go to an IRB to look at your data to learn and improve is offensive to me. That should be part of what you do as being a physician or a clinician. I think the notion of the idea that we should have a system for research and we should have a system for care, I think is also outdated. And so I think that we have to start saying that, we have to start getting rid of both in our public speaking to patients, research is something you do over there. I mean, the reason why nobody participates in trials is because we've got this big divide and because we have imposed this ridiculous, onerous structure on how we run trials, which is with huge overhead. If we instead said, okay, I hope next year I'll be able to do things better than I do it this year. So because of that, we're going to ask you some questions. We'll make sure that your data is available to you and you can get back to it. We're going to provide opportunities for you to be in registries, for you to be in trials, and we're going to make it simple. We have to start rolling some of these ideas out. People have to start embracing ways of saying, there's a new way of practicing. We have to start training physicians differently. We have to give them different kinds of a different mindset, as I said, mindsets, a different set of skill sets, and a different set of tool sets so that people can do these things. And it's not going to be perfect, but we have to stop. We can't just keep, it's important to clean things on the back end, but it is important to change the frame. One of the reasons I'm trying to do this at the University of California is because they have 6 medical schools. And it's one of the ways in which you can start training the next generation of physicians to think differently and do things differently. But I think it's also all of us in the way we speak about this, the way you speak about what data is from patients and why it's important to get data from them, but also back to them. One of the things we've learned from patients is they're willing to give us data if we give them something back. They want the information back themselves. It is more of a shared experience, and that people should be expecting to learn and look at different options and be able to have that information themselves.
Yeah, so just as
can I just one thing I'd like to add is that in fact it's not just a societal change, it's a social contract that we need to realign around, and from what we've learned from patients, it's their interest in understanding what they measure, how they think about their health is how my mind and body are doing, and help me measure that and help me understand what that looks like, whatever the measure might be. And then also we're working really hard on this notion of thriving. And when we've asked patients, what does it mean for you to thrive in the presence of an illness, what they've told us is it means I can live the life I want. So if we can help people better understand how to maintain the health that they have, whether even if it's in the presence of illness, you can still have health, but then put that into some framework that allows them to put that in context to live the life they want. That's realigning the social contract around each of us, frankly, not just patients, but each one of us in this room.
You know, that is a model of kind of continuous improvement in how we support patient, continuous improvement in knowledge, and I think it'll be very interesting to see as this real-world evidence work moves forward how we make the incremental steps. You know, it's not going to get there overnight.
It's a required part of practice. Patient data, clinician data, integration of data.
I think we have Rich, and okay, go ahead, Rich, and then Mark, and then Rich, you may not. I may have to cut you off.
I have my ways. Hi, Richard Platt. I lead the Sentinel Initiative, and I agree with all of the above. But I would say 95% is the right figure for how much is governance and how much is technical.
It's getting bigger.
One of the key contributors to Sentinel's success has been that we basically sidestepped that major issue of what data will you provide and how will we secure it, because Sentinel is founded on the notion that that FDA asks questions of the data holders and they answer the questions, but they almost never provide individual level data. And if they do, it's in a very circumscribed way. So, I have been astonished over the past 10 years at the progress that our methodologists have made in being able to do increasingly sophisticated analyses without actually having their hands on the data or putting the data into a single pooled data set. These distributed analyses are getting closer and closer to the kinds of analyses you do with pooled data. We now have a working prototype of a distributed regression model that should allow us to do any regression without putting data into a single place. At the moment, it works across Sentinel data partners. Can we do this kind of thing across Anthem and Humana and Aetna? Both the theory and the prototype also work for distributed analysis where it's linking the Anthem claims data to the PedsNet EHR data without any of those sites actually releasing their grip on the data. And it seems to me that I'm in favor of everything you suggested, but we also ought to look for ways to be able to work with the data where it lies.
And distributed models. So I'm going to leave that as an excellent comment to again help drive this forward. And maybe Mark and Rich, if we just both make your comments or questions, and then we'll see if we have time for response.
So Mark Berger. This has been a fascinating conversation, but it seems to me that it's been about, and I'm an IOM fan, this is about a learning healthcare system.
Yeah.
Okay, this is not about regulatory decision-making. In a learning healthcare system, you can do what every big biotech tech firm does. You can do quick A/B testing, or you can do control charts to see that if you make a decision, are you getting the outcome that you want to be getting? And why you get the right answer, it doesn't matter as long as patients are getting better. The right patient getting the right treatment at the right time. The FDA doesn't look at it that way. They make a decision and they have to, and they don't want to make a wrong decision. So if they were to give credence to some data, but it turns out to be not reliable enough, then they're going to have regret and they're going to get blamed for it. And so they don't have the ability to go back and forth and make it go. So it's a clash of cultures.
But they could. No, I don't.
Okay, we're going to finish. And this, again, this is not going to be the last word on these issues. We were just hoping to get the discussion moving forward.
And I think it has to do with the fact that we think of a regulatory approval as a big cliff that happens in the life of a treatment that's being developed. We have to move beyond that. And the system is going to move beyond it. Because the learning healthcare system, I know everybody wants to wait until we have the perfectly curated data and the perfectly linked. It doesn't matter. The data is good enough today. It's being used by everybody, a lot of people, a lot of institutions today. And they will change the practice of medicine much more rapidly. The question is, can the FDA have some say where it looks like I can now let people know about how the practice of medicine has changed, and I can let people know about it in the label?
Yeah.
That's the question.
So, and that gets back to our topic, and I think actually you and Laura are largely in agreement on this notion of continuous improvement and via
enables everyone to have a different role.
So I want a last word question, Rich, over to you.
Well, maybe the advantage of going last is that everybody's already touched on the questions I had, particularly the last two sets of questions. And so, you know, who knew this is complex, right? And I think we heard that in a very excellent discussion. And again, my congratulations also to the panelists. But you know, we're under a mandate. And we have outlined the pathways. And I would ask the panel to maybe close with, what's the timeline on such a pathway? And what are the quick wins that will allow us to really move forward in a meaningful way in a shorter timeline?
Yeah, let me ask that. That's a great closing comment, and I have to ask you each to keep to 30 seconds or less to keep us sort of on schedule, but a quick next step to get us moving down this timeline.
Governance and getting the legal pieces in place to make these linkages happen. It's what I spend 80% of my time on. I try to spend some time with my kids. So.
So while I agree with Laura in the long-term vision, we can get data sets ready right now, including with the parameters that should be able to meet the expectations of OSI. So 3 quick wins, we should be able to use these data sets for a label expansion or a label revision. And when that happens in the next 18 months, I think that'll be a huge change. The second is when we put these data sets and serve them up as a part of a pragmatic trial that has regulatory intent, and that will be another substantial piece. The third is when we're able to use these data sets to study populations, and we've actually already got a really good example of this, who otherwise could not have been studied in the clinical trials. This, for example, patients with heart failure who are in need of a breast cancer drug with potential heart risks. So I think those are my examples.
Great.
Yeah, and I would follow up on the label expansion. I think we can start working with that as a real potential target using patient-generated data, especially that data that's being collected in a systematic, methodological, codified way as an early use case to determine whether or not the data we're gathering has insights enough to then look at other data sources that as a complement or some other way of creating evidence from a host of different sources together, but not including patient-generated data, not trusting that it actually does have value in a place within this evaluation would be a real big miss. And I think it's an opportunity not to miss. And I think we can do that in the next 18 months working together.
Yeah, I think certainly once you make changes to the systems, everyone can start to have their roles evolve. In the long term, I think the FDA could behave very differently if they had different systems they could rely on. But in the short term, I think the platform trials are a fabulous opportunity to say we can allow therapy to evolve, and we can think about accelerated approval with regulatory evidence generation. And you can start taking, allowing trials that have had really clean data collection with early endpoints kind of evolve into dropping standards of care that actually perform in an inferior way and allow people to continue to go on, where then you're just starting to continue to gather the evidence. You have your early endpoints and you follow people to the end. I think that is an easy early win that would be a big game changer and make people say, oh, I can change the way clinical trials are run, period, and
All
get
right.
there faster.
I want to thank the panel. Long-term vision on data, practical steps to get there. Thank you all very much. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, try to reconvene at about 11:15. Thank you all very much. Let me know, and love to help. Because, General calculation told me, said, Laura, that's just too big. And I said, well, breaking into steps, vision's critical. That's essentially a big phenotype of engineering. You're creating a label phenotype.
we're going to start again in about 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So for those of you who are out in the hallway, please start heading back. All right, we're going to start up again in just a minute. I'd like to ask everyone to take their seats. Just as a little bit of logistics, administrative information while people are headed back. So this session is going to run for about an hour, and then we're going to break for lunch. Lunch is on your own. For those of you who don't know this area, around 17th and F, there are lots of restaurants in the area, and we hope to see you back in an hour after we do our lunch break. Okay, so for this session, we do need to get started to stay on schedule. I know there's a lot more that we need to discuss today. For this session, we are focusing on matching real-world data and real-world evidence to regulatory use cases. And I think a big part of this discussion is going to focus on specific types of real-world data, as we focused on in the last session, but connecting to study designs, to analytic methods. For those who read the white paper, you saw there's just as much emphasis on methods being fit for purpose as the data themselves being fit for purpose. And that's going to be the focus of our session right now. So how can we match methods, study designs, and tools for analyzing data to the real-world evidence for use in specific regulatory decisions. So with that framing, I'd like to introduce our panelists. David Thompson is Senior Vice President for Real-World and Late-Phase Research at INC Research and Vintiv Health. Mark Berger, next to him, is the co-chair of the joint ISPOR-ISPE Special Task Force on Real-World Evidence in Healthcare Decision-Making, which has done its own reports on related real-world evidence topics. Jeff Curtis is the William Koopman Endowed Professor in Rheumatology and Immunology and the Director of the University of Alabama Birmingham Arthritis Clinical Intervention Program at UAB. And Adrian Hernandez, my colleague at Duke, is Professor of Medicine and Vice Dean for Clinical Research at the Duke Clinical Research Institute. So on the last panel, we're going to start out with some opening framing comments and a few slides from our panelists. And then we're going to go into discussion. And again, I want you all, both in the room and online, if you email us, to get questions into the discussion that's going to follow. So with that, I'd like to turn this over to David.
Well, thank you, Mark. And very good. And thank you all for attending. And it's my pleasure to be part of this discussion. Very important event we're having here. So as you can see from my slide template, I'm a representative of the Real World Evidence Project on the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. And so I did want to open with a few words on that. It was alluded to earlier today, but we didn't really go into it too much. But as the name implies, the idea is that we're trying to transform the way in which clinical trials are conducted. So the CTTI framework, it's multi-stakeholder, it's evidence-based, and it is designed to have measurable impacts on the way in which clinical trials are performed. It was founded about 10 years ago and co-founded by Duke and FDA, and has about 80 members. Now, the Real World Evidence Project team is listed here. The city project manager, Garrett, is actually in the audience. I put his face here without his permission. And so that if you want to find out more about what we're doing with the Real World Evidence Project, you can hunt him down later. And he has assured me that he did not exhaust all the names at this list before he finally got to the bottom and chose me to represent the entire group. So in any event, so far what we've been doing is focusing on some of the definitional issues with respect to RWD and RWE, and a set of interviews are being implemented across various stakeholders to try to better understand their perspectives on data needs, evidentiary requirements, specifically to help decision making, and of course to incorporate this into the way in which clinical trials are conducted. And there's been some discussion earlier today already about the inefficiencies and the high costs of clinical trials. With the data that we have available now and the technologies that are available, there's got to be some ways in which we can bring these together to develop some greater efficiencies. So I've been asked specifically to comment on use cases for real-world data in early development. And the interesting thing about it is I've been doing retrospective database work using real-world data sources for nearly 30 years now. And for the most part, it's always concentrated on products already on the market, phase 4, because by definition, you can't really collect real-world data on a product until it is actually on the market and being used. But there are instances, and we've heard some references to them today, about the way in which real-world data can be used for products early in development. Specifically from the regulatory standpoint, we've already talked about how on an occasional basis, FDA will accept historical controls from real-world data sources, and this tends to be in instances in which it's either infeasible and or unethical to create a control group for a particular trial. Rare diseases is the most common example used there. Beyond that, my work has focused on helping manufacturers understand the competitive landscape in which they are going to enter as relates to using real-world data to understand things like treatment patterns and drug adherence for products currently on the market that they may be competitors with as their clinical development progresses. And so, the questions that come that arise relate to, is there an efficacy effectiveness gap? Are there differences between how products perform in clinical trials versus how they perform in actual clinical practice? And that's a phenomenon that has to be taken seriously. We need to measure that, we need to assess that, and it can be used to inform the next wave of clinical trials for competing products that are coming down the pipeline. Also, there's, with the size and vast volumes of data and the greater numbers of patients that we're seeing receive products, once they're out on the market, there's greater potential for doing patient segmentation and assessment of heterogeneity of treatment effects. So we might find that there are particular patient populations that aren't benefiting from a product, even though they might have been represented in the trial population, but are being washed out by the average treatment effects being reported in the clinical trials. We have the capacity, we have enough cell size across a range of patient strata in order to be able to look at differential benefits and harms of different drugs when used in clinical practice. And we use that as a basis for assessing whether or not there is additional unmet medical need. In addition, there's been a lot of discussion, and it seems like a low-hanging fruit area would be for 21st century cures is to potentially use real-world data for label extensions. And so what we've done historically, though, is essentially in the category of hypothesis-generating activities. So there's a whole body of comparative effectiveness research in which we're able to compare products using quasi-experimental design techniques and some of the other statistical advances that have come down the pike to address issues of confounding and bias. And we're able to do product A versus product B comparisons and assess treatment outcomes and costs. Historically, that's been specifically for hypothesis generation activities that could be confirmed in later clinical trials, but potentially in the future, this is an area where FDA might actually evaluate this kind of research for decision-making purposes. And then finally, I come from a CRO, and we frequently use real-world data sources to assess protocol feasibility. And specifically, this relates to when a protocol comes down the pike and we have inclusion-exclusion criteria, we can take those criteria and overlay them onto an existing database to see how stringent certain of the criteria are in terms of filtering away the available patient population. And we could use that to tweak the potential criteria for selection of patients so that we have a feasible protocol to implement in the field. Now, when we start talking about where things are going in the future, there's some reference to this in the white paper that's been cited a couple of times today. And one of the things we're talking about within the City Transformation Initiative for Clinical Trials is to what extent not only the data, but the IT systems that house the data, to what extent can these be used to transform the way in which we are conducting clinical trials? So we can use these data systems to identify patients who might be candidates for inclusion in studies. And this really shifts the trial paradigm on its head, because historically we identify sites and investigators first, and they enroll patients. But now we have the capacity, using the technology, using the data, using our analytic methods, to look for the patients first and then reach out to the physicians. We also have, through those electronic medical record systems, the communication channels in place to then reach out to those providers. And the providers are the only ones who know who the patients are, because all of our analyses are done on encrypted data. So the patient identifiers aren't available to us, but they are available to the providers. So it's a two-step process for that outreach. And then finally, once the data, once the study is underway, we establish some connectivity between the EMRs themselves and the electronic case report forms to try to automate some of the data capture and reduce redundancies in data entry. So I have a little graphic that sort of summarizes that, and I'll just demonstrate that once you have an EMR system, the communication channels can go in the opposite direction. You like that, huh, Mark? I always wanted to amuse Mark. And so you have the capacity to use the provider network that is in place as a consequence of them all being united in their use of the same electronic medical record system. And then you use the communication channels that are established electronically between the EMR provider and those practices, and then have them collected, the patients included. It's everyone in the practice on the one hand, and it's selected based on protocol on another. Provider-induced variability in data collection, big differences. Practice-based customization of data collection, it's encouraged by EMR systems. It's highly discouraged in trials. The evidence project that is ongoing, and so those are my opening comments, and thanks very much.
Thanks very much, David. And next is Mark.
So I'm here today representing the ISPOR task forces that have been reporting it. We'll have two papers out this month online. And just to let you know what ISPOR is, in case you don't know, it was founded in '95 with a mission to promote health economics and outcomes research excellence to improve decision making. And it has grown to become one of the leading global scientific and educational organizations. And as we heard in the last talk, there are many different stakeholders, and ISPOR thinks that all of the groups around the circle need to be part of the solution as we build a learning healthcare system. All right, so the challenge of real-world evidence. There is tons and tons and gigabytes of real-world data. This is a picture of the background radiation in the universe. We think it's reliable even though it wasn't collected in a randomized controlled clinical trial. But how do you know when data is reliable and trustworthy? That's the central question for the FDA. Is it good enough? Is it reliable enough that enables you to make decisions beyond what you've been able to make thus far on safety or for rare diseases? So to make real-world evidence useful, it has to be produced in a quality way. There has to be careful data collection, good analytic methods, transparent study procedures to enable replication, good procedural practices, which I've called study hygiene, and then responsible consumption, which means informed interpretation and fit-for-purpose application. What I'm going to focus on here is the last two sub-bullets under quality production, because I think there has been concerns regarding the replicability of observational studies and whether or not there isn't some data dredging that goes on to cherry-pick good results. So how do you know that hasn't happened? So as I mentioned, this month, coming out in joint publications in Value in Health and Pharmacoepidemiology and Drug Safety, there are two task force reports which were joint task forces between ISPOR and the International Society of Pharmacoepidemiology, ISPE. One about recommendations around good procedural practices to ensure that you think that there is greater trustworthiness around the results that you get from a study, and one focusing on the replicability so that you can say, hey, if I had the same data set, would I get the same result? So I think, I'm not sure, it was a year ago or 2 years ago at one of these Duke Margolis meetings, I put forward the fact that we had good procedural practices in place for RCTs, and they were needed. We wanted to make sure that pre-approval RCTs were pre-registered on a public website, clinicaltrials.gov. We wanted to make sure there was completion of an a priori protocol and data analysis plan, transparent documentation for any changes in study procedures, and an expectation that all RCT results would be made public. There were no well-accepted recommendations for good procedural practices for observational studies or real-world data studies. And we saw this as a gap that it's not the whole solution, but is one step, if they're adopted, that would lead to greater confidence and trustworthiness given to these kinds of studies. Now, a few groups have been talking about this, about pre-registration, but it needs to address not just publication bias, because we know journals like to publish positive results, not negative results, and it has to address data dredging. Can you torture the data till it confesses and tells you something you wanted to say? And then there are other concerns around internal validity, inaccurate recording of health events, opaque reporting. And we believed that following the RCT-like practices is a logical starting point. Now, we're not trying to tell everyone that every observational data analysis that you do needs to follow these rules. So we divided the universe of RWZ studies into two different categories: exploratory studies and hypothesis evaluating treatment effectiveness studies, or HEAT studies. Listen, everybody when they start playing with data, they don't always know what the strength of the data is, what the weaknesses of the data, what questions you can ask. You explore the data and you generate hypotheses. Nothing wrong with that. But those are not the studies we're talking about. If, on the other hand, you want to do an observational study that you think should inform decision-making by any healthcare provider, then you should be having a priori hypothesis and an established protocol, because you're going to evaluate the presence or absence of a pre-specified treatment effect and or its magnitude. And then if you did that, and you said you were going to do this in advance, then I think that you should have greater confidence that those results are not the results of random findings, but actually represent as good as we're going to get. And if you don't rely upon a single study, but say, let's now see that in multiple studies, you know what? That's kind of what a learning healthcare system is going to be. So we're going to focus on the HEAT studies. And here were the recommendations. That HEAT studies should be pre-registered. The study protocol and analysis plan should be on a public registration site prior to conducting study analyses. The publishing of the study results with attestation to conformance and or deviation from the original analysis plan. Everybody modifies their analysis plan to some extent, even in clinical trials as they go through. You should be very explicit about what you did, why you did it, and what you found. There should be the opportunity to replicate findings. Many of these data sets are commercially available. So if you're transparent enough about how you did the study, other people should be able to go in and get the same result. If you do an exploratory analysis off of a data set, you shouldn't use that data set to then go do a confirmatory analysis. Why? Because you may just be showing what you found in your exploratory data set is not generalizable beyond that data set. So it should be done in a different population when feasible. Now, sometimes it's not feasible. If you do a study off of the Sentinel data set, you can be hard-pressed to find a data set as large and rich, Plattish, as that. Hi, Rich. I think the authors should work to address methodologic criticisms. This is an evolving area. The methodology is rapidly evolving, and there are still questions about, is the methodology always good enough with a particular analysis? I think a robust public discussion about what are the pros and cons need to happen. And then including key stakeholders, not the least patients, but caregivers, clinicians, administrators, HTA payers, manufacturers. It should be relevant information to everyone who wants to see a learning healthcare system. The ISPE-led report focused on enhancing reporting guidelines to identify the minimum set of items necessary to report in detail to achieve a fully reproducible evidence from large healthcare database cohort studies. I think we've been pushing in this direction for a while, but I think this report goes into much greater detail than has gone into before. I'm not going to go into great detail about this, but suffice it to say there are specific decisions around analytic data extraction from raw longitudinal data with a focus on temporal anchors, the minimum reporting of independent investigators to be able to reproduce the data cohort study, starting from an analytic data extraction from a longitudinal raw data set, and the reporting on the analytic cohort before and after adjustment. There are many things in this report. It builds on some of the work from Record and others, and many good recommendations that have come out from various groups around the country and the world. So closing thoughts, I think as a first step, enhancing the trustworthiness of real-world evidence requires us to have good operational procedures to make us believe that this wasn't the result of data dredging, and that people know explicitly what you did, and actually they can go out and reproduce what you did. I think these are good basic steps. It will not take place without a variety of stakeholders, including journal editors, regulatory authorities, providers, payers, and HTA authorities, putting the right incentives in place. But as we heard before, and I don't think it's only about money incentives. Yes, money talks, nobody walks. Mm-hmm. But there are many kinds of incentives that can be good. The HITECH Act, look how it's changed the number of EHRs that are being used in this country in such a short period of time. With the right incentives, you can move people's behavior. We have an upcoming meeting that's going to be on October 20th here in Washington at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, which will be jointly hosted by ISPOR and ISPE, in which we're going to present in complete detail the findings of these two task force reports and begin to start a dialogue with various stakeholders about how we can get the enterprise of real-world data analysis to resemble more what has been done for clinical trials. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeff?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation to come spend some time with you. And I guess by way of disclosure, if not apology, I'm a rheumatologist. So most of the use cases I'm going to describe are out of my field that I have personal experience with. But the principles are generalizable. I was asked to take some of the concepts that we've been speaking about throughout the morning and bring a few of them to life. And sometimes when these topics come up in conversations, they seem very futuristic and, it all sounds great, but who's actually doing this and what are the regulatory implications of doing this type of work? And, do you have real use cases or is this still all in a theoretical framework? So I've taken 4 different domains as described on this outline to just bring you a few examples: pre-licensure or an expansion of an indication, pragmatic clinical trials, and a few other topics. So I study mainly rheumatoid arthritis, or RA, and psoriatic arthritis, and conditions that are fairly uncommon, that have a population prevalence of roughly 1%. So if you want to study safety and comparative effectiveness in an uncommon disease with rare outcomes, you better have big data sources, and you're not going to get safety out of clinical trials. And so real-world data is particularly helpful to understand the safety profile, especially when there is very limited information on the background rates of some of the therapies that we use in medicine. I've given 2 examples here. One of them was a new first-in-class biologic that targets the interleukin-6 receptor inhibitor. We'd never used this molecule anywhere in medicine before. The first use was in RA, and some of the safety concerns related to liver issues or liver enzyme abnormalities and hyperlipidemia and post-marketing safety commitments were being discussed, and real-world evidence, including claims data, was used to inform what a 5-year safety steering committee was going to look at and the study design that would have regulatory implications. Maybe even more on point, a different molecule that's a targeted therapy that affects the Janus kinase pathway, currently approved in RA, was seeking a label expansion for a different disease, psoriatic arthritis. And while the safety profile concerns were somewhat known, there wasn't a lot of information about the background rates of those events in a different disease. And so real-world evidence, including health plan claims data, was presented as part of the FDA package that was submitted in the dossier for a label expansion. That was presented a month ago to the FDA and the Arthritis Advisory Committee as part of the background to inform and contextualize the safety for the label expansion for a new disease for a drug that was on the market but approved for a different condition. And I've given the references for that. In terms of the conduct of trials, so we at UAB and about 20 to 30 other sites are working on a large pragmatic trial. This is intended to evaluate the safety and effectiveness of the live zoster vaccine among people aged 50 and over on TNF therapy. This, frankly, from a clinician's perspective, would be a no-fly zone because this is a live virus vaccine. And the reason we don't use this much in rheumatology for people on immunosuppressive or modulator drugs is the safety concern. If you're going to have something bad happen with a live virus vaccine in an immunosuppressed population, it's going to happen pretty quickly, like in the first 4 to 6 weeks. So it's a very simple trial. If you're over age 50 and on one of 5 anti-TNF drugs, pretty much you'll qualify, and the safety concern is going to manifest in the first 4 to 6 weeks. So that's the pragmatic bit. From the site's perspective, each patient is done at 6 weeks. But one key question that is of great importance is how long does this vaccine's protection last? And so we have follow-up with a linkage to claims and EHR data for people as part of the consent form so that you don't have to keep people in this study to figure out, hey, what's the rate of shingles, what's the rate of post-herpetic neuralgia? And this pragmatic trial is under an IND from FDA with the understanding that it would result in a label change if the data that accumulates is as hypothesized. And so this would be part of that regulatory submission, and the FDA accepted this study design. We're using an electronic consent system to help with screening and make that efficient and to randomize people in real time. And the part that I wanted to just spend a minute on is that this electronic consent includes an authorization both to obtain medical records centrally, sites don't have to do that, and to link to external data sources that might include health plan claims and EHR data like that from PCORnet. As part of the trial's feasibility, we did basically what David described just a few minutes ago. Do you have enough people in the country that might do this? And so we used Medicare claims data, and Medicare data, like everybody's health plan data, knows who the doctors are and how they practice, because that's how they bill. So we found eligible patients on therapies of interest, grouped them into their treating physician, grouped the treating physicians into their practice, and then we said, well, which doctors have signed a 1572 form and do research, and then group that by the largest to the smallest offices. And that's what this picture shows. The x-axis is the number of doctors' offices that do clinical research that have signed a 1572 form that you would need to screen the y-axis, which is the number of eligible patients for the trial. And so depending upon what estimations that you make regarding how many people will say yes, 25, 33, 50%, etc., that tells you how many sites you need. So we actually figured out both how many sites we need, but then because you know who the doctors are, we actually then can go to those sites and say, hey, do you want to be in the study? At the individual sites now, we are then using this same kind of approach to essentially pre-identify people. And so rather than the doctor referring the patient to the study coordinator, where he or she thinks about it one patient at a time, that doesn't work very well, the study coordinator can tell the doctor, hey, I've searched our data using tools like I2B2 or Shrine. I already know who the people eligible are, and then the doctor is informed by the study coordinator, this patient will likely qualify. So that really helps with screening. Electronic consent standardizes what the trial is about. There's a cute little 6-minute cartoon. It's delivered the same way to every patient, not with the vagaries of what a study coordinator or even what the PIs would tell the patient. And then we have a knowledge review, which is really a quiz, but it sounds friendlier as a knowledge review. Do you get it as a patient? And if not, then we bring them back to the consent. This is all on the tablet. This is not taking the study coordinator's time to remediate that, because we really want to get it. And there's no paper data. There's nothing to have to upload, via a paper case report form into an electronic data system. It's all on an iPad tablet. And that same tablet is used with its camera so that if somebody manifests a rash that might be clinical shingles, that's part of the study data that then gets sent to an adjudication committee to decide, hey, is this shingles or not? And so electronic and digital images are part of the study repository. As part of the consent, there's a HIPAA authorization and an electronic medical record release form, and so that's where we, the Central Studies Coordinating Center, can go get the medical records. We don't bother sites to do that because we want to make it really easy for the sites. There are other examples, and I have a reference at the bottom for a different study we were involved in. This was a 5-year head-to-head study of a new biologic versus a TNF therapy, and it had a cardiovascular safety outcome. And part of it there was intended really to inform the safety. That's really the bulk of why it was done. But patients might not keep coming back, and people switch therapies. And so they were asked to sign a consent that allowed the pharmaceutical company, as well as the clinical research organization, to have the identifiable information to go get the medical records. And I remember when my study coordinator saw this, she called me and said, Dr. Curtis, we're releasing to a drug company patients' personal information. A, they'll never agree, and B, isn't this an awful thing? And I had to explain to her, look, you're looking for heart attack, and if you have a 3% loss to follow-up each year, that's probably going to exceed the event rate, and we can't have that. That compromises, the whole point of this 5-year, 3,000-person-plus study, and that's why it's so important. And, it takes a bit of extra time, but this is a nice example where this same approach is being used as part of the post-licensure safety commitment. As part of this same notion of making it efficient to do safety follow-up, Sentinel, of course, is very effective to find a number of different adverse medical events. There's algorithms and claims and EHR data. We're all familiar with these sorts of things. But you can use the same approach not just to find outcomes using data, claims, or EHR by themselves, where maybe you want to maximize specificity, but rather just for case finding. Have an algorithm that dials up the sensitivity, finds the universe of every possible adverse event out there that you're looking for, But then because they signed this electronic medical record release form at the baseline visit, now you can go get all the medical records, you can centrally adjudicate them as we normally would do, and that's how we're working it in this pragmatic trial. And nobody has to come back for safety visits year after year just to ask questions like, are you still alive? Have you had a heart attack? Have you developed cancer? Because you can find those things in real-world data, and that helps minimize loss to follow-up because patients don't have to keep coming back year after year for safety follow-up. IRBs are okay with this, and we and probably many in the room have done a number of linkages with real-world data. Example language, if you're going to collect Social Security numbers, from one of the studies we did where we linked claims data to a large registry, is shown as described. You don't have to have Social Security numbers. People are very skittish about that for reasons we all know. Methods to use multiple non-unique identifiers, sex, date of birth, work quite well. You can use an honest broker if you need to. You can use hashing algorithms and fancy computer algorithms to do this, and that works fine. The last example in the last minute or so is the post-marketing safety commitments, that if you really need to study something rare, and this is an example from osteoporosis, where a first-in-class biologic drug, denosumab, or when we use it for osteoporosis, it's called Prolia. One of the things that was of interest is to study osteonecrosis of the jaw. The event rate for that is less than 1 out of 1,000 people. Claims algorithms by themselves do not work particularly well. So we at UAB contributed Medicare data, Optum contributed United Healthcare data, and then there's a European data source. And those 3 data sources that have some targeted medical record retrieval and case adjudication, that forms the major bulk of the safety commitment that the agency accepted as part of studying the long-term safety of this first-in-class biologic therapy. And so this is perhaps among the better examples I'm aware of where this kind of data source, this is claims plus a little bit of targeted medical record review, helped inform some of the regulatory implications about the safety of this biologic product. So with that, I'll turn things over to Adrian.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, so I'm actually going to summarize with really 3 stories here. So I think one of the themes that you've heard on this panel as well as earlier is that the real-world evidence is about the totality of data. It's not a single study or a single trial or a single observational study. Really what we're talking about is creating a living textbook about a medical product and or patients that have experiences with that medical product, whether it's in formal research or whether it's in experiences in the real world. And if you consider an example, and I'll use my mother as an example, she has premature coronary disease. She is very interested in improving the health of people like her with coronary artery disease. However, clinical trials is not a convenience for her life. She cares for 4 grandkids and does an excellent job for us, and she loves doing that every day. Now, can you imagine her coming in every week or every other week for a clinic visit where she has to park, where she has to find her way to a site study clinic that's usually in a back corner, and then wait and wait and wait to donate blood to answer a series of questions? That's unrealistic. And that's what you hear all the time, that people are highly interested in being part of research, but when it comes down to actual participation, it's very much the opposite. Now, if you offer a clinical trial, and I'll use Adaptable that we're doing with Becornet, testing 2 doses of aspirin, where it's actually at the convenience of a participant doing the trial, where someone is being electronically identified, electronically contacted, consented, randomized, and follow up, you can have a very simple system where more people can engage and participate in research. Now, it is important to have the full context of what's the benefits or risk. In the case of Adaptable, we're focused really on the benefits of potentially less MIs or less death, or the risk of bleeding. And so it's that benefit-risk ratio that you really have to understand across the context of different people. Now, often in real-world evidence, we're talking only on the focus of the benefit. And so most of the time, we actually need to understand that risk-benefit ratio. But we don't necessarily need to think about it where we're as worried about the unknown unknowns. And so as we develop study designs with whether it's NIH or other sponsors, people are very interested in doing trials that are simple, pragmatic, and we can easily define the types of endpoints that are patient-centered, that are convenient to collect, that are able to be collected in the healthcare system, such as what Jeff was describing, or with claims. But where people have problems is starting to think about the so-called unknown unknowns. So are there safety concerns that people have that so-called haven't been discovered yet, even though there's already been a wealth of evidence that's been developed around a medical product? So in the case of aspirin, well, actually, there's been over 100 years of evidence around the safety of that. So we actually know what we need to focus on. Now, if you start thinking about that context of benefits or risk, then think about other case examples. And I'll use heart failure as another example. So traditionally, and for good reasons, the focus of drug development has been to improve the longevity of life, as well as to prevent major complications such as worsening heart failure. However, patients also care about how they do every day. Can they walk more? Can they do more activities? Can they have a better quality of life? And so if you think about that as an example where a medical product gets on the market for heart failure and having cardiovascular benefits in terms of reduced death or hospitalizations, but still the interest from patients is actually, can I walk longer? Can I do more? Can I spend time with my grandkids? That becomes harder to do if you start thinking about what would it take to do another randomized trial to extend the understanding within the context of heart failure, such as using devices that actually measure accelerometer data, to actually learn about someone's experience every day, every week, as opposed to a 6-minute walk, which you'd have to come into clinic to do in most cases. Or learn how their symptoms are doing every day and the trajectory of that. And so in that context, you could easily do a pragmatic trial having things that are collected at the convenience of a patient, but then what gets people worried about is the so-called unknown unknowns in terms of, well, how would we collect this type of SAE and report it in this fashion, et cetera. And so that's one of the challenges. Now think about another case, diabetes. In 2009, there was guidance that was released to actually really try to address the question that had come up as a concern where medical products for diabetes were focused on lowering hemoglobin A1C, but there had been concerns about cardiovascular safety. There were a series of trials that were actually done in that context, and then now actually what we're seeing is actually trials showing real benefits in terms of hard outcomes. Now you start seeing that scenario and start thinking about, well, where do the benefits really extend to? Many of those trials were narrow populations, but then there's also populations that are related to patients with diabetes, so those who are at risk of diabetes, or another example is patients who have heart failure who could potentially benefit from a specific medical product that showed that benefit in a trial. Now, to actually answer that question, if you were required to do the same size trial that got the medical product to market and cost hundreds of millions of dollars, that would be a real challenge here. You actually have potentially a great profile in terms of the safety in terms of the real world. You also have a great profile in terms of what it does in its initial indication as well as cardiovascular safety. And so really trying to understand what's the benefit to risk in patients who have related conditions, heart failure or chronic kidney disease are two examples there. And then if you start thinking about pulling all this together in terms of totality of data, Sentinel is a great example where it's constantly evaluating safety of medical products as it enters the real world. And so if you're doing a focused clinical trial, an expanded population, understanding benefit and risk for a condition that's related, and you also have a parallel system that's evaluating safety, putting that together as a total package for real-world evidence can really be very powerful. And so we are really doing a living, having a learning healthcare system and creating a living textbook that people are making decisions, patients, clinicians, health systems, and regulators.
Great, thanks. And I want to thank all of you for what I hope has come out from these presentations is a couple of things, at least. One is the wide range of potential real-world evidence, use cases, or applications relevant to regulatory decision-making. So we've seen a spectrum here in the examples that and the concepts that the different panelists discussed and presented. And I think the second thing is that this is all happening now across this whole spectrum. Now, I'm going to get to a question to a follow-up question to each of you in a minute. It's going to be about a practical next step that FDA and those working with FDA on real-world evidence can take to advance the kinds of use cases that you've described. But I just want to frame briefly and connect this back to the framework that we described in the background paper, which we are trying to build on with FDA and all of you. There is a spectrum of uses described here, ranging from pre-market studies of new medical products, where you heard from Citi, from Verve, I think, to some extent too, about this notion of going from sites to patients to sites, sort of flipping the trial design to make it more about trials that can be conducted in real-world care delivery settings, and that fits with what you all heard in the first panel about this notion of trying to embed research and learning into the healthcare system. It requires this kind of flipping, and that is happening now through the kinds of pragmatic clinical trials described here. Sean Tunis and others in this room have worked on a range of others. So this is happening now with randomization, but done in a real-world setting. So that is real-world evidence. We've also heard it at the other extreme of observational post-market study commitments to address safety questions, learn more, addressing the unknown unknowns, or getting a better idea, making the unknowns about the knowns more precisely understood. Some of that can involve, and often does involve, non-randomized observational studies. And what I think Mark covered was kind of a spectrum between there. I think a lot of the ISPE principles could be applied, and I think you had in mind thinking about how to do non-randomized real-world studies effectively, maybe going beyond just post-market surveillance applications to other kinds of label extension or modification studies, and a set of principles and ideas that a set of principles and approaches for good study hygiene. If the kinds of principles and ideas that are behind all of the applications that you're hearing about here could be better understood, could kick the tires on, could be a clearer part of guidance on developing real-world evidence for regulatory uses, you can imagine a potential path to transforming how we're collecting evidence, and with a lot of benefits in the process. So we seem to already be on this journey across this spectrum. What's the next step based on each of your experiences that we could take to accelerate progress somewhere in this broad range of use cases, in this potentially broad range of going from between prospective and other good observational practices all the way to some version of randomization?
Yeah, I'll get us going. I think that we have the technology, we have the data, we have the knowledge to bring it all together to inform decision making. I think what we need from the FDA side is some structure and some guidance on what kinds of information is going to be acceptable. And to me, the blending of traditional RCT data on the one hand and observational data on the other, in the middle there is the pragmatic clinical trial. And when you think about the changes in the regulatory guidance in Europe, where they've invented a new concept called the low intervention clinical trial, when you look at that and some of the aspects of it, it's kind of a euphemism for the pragmatic clinical trials for products on the market, used in terms of typical clinical practice. And there are differential kinds of regulatory requirements associated with that. Currently, though, in the United States, we don't have anything akin to that. And I think some guidance along those lines will enable us to take that step towards greater use of the pragmatic clinical trial design as an approach for real-world evidence generation and use for regulatory decision-making. And I would argue that that's going to be the kind of real-world data that will have the greatest level of rigor and comfort level for all concerned, because it still retains randomization. You know, no matter what kinds of methods you throw at the observational data, you're never going to get rid of all the uncertainties associated with confounding and bias. But if you have randomization in place, you know, miraculously, it seems to work. So I would like to see us move towards greater use of the pragmatic clinical trial design in the future.
Mark?
Well, you know, if we're going to have a learning healthcare system, then it can't just use the data that's thrown off by the healthcare system just to assess safety. And we're very comfortable with that. Pharmacoepidemiology has established good practices about how you do signal identification, signal verification, you know, that sort of thing. On the effectiveness side, though, there's been a lot of concerns, some of which has to do with the fact that the event size, the effect size tends to be relatively small. Having said that, this data will be used by many, many different stakeholders across the healthcare system. And the question is, can we make it more credible to a wider variety of decision makers? And I think that just as there were concerns 10 years or so, or whatever it was ago, regarding the randomized clinical trial engine, and it led to the International Consortium of Medical Journal Editors to require pre-registration on clinicaltrials.gov if they wanted to be published, and that the FDA, if you want to be considered for it, pre-register it. I think that the community that's using the same techniques that have been used for 30, 40, 50 years for health services research and pharmacoepidemiology, but are now applying it to understand what are the benefits and who benefits the most. I think we can move substantially in that direction if the consumers of those, potential consumers of that information, be it journal editors or the FDA or payers or HTA authorities, require pre-registration. And it's not an absolute guarantee. At the end of the day, if people want to do fraud, they can do fraud. And fraud still happens today in all aspects of scientific endeavor. John Ioannidis talks about this quite well. But I think that most people are of goodwill and good spirit. And I think that if you say that the standard would be that, you know what, explore the data, but if you want to make recommendations that you think are worthy to change healthcare decision makers' ideas, then you should follow some good procedural practices. And I think if we did that, over time, it will transform the entire culture of health services research and outcomes research.
Jeff?
From my perspective, I think that the FDA has been open, but it would be exceedingly helpful for an even greater openness as well as an impetus, if not a mandate, to go expand the kind of trial endpoints that are going to be much more informative to patients. You know, your mother wants to spend time with the grandkids. How do you measure that? Could that be a trial endpoint? She doesn't care what her ejection fraction is, I suspect. And, you know, event rates for heart failure, hospitalization, or mortality, that's rather crude, and that's not really what she cares about. So I fear we are doing trials that don't really matter to patients by and large. But when those kinds of outcomes, and assuming you can quantitate them through the NIH PROMIS system or other types of things like that, you know, when that gets discussed or vetted as the trial's outcome, I often hear, well, the FDA doesn't accept that. They'll accept the SF-36, and to my knowledge, at least in my circle of influence, there are exactly 0 clinicians who routinely measure the SF-36 at routine care visits. So you can get a label claim for patient-reported outcome improvement using a measure that nobody really even knows what it means, and nobody uses it in the real world. So to me, I think that's really where we need to push the envelope. We need the informatics systems to know where to stick that kind of data using controlled terminologies or ontologies, and not to have everybody do their own thing. We need an expansion of LOINC or something like that to know how to handle that kind of data, and PCORNet has made some inroads in that regard. But to me, that will help us do trials that actually matter to patients in a way that the data can be more interoperable.
So I can see really three things. One is predictable pathways. So I think what we often hear is that there's strong interest, the data is there. In many situations, randomization is very important and could be done. But what happens is concerns about unpredictability in terms of evaluating benefit to risk, and so therefore it causes a lot of extra measurement of information that's hardly ever used. So an example is a clinical study report may be this thick, the top line results, or it can be done in a couple pages at most. And that's what people make really their decisions. So predictable pathways. The second thing, and it's tying off the city recommendations, is right now there's a lot of interest in how can you convert the real world to the FDA world. So the example is electronic health records. That doesn't operate with CDISC. Clinicians don't operate in that way either. So how do we actually take advantage of what that is in terms of the real world, as opposed to trying to get everything converted to something that is a standard that's not necessarily part of clinical practice? And then the third thing comes out of actually taking advantage of the life cycle of a medical product. What would, as you get further along in terms of the life cycle of the product, the incremental information that would be gained for doing the same study again, say, for safety a component, is going to be really less. I mean, it's going to have a hard challenge in terms of saying we're going to find something else, especially in a setting where we're having other evaluations that are ongoing, such as with Sentinel.
Great. Thank you for the comments. Now, we have time for a couple of questions. This was a kind of a methods-heavy session, given the range of uses and potential best practices and next steps. We have time for a couple of questions and comments on these topics. Bob. Yeah.
Why am I surprised?
This has been very interesting. Some of the kinds of uses people want to put are conceptually easier. So I grant that the data you get from an electronic health record isn't the same as what you get from a clinical study report, but in a randomized trial, I'm convinced that a lot of those conceivably could be credible. Survival obviously would be, but so would some others, whether you had a heart attack or not like that. I think that's not so hard. The hard part, I think, is when epidemiologic data is going to be acceptably reliable or credible without randomization for an actual claim. That's the hard part. And I guess I haven't heard so much about how to do that. One thing for me is at least do it twice in two different settings. That was said before by Mark, I guess. But also the other thing is to take some completed conventional trials that have been done and see if you can replicate the result in the real world setting using epidemiologic findings without knowing too much about how they did the other trial. You know, it has to be sort of blinded. And see if you get the same answer. We don't even really know that. But that's something one could start to do. Every time there's a big post-marketing study of an antiplatelet drug, do the same thing in your environment. See if you get the same answer.
Bob,
Mark,
I disagree with you. There is a lot of evidence to suggest that results from RCTs and results from observational studies actually match up more than they disagree. There are very well-known cases
well,
where they don't.
I've seen the Ioannidis things.
There are very well-known cases. Having said that, I think the issue is about the corpus of evidence. You never rely on one clinical trial. You should never rely on one observational trial. If you have 4 different observational trials done in 4 different populations using somewhat different methods, and they all directionally say this is true, I got to tell you, that's as good as evidence-based medicine is going to get.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe unless there's some inherent bias in it. But you could also do what I said. Do your epidemiologic studies where you actually have a study showing you the answer. See if you get it.
All right, well, we may not fully resolve this. It does seem like there is some agreement, though, on sort of best practices, good hygiene around how to do the observational studies, prospectivity, transparency, and methods and all. So there were a couple of questions maybe over, okay, right here, and then Sean, and then I think we're going to be out of time.
I just want to pick up on Bob Temple's comment. I'm Bill Crown, Chief Scientific Officer of Optum Labs, and we're actually trying to get a project going in collaboration with MRCT and also working with Duke Margolis on this to replicate a whole series of clinical trials, the inclusion-exclusion criteria of the trials, seeing if we can estimate the same average treatment effects, and then open up the aperture and see who was actually treated and look at treatment heterogeneity and under what conditions can you replicate and under what conditions can you not. Really would be very interested in anyone in the room or an extended group that's on the phone to get in touch with us if they're interested in learning more about this and participating.
Great, thanks very much, Bill. Sean? And then I think that's probably going to be, Sean, you're probably our last question for this session, or comment.
Sean Tunis from the Center for Medical Technology Policy. Another great panel. Several people on this panel and the earlier one referred to the importance of outcomes that are meaningful to patients being increasingly emphasized by PCORI, patient-focused drug development everywhere. The recognition is that looking at benefits and risks of therapies is going to be much improved by focusing more on gathering that sort of either patient-reported data or other measures that the patients say are meaningful impacts on life. Probably people are familiar. There's various groups out there like the COMET Initiative and ICHOM that are trying to develop these kind of harmonized, patient outcome sets. And I'm just wondering if anyone can sort of make the link of how can we look towards enriching the quality of real-world evidence or evidence generated through clinical care, where we might actually have some meaningful and consistent, outcomes that are meaningful to patients, and not be limited to sort of what's easy to collect, but what actually is meaningful.
Well, that's come up on both panels as a real reason to pursue some of these R2B efforts. Any quick comments? I see head nodding.
Well, I'll just say incentives matter. So if let's just say if you put that as part of our U.S. News rankings for hospitals and health systems, I know we at Duke would really pay attention to it. So, and I think that's the case for almost every health system. So, how do you actually change incentive structure?
So I would just comment. Cleveland Clinic instituted years ago in their rehab area, collecting a patient-reported outcomes questionnaire. And it was well taken up because it actually helped the doctors take care of the patients. So if you do something that helps a doctor do his job, or any healthcare practitioner do their job better, there's incentive for them to do it. When you tell people to do things and they don't see how it's going to do it, then you end up with what happens when you just layer an electronic medical record on a system and you don't reorganize how you do medical care. You end up with other errors because people are just trying to get through the EHR. So I think there is fatigue among practicing physicians about entering all the data in EHRs. There's fatigue among physicians about all the reminders and pop-ups that they get to tell them to do things. I had a doctor a couple of years ago who I went in to see. It's not my doctor anymore. He'd ask me a question, and then a minute and a half would go by, then he would talk to me again. We have to re-engineer how healthcare is delivered. The EHRs of today are an enormous step forward, but they are not the final place where we need to be. Some clinics have gone to the fact that they have someone who just records the data and the doctor doesn't have to sit there and record the data into the EHR. I don't know if that's economically feasible or whatever, but, and maybe technology will improve that our AI will listen to the conversation and automatically, you know, put things into a record. But asking for perfect information now or near perfect information now will cause as much problems as it's going to solve in the next 5 years.
Right. You had last comment, David?
I just had one final comment on this discrepancy between clinical trial data on the one hand and real-world data on the other. I would argue that we'll know we have made tremendous progress when we stop asking why the real-world data don't reflect the clinical trials, and we start asking why the clinical trial data do not reflect the real-world data.
It's back to that flip the trial concept. All right, I want to thank our panel for a great discussion. Thank you all very much. Now, we are going to adjourn for an hour, so we'll be starting up again at 1:20. If you have any questions about restaurants, food in the area, please ask at our reception desk.
Not the Midwest. Yes. So I worked at Concord. Oh, okay, great. So I'm the co-PI of the PPRN, Arthritis Power, and have a demonstration project that's bringing together 3 CDRNs data and 5 PPRNs data, and it's a little bit like herding butterflies. But it's going, and I mean the demonstration projects. Yeah, I mean it's intended to use the infrastructure for something useful and important. So it's going well, but you know, finding all the hiccups and speed bumps along the way that I think all the demo projects expected to uncover and unearth was in large part what the point was. So yeah, good. So what's your role with Precori? I'm the director. Okay. I mean, I see your name. Okay. It seems to me I see your name on people's applications. Yeah, no, we've done a number of things, some successful, some not as successful, but yeah,
there is no one perfect data source. So consent people that you can follow them wherever it is that they are and whatever data system that they may be found in over time. So if they'll keep coming back once or twice a year for study visits, fine. If you can link them to commercial claims, you know, there's 3 or 4 big players that are going to have a lot of your data. You could pick your trial sites based on, you know, where those sites have lots of representation. And in fact, we looked at that for the zoster vaccine study. You know, we're going to go pick our trial sites because we know there's a high penetration of company X and that we can keep following people. But it's really with the premise that there's never going to be one perfect data source, but if you can bridge across them because people gave you some identifiers and consent at time 0, you had 1 or at most 2 clinical visits, got their permission to follow them over time in whatever data source you have access to me, that's the way to go, because then you don't have to choose this data source and, you know, then they change jobs and change insurance and we lose them, but you can really follow them in a much more continual and longitudinal way. But it's really helped by consent and some identifiers at the outset. Yeah. Nice to see you.
Miller,
yes.
working together.
Yeah, sure.
I'd love to, I'm not going to take it because we're probably doing it by team, but learning more about that.
Michael Cipriano with Pink.
Oh, hi.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Still good to talk at 2:30?
Yes. So do you want to just hop out to where the waters are?
Yeah,
stuff
that
like
works
that?
for me.
All right.
All right.
Good.
Great. I'll catch me then.
Okay, thanks. So we should talk more about, like, you know, things are changing. We have a new group now. Organized events.
And, you know, there's a new vaccine that'll be on the market in a number of months. And so we would love to sort of have Florida head
All right, I'd like to ask everyone to head for their seats. We're going to try to start again in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all back to this afternoon session of our real-world evidence event today. For those of you who are joining online, just a reminder that if you have any questions or comments along the way, you can send them to us at margolis.rwe@duke.edu. That's margolis.rwe@duke.edu, and we'll get those questions or comments into the discussion if we can. And I hope many of you are following along on Twitter. There's been some good discussion. I just used the @DukeMargolis handle and hashtag RWE. So for our session this afternoon, we've already talked this morning about many of the challenges and issues in developing real-world data and applying it in fit for purpose uses for real-world evidence development. And as you heard, real-world evidence is already in development and use, including in some issues related to regulatory applications. What we want to really focus on in this session is some of the industry perspectives, some of those perspectives from the companies, the organizations that are actually developing, involved in the development of real-world evidence, and in a position to where could actually be submitting such evidence for label modifications, for post-market safety information, some of the topics that have come up earlier, even potentially for practical clinical trials or other types of real-world evidence in the pre-market settings. So we want to hear about how that experience is going with an eye towards some of the scientific or infrastructure or cultural or other barriers or issues that might get in the way of continuing progress on real-world evidence development and use. And we're very pleased to have 4 panelists with us today who have some extensive direct experience related to real-world evidence and related to regulatory applications. Amy Rudolph is the Vice President and Head of U.S. Pharma Health Economics and Outcomes Research and Early Development at Novartis Pharmaceuticals. Jacqueline Law is Vice President and Global Head of Real-World Data Science at Genentech. Samantha Melamed is the Global Product Team Leader at Eli Lilly and Company, and Joanna Waldstreicher, Chief Medical Officer at Johnson & Johnson. So as in our previous panels, we're going to start out with some opening comments from our panelists and have a bit of discussion. This is a panel where we want to make sure, I think we're going to have relatively short comments and want to make sure that we're hearing from you all about issues, concerns, opportunities that you see in these real-world evidence applications for regulatory purposes. So, Amy, please go ahead.
Just to start, thank you so much for the invitation, Mark and colleagues. Good afternoon. I'm Amy Rudolph, as Mark mentioned. We took a little bit different tack. We wanted to have more of a practical discussion. So I don't have the clicker, but maybe if you could jump to the next slide. What we thought might be useful is to share some perspectives on some key tenets to consider as the guidance development is underway. I think we can all agree on these tenets, and they were elegantly captured in the white paper and throughout the discussions today. We talked today a little bit about the environment, the complexity of the environment demanding new evidence. I think we can all get behind that. That really spans the entire data continuum. I think when we think about data collection, we've talked today a little bit about reproducibility of data, talked about some primary and secondary data sources, and the fact that we need to bring together data compendiums. On this, I'll note that we haven't talked a lot, although it was captured in the white paper, and maybe we'll touch on it, is one of the neat things about capturing real-world evidence and using that to complement existing trial data sources is it can be cost savings. A lot of this discussion comes up around pragmatic trials, and certainly when we think about the need for large data compendiums, we don't want to lose the fact that we could save costs, so we want to control the compendium but have a robust compendium for offering data forward. In terms of tenets, again, these are just, it's certainly not an exhaustive list. I think we could all agree to that. But just by way of what kinds of elements might be critical for the guidance to include and likely will, certainly bias management has come up. One thing of note, and it's been touched on today, but just maybe to state it a bit for the record, that I think we all recognize, but again, it's important to state that bias mitigation cannot be absolute. And I would argue, and I think others would as well, that bias mitigation can never be absolute. But I think that's important to keep in mind. We've talked about EHR and some missing data and other challenges. Just we can mitigate the bias, but not completely. I think we need to, if we can, set boundaries for what is good enough. And this, Mark, you talked a little bit about that, but also around what kind of primary versus secondary data sources would be acceptable. And are there boundaries for what's good enough, and what is outside of those boundaries? If we can get some information around that, I think that would help us all try to bring forward the best robust packages that would fit within those boundaries. We talked a lot about database suitability. If we can have some directionality around that, if there are databases or approaches that are just not suitable, again, it's around the boundary question. I think we should state those as clearly as we can. And the last point is around patient-centric data. This was raised. It was touched on previously by David. And the concept of collection of lots of different types of data. Adrienne talked about his mom and her experiences. Sally, great discussion around fatigue. Thought that was a supreme example of the different types of data and the use of sensors. We're becoming more and more intelligent about how to do this in an effective way. But I would argue nationally, we don't know how to handle big data, sensor data. I think, for example, I think the value framework organizations are struggling how to integrate PROs and even sensor data into that framework. I think it also is applicable here. We're all kind of struggling how to do that. But if we want to have an intimate look at the patient's lives, this is one way to do it using different types of data, and we need to be able to fully integrate that. And I captured adherence persistence also, fundamental as well to the patient experience. Turn it over to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks again also, Mark, for the invitation and have the opportunity to share industry perspectives here. Next slide. Yeah, so I just have one slide. So I think there are many factors that are driving the interest and opportunities of using real-world data to really support a broader healthcare decision-making. And so first of all is the improvement in the quality of real-world data, the improvement in the availability, as well as the speed of this data become available. And also I think this morning we heard about maybe the relevance of the data, right? So clinical trial data look at certain endpoints, but in the clinical setting, some endpoints may not be relevant anymore. So I think that's really fundamental in terms of driving this trend forward. But also with the advances in medicines, diagnostics, and technology, in the era that we're developing personalized medicine, precision medicine, the way that we develop drug could need to be very different than the traditional way of drug development. So coupled with the increasing drug development costs and timeline, and also the pricing pressure, I think all these different factors really drive the industry to really think about how to use real-world data to inform decision-making. So we've heard that there are already opportunistic use of real-world data to inform regulatory decision, including the rare disease setting, as well as the post-marketing safety surveillance. But how do we move forward confidently of using real-world data to inform broader healthcare decision-making? So there's some ideas how we can move this from a concept to practice. So first of all, we heard a lot about data standards and how we can you really set the standards of collecting data, what kind of data need to be captured, also the quality assessment and the requirements. To Amy's point, how good is good and what are the boundaries? We are not expecting real-world data to be monitored and maybe not as clean as clinical trial data, but does that matter? Is that going to influence decision-making? And then endpoint definitions definitely is a big topic in real-world data. It's easier said than done in terms of defining the relevant endpoints in the real-world setting. And it requires a lot of collaborations across the industry with FDA and academia to really think about what is really the relevant endpoint when we look at the data from the real world. And then the other thing is how we can protect data and patient privacy. I'm so glad that this morning there are a lot of conversation on the governance. Right? So it's really fundamental for us to protect data and patient privacy. So what are the requirements when we look at real-world data? Is there going to be an informed consent required? What are the HIPAA requirements, et cetera? These are the things that need to be defined and clarified. And then going down the line, when it comes to submission, we are all very familiar with the submission requirements, data package required for clinical trial submission. So in the real-world setting, are we going to think about audit? What is the source data verification requirement? So these are the more practical things that sponsors would need to think through from the very beginning of the clinical development if we go down that path of using real-world data to support regulatory use. And I think one thing that is really fundamental in terms of this industry is we need to change our mindset. Using real-world data to support regulatory use is an innovation. And driving innovation, we need to foster the right environment and culture. So right now, there are a lot of hesitations, even just to think about this path because of the uncertainty and also the potential impact on timeline and the risk that are going to come with using real-world data. So having the opportunity to have early input from FDA, interactions with FDA on the drug development program using real-world data would really help remove some of these uncertainties and engage different stakeholders to have this conversation together. And finally, is to really have the opportunity to have pre-competitive sharing of use cases. Again, we are in this journey of driving an innovation in this industry. So finding ways that we can learn from each other, be it a successful use case or a failed use case, I think we can all learn from how to move this forward.
Thank you.
Good. And I don't have any slides, but just a few things to add on to what my fellow panelists have so eloquently described. Some of the areas that we're really interested in using real-world evidence is certainly on the regulatory side, but then also moving it earlier into the life cycle program of the drug. And when we're making these trade-off decisions between a traditional randomized clinical trial and a pragmatic or observational studies, the more clarity we have in terms of where that will fit in to our submission activities, global registrations, and other clinical development for the compound will really help as we look at developing these compounds. Some of the areas that we're really interested in is around using real-world evidence for dosing, for historical controls, even understanding biomarkers as we're starting to get these high-quality linked data sets where we feel good about the quality of the biomarkers that are there and the level of detail, the laboratories that are performing the analyses. Potentially using it for control arms for rare populations, or in oncology, where I've spent the majority of my career, using that where we have single-arm studies to understand how the drug's performing in a rapidly evolving scientific landscape for post-marketing commitments, and then, of course, for line extensions, which has already been extensively discussed. So as we start to think about the data ecosystem that we would be bringing forward, we're certainly remain committed to randomized clinical trials, but what we're looking forward to is guidance from FDA, and then as this room and people on the web as well evolve the landscape, is the data ecosystem that will exist between observational trials, pragmatic clinical trials, and then, of course, from the randomized clinical trials that have provided the foundation of the majority of work that we've done to bring new medicines forward over the years. A few things I just wanted to bring up in terms of barriers, as I think you alluded to it nicely, is that this is an innovation. And we have generated a group of folks that are used to doing randomized clinical trials. And so as we think about the regulatory science, how do we do the submissions, how do we do audits, I think the people and processes will need to evolve at the same time. And then also, I just want to call out that we do, we believe, have a unique opportunity in oncology. We're certainly interested in real-world evidence across the entire spectrum. But I think in oncology, we have key stakeholder alignment. We have a very engaged community, from the advocacy community to the ASCO and other unifying bodies, from pharma and others. We have some really great examples of high-quality data sets that we can use. And the rapid pace of change in this space, I think we all feel it, whether or not you're in oncology or not, it's unbelievably quick. And so I think we have a really interesting opportunity there to look at pilots and others moving forward. So I think we're excited to get started, and we look forward to the conversation today.
Great. Thanks, Samantha.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. So I think what we saw in the white paper, which was excellent, and also from many of the speakers today, is that rigorous real-world evidence really helps provide insight into questions that are difficult or infeasible or cost prohibitive, and can really help drug development or post-marketing from both an efficacy as well as a safety perspective. I think what we have the opportunity, though, as an industry, to really help contribute to the goal of a learning healthcare system. And I think this is where we focus, and where we want to focus from a public health perspective and set the bar higher for all of us. And I think we would all benefit as a public health system if we do that. And so the themes that I want to talk about were being more transparent with our data, our analyses, our methods, and our results, and really trying to think about the learning healthcare system. So I was given the assignment, I was volunteered to talk about safety today, but I don't want to let the opportunity go by without mentioning a couple of points about effectiveness. I think you can't say enough about the potential for predictive modeling. It's great when we can use real-world evidence and real-world data to understand the generalizable benefit and risks. But really, there's incredible power to come if we can use predictive modeling, both from traditional sources of observational data as well as new sources that we have and that you all know about, patient types of data, people types of data, that we can then put in for predictive modeling, because it's all about, in the learning healthcare system, it's all about maximizing the benefits and minimizing the risks. Right now, it's difficult for us, even if we believe that we have good predictive modeling, it's difficult for us to be able to discuss this, and we'd love to be able to work with regulators to be able to do analyses that meet the rigor that they would agree with, and that we could then talk to healthcare providers and patients to be able to maximize the benefit and minimize the risk. I also don't want to let the opportunity to go by, and this was something that was raised by Laura Esserman. We really believe strongly in platform trials and master protocols. I think the more that we can do to have similar protocols or the same protocols, the same infrastructure, so we're evaluating products on the same basis with the same endpoints and the same rigor, even if products can't be evaluated at the same time, but if they can be put into master protocols or platform trials as they become available, I think we all benefit from a public health by doing that. And of course, it raises the bar for us as an industry, but that's a good thing. It forces us to go higher and better and for more transformational therapies, and I think everyone benefits. So I wanted to talk about safety. And in terms of safety, I think that we could think about a future where we could work together to further understand the safety profile of our products, going even farther. But I want to keep those themes in mind of transparency, inclusiveness, using the best available methodology and analyses. And so, as we all know, the safety profile of our products is driven by clinical trials, of course, especially pre-approval, but of course we have them post-approval, then post-marketing adverse event reporting, or spontaneous reports as we call them, and then if a signal is observed, an observational epidemiology study. And for retrospective observational studies, rather than randomized studies, the white paper says, and Mark Berger stole some of my thunder, so thanks for that, but talked about the importance of pre-specification of the analysis plan, the strength and diversity of the real-world data, and the reproducibility across different databases. And this is something that we could not agree more with. We think that there could and there should be, right now, much more rigor in insisting on pre-specification. And I would go further and say even pre-registration of these types of protocols and analysis plans for observational studies. Protocols for observational studies can be registered on clinicaltrials.gov. We have done that. They can be and they should be registered. And although the system is set up primarily for clinical trials, there's no reason why we, journals, others can't insist that protocols be registered before they're done. There's also a registration site for meta-analysis protocols called Prospero. We also have to be sure of the strength and diversity of the data, and there's no reason why we shouldn't insist on multiple databases and evaluating the reproducibility and the rigor of the data that's generated from real-world evidence studies. I think we could go even a step further. As I said before, the sequence is putting aside clinical trials, of course, which is very robust for safety signal detection. We now live in a world where we have spontaneous, as we all know, underreported adverse events, as well as then looking at observational data. And so I'll start with the observational data, observational studies like Sentinel, which has been incredibly valuable for understanding safety and for public health. And now, as we're moving forward and we're getting more experience with these types of analyses, and we get access to even more databases, not just in the US, but globally, worldwide, and we're sharpening and developing our methodology, might there be an opportunity not only to wait until we see a signal to do an observational study, but to proactively look at observational data for signal detection in addition to spontaneous adverse event reporting? We're looking at methods to do that, to proactively look in observational data. And mind you, when we do that, we see not only our own drug data, our own treatment data, but we see everything, all the different treatments, all of the data. Is there a way in the new world that we're living into to proactively look at those data to generate signals, which could then be confirmed or refuted by doing an epidemiological study such as Sentinel? So, since we're talking about observational data and we're talking about safety, is there an opportunity now, as we're getting better understanding observational data? And I love the discussion from Laura Esserman about seeing and looking for adverse event reporting within their health system. So as we're doing more of that, can we revisit spontaneous adverse event reporting, which we know is severely underreported and not perfect? Of course, adverse event reporting is critical and will continue to be critical for years to come to understand the post-marketing safety of our products. But since we'll see everything in real-world data and we can get better and better over time, what can we do better or differently? And I would throw out, what can we even stop doing? For example, at our company, we literally spend millions of dollars, and I counted we have hundreds of people working on non-serious spontaneous adverse events. Not just reporting them and entering them into a system, but reviewing them and auditing them, reporting them, summarizing them, getting ready for health authority audits. There are hundreds of people looking at that. I just asked my group over the past couple of weeks to look at a few large products, just as an example, and I asked them, were there any label changes based on non-serious adverse events in the past few years? Now, of course, this is not comprehensive, and I'm sure that there are label changes all the time, but in this recent review that they did for me, there were no label changes based on non-serious adverse event reports from spontaneous reports. And so the litmus test that we should take forward is, are we advancing public health by all this enormous effort that we're devoting looking at non-serious adverse events? Something to think about in the future, whether we could look at observational data, health data, data in the University of California system, other ways, patients like me, other ways to look at non-serious adverse events, which would be better from a public health perspective. We could also think about looking at serious and even designated medical events. The adverse event reporting system has played an important role, I would say critical role, in defining the safety profile post-marketing. But could we do even more and even better as the learning healthcare system, in addition to spontaneous reports? Could DMEs be flagged? I know everyone hates flags, but if anything's going to be flagged, could those somehow electronically, all of them,
be captured so that we immediately in real time get access to the broad amount of information surrounding those designated medical events and get better follow-up and more complete reporting of events, and I would say maybe even faster reporting of those designated medical events so we could label them earlier and prevent more harm in the future and be much more efficient and complete, again, taking that public health lens. So just putting it all together, my hope is that we can work together over the coming years to define how we can be more transparent, work together in a more open way. We're getting broader and deeper into real-world data, and as I said, we see it all. As my group looks at the real-world data and looks to understand our product, we see the data with all the products, all of the outcomes. Is there a reason we need to do this separately and in silos? Is there a trusted third party or a public-private partnership we could all work with together to look at all the data together, to generate signals, to understand and evaluate signals, to do this together on behalf of public health? Could we do more predictive modeling to maximize the benefit, minimize the risks, then revisit the data and see if we've had an impact? Have we decreased the adverse events that we're seeing because we've stopped using the drug in certain types of products who have the highest risks? And we see collectively if we're accomplishing our goals as a learning healthcare system. Could we even predefine our protocols, post them, and actually make the source code available publicly? Could we do multiple types of analyses as we do one protocol, do many sensitivity analyses and many different types of analyses, make it all available publicly, and as I said, do it all together to empower the learning healthcare system. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. Clearly, as we've heard earlier today, a lot of potential for better evidence, in some cases new kinds of evidence, or potentially transformative evidence at a lower cost than what's been available with existing systems and even existing uses of real-world evidence to date. But I also heard in the comments some concerns about uncertainty about how to proceed and the risks of incurring additional costs on top of kind of all of the existing regulatory requirements. And I wanted to follow up on that a little bit to try to take us again to some practical steps that will get us to that longer-term vision. And a number of you mentioned areas in which more clarity, more guidance from FDA would be helpful, like around submissions and like around early input. Although Jacqueline Corrigan and Karai mentioned that the FDA wants to hear from you early about real-world uses. So we'll come back to the FDA issues, but I want to start with some of the issues that Joanne and others mentioned around what industry can be doing differently to help, or what industry needs to do differently to help hasten these efforts along. And maybe we could start with whether you all see any cultural or are they more technical barriers to some of the recurrent themes here. Transparency, prospective definitions of protocol, something that's done a lot in the clinical trial context, but maybe not so much here. Reproducibility via data sharing, stuff like that. Those are not the way industry practices work today. What's standing in the way of that, if you all seem to agree that those are important steps for advancing real-world evidence?
Maybe I'll start. I think, and please add perspectives, there is a tremendous amount of rigor that happens, and it's just not made, it's not shared, it's not exposed. What I'll call internal rigor around making sure it's pre-specified, and we all have forums that do this, work in a very collaborative, cross-functional way. What a step forward would be that we invite others in from outside of our bubble, I think, and make it even more transparent. So it's not that these things are not happening, I would offer, in terms of transparency, pre-specification, but it's not happening in a broad way, and it's maybe not happening in a way that is fully collaborative. I don't know if you guys would...
Yeah, I agree very much with you. I think rigor definitely is a key component to really build trust internally and externally. However, right now there's no platform or opportunities for us to broadly share that and how we are thinking about rigor and quality. So I think that would be really one step that we can take forward to share our experience, our methodologies, and bring all this together.
And a lot of that, it can be done pre-competitively, right? Because it's a specific research question around the specific medicine that ends up being the competitive part of it, right? But a lot of the sharing and standardization and all of that can be done in a pre-competitive space.
So let me just add a couple of points. You know, I think we face the same cultural issues. And when I say we, I don't mean just industry. I mean sponsors or people or groups that do clinical trials. It's not just industry. We face that with clinical trial sharing, as was mentioned earlier. And we've found a way, we found a path to overcome that, right? We started working with trusted third parties. We work with Yale and Yoda, and many of the companies work with CSDR, with Wellcome and Duke. And so we found a way to start doing that. It all started with registering clinical trial protocols. And as many of you have seen the publications, that wasn't widely done until it was required by the journals, by the medical journals. As soon as they said the guidelines that they won't publish a study until studies are registered on clinicaltrials.gov, you know, there wasn't that much, and then there was, you know, the hockey stick up. And so, but we found a way to do it. We found a way to post our clinical trials, and we also are now finding a way to share our clinical trial data, getting around issues and working very carefully around consent and privacy, et cetera. So I think that there is a path forward, and we can work, especially, you know, after conferences like this and some of the meetings coming up with IOM. There is a path forward to do that, and we can start. But it doesn't just require us to do it. I think it requires other colleagues in academia and other parties that do observational studies. We have to kind of all be in this together.
Mm-hmm. I think there is a need of this mindset of is not there yet, and we are all learning together. We are sharing experience and methodology, not because, you know, everything has been figured out. The data quality is not all there yet, but we are sharing that so that we can learn together along with the data providers and others on, okay, how should we improve so that we can eventually get there.
Yeah, it sounds like a great time to add to the platforms for supporting this area. I like Joanne's analogy to what's happened with clinical trial transparency and rigor over the years. And to build on this, several of you mentioned this notion of platform. So Joanne talked about it fairly extensively around post-market safety, active surveillance using observational data on pretty much everything, it sounded like from your comments. But Samantha, you mentioned other potential platforms or use cases too. So I wonder if I could push you all on some additional specific examples, maybe more on safety if you want to expand on that, Joanne, or others. But Samantha, maybe we can start with you. You mentioned that oncology might be an area that's sort of primed to do this. Can you say more about what this kind of pre-competitive platform approach would look like? It sounds like it fits a lot with what Laura Esserman was talking about this morning.
Absolutely. I mean, one of there are some advantages in how data is collected at oncology that has helped us move quickly. One of the things that certainly from that we're interested in is the amount of biomarker data collection that's now routinely being done in oncology. And as we think about using real-world evidence, not just to register products on the back end or on the later part of their life cycle, start to understand patient populations that they work better or don't work as well in, and do that based on the high-quality biomarker data that's being collected at the same time. In addition, we're often relying on either making big investment or clinical trial decisions, or even making decisions to go to regulators with single-arm clinical trials where we see big effect sizes relative to what we think of as historical controls, or if we're seeing a biomarker that's in a very rare patient population where traditionally you would be testing 100 patients to find 4. Are these tests routine enough and that we feel confident enough in the quality of them that we can go and find some of those patients and start to see the benefit there? And then not to double click on something I'm a big geek about, but understanding then how that 4% of patients performs relative to historical control when the field's rapidly advancing really matters. So we don't know if we're seeing a big advantage because prognostically they're better, as they often haven't been studied. And there's often ways that we can do this where we pre-specify So I think in oncology, we just have a massive amount of relatively high quality data that we've got some really good curators that are working on. It's not perfect. We share all of the same concerns that were keeping folks up at night in the morning. But I think that there's some real advantages that oncology provides right now.
Some other platform use case opportunities that you all would like to talk about, some other specific opportunities?
Well, I think in situation when we are not able to do a clinical trial, I think then how can we leverage real-world data to identify the patients and maybe also looking at off-label use and seeing where the activity is and treatment benefits are or the medical needs, or use real-world data to create some synthetic control arm to, as a contemporary control, as Samantha mentioned, that the field evolves so quickly. So looking at literature and historical control would not be relevant anymore. So I think these are many uses of real-world data that we can think of in the practical drug development.
Let me extend it to more common situations. Someone this morning mentioned the diabetes medicines, which require now cardiovascular outcome trials. And as I look back several years, I think I can't even count the number of companies that have done their own randomized placebo-controlled cardiovascular outcome trial, which is great, but in the future, might it be also good, or instead, could we work together through a trusted third party that runs the study? So we're looking at multiple products in the same study with the same endpoints and the same rigor, and potentially even looking at combination drugs, right? I mean, if you think about taking any of those drugs that have shown cardiovascular benefit for diabetes, and now doing a combination study to see if the combination is better than each individual alone for cardiovascular outcome trials, you're talking about, I'll be on Medicare. I told someone this morning, I'll be on Medicare by the time that's done, and it'll require, hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, et cetera. And, isn't it best for everyone if drugs are compared in the same trial framework, and we can right off the bat look at them together and also separately?
So what's getting in the way of progress on these kinds of platforms? It sounds like some of this is happening now. You got the ingredients. What would accelerate progress?
If I could add, I was going to add that from a platform perspective, I'm going to take it up a level, and you kind of touched on it. This is actually happening, and there's advisor groups, BCORNet advisor groups, where we're all kind of coming together. I might argue, though, it's still a closed system. Why can't we pull more patients and payers and other individuals within the ecosystem, to borrow your word? Why can't we pull them in together? And that's happening a little bit, but I think we need to do that in a much more concerted way, because I think, to your question specifically, that is what's going to take us to the next level, where you're tackling big healthcare challenges together, pulling folks from the FDA together with the table, with us, with patients, with the payers in the system, so that we can all tackle it together and meet the collective needs of ideally the patient first, but then all the other needs as well.
Other thoughts on acceleration?
I do think regulatory clarity is a huge piece. I mean, I know that's, reading the title of the meeting, it's a little bit like Captain Obvious, but I do think, I think for us, as we make trade-off decisions, and there's a lot of excitement and there's a lot of enthusiasm, and there's a lot of interest in finding what pilots do we invest in, how do we work. I think this is an area that is really neat. I've worked in the biomarker space as well, and I feel like there's a lot of collaborative spirit and a lot of energy, but we're trying to figure out where's the best place to aim it, so that we can bring our medicines forward faster and better. And I think when we start to get some of that regulatory clarity, and even hearing say, hey, here are our ideas, have an FDA say, this is what we're interested in as well. And then having that say, okay, now as we start to register a medicine, this is what we can, how we can make that progress, it will really help.
I did promise we would get to discussion of opportunities for regulatory clarity, and having been on that side at FDA, there are an awful lot of it. I mean, this is complicated stuff,
of course.
Healthcare and medical products. So there are a lot of areas where FDA could provide more guidance or input or feedback. Anything that you would like to particularly highlight? I mean, there's some useful items on Jacqueline on your slide, and that went into the tenets that Amy described. One of the things that you mentioned there that I would like some comments on, but again, feel free to raise others, is this issue of
how much bias is tolerated, or how much data imperfection and consequential result imperfection will be tolerated. That's something that several of you brought up, but I appreciate hearing about that and about any other particular areas where more regulatory guidance or engagement would be helpful.
Yeah, so maybe I can share our experience working with oncology EMR. So obviously the mortality is not regularly captured in the EMR, so we do need to find a way to supplement the EMR data to come up with the mortality outcome. Right, so at the end of the day, do we expect a 100% completeness of the data, or how much missing data can be tolerated? And it really depends on the context. If you are thinking about using that outcome data to support a regulatory decision for a treatment, that depends on the treatment effect. Some treatment, you would be able to tolerate a higher degree of missingness, and if the treatment effect is huge. And this is probably the area that we need to go a bit deeper into the technical side on, okay, what kind of treatment effects are we looking at, in what setting? And so then the data quality depends on the context. And I think this is an area that we would need to collaborate across, because it needs to be a common understanding and agreement on, okay, how do we go about to complete and collect complete data, and also with FDA guidance on that as well, and agreement, because it's very challenging if we do not have clarity or at least an alignment on, okay, how do we approach this problem?
And then what advanced statistical methods are acceptable or reasonable? Or from the statistical, I think there's the data side and the stats side, and they go together about what's allowed, what's okay.
And I'd just add, one of the things I tried to frame up was, I think the idea of reproducibility is key. You brought it up as well. I think, though, we must consider that you're going to need a data compendium, but we don't want to lose sight that one of the really neat things about real-world data and translating to real-world evidence is that we can save cost and time. And we don't want to lose those elements to get the patients who need the therapies quicker. We don't want to lose that in the fact that we're building and building and building a compendium so we have all the right elements to come forward. What is good enough in terms of missing data? And for example, the VA is in a tremendous database. It's outstanding. If you are particularly interested in heart failure, as we are and committed to this space in those patients, you can get echo parameters, extremely deep data. The gender diversity isn't maybe what we would like in that, understandably, in that data set. So we need to look to other data sets. So you're not going to get everything out of one source. But at some point, how many studies do we build in the compendium, and where are the parameters to address the missing data questions, the bias questions?
And then I guess the last thing I would add is that what endpoints are relevant for individual therapeutic areas. Because you can build a great data set that is as good as good can be. You can start to say, okay, these are the statistical methods that we feel comfortable with and that we can use to analyze this data, and this is kind of the level of advancement we can get to. But then we also need to say, for each individual therapeutic area, what are the endpoints that are relevant, to make decisions, but then also hopefully for registrations or label enhancement or purposes. So both efficacy and safety.
Great. I would like to, I said for this session we want to have plenty of time for comments and questions from all of you here and those of you who are joining us online around how we can support real-world evidence development and accelerate effective regulatory uses. So I'd like to open this up for comments and questions at this point. So anyone? I see a hand up in the back. Okay, hang on 1 second. We'll get a microphone to you just so everybody can hear.
Hello, I'm Tim Lance with Sentry Data Systems. So I've heard, I think everyone on this stage and a couple other sessions talk about the importance of reproducibility when you're using real-world evidence. And I wanted to ask the question, how do you see reproducibility playing out, given the fact that data sets themselves are very inherently different, right? So can you actually sort of develop a method that's going to be reproducible given the heterogeneity of the data sets that might be used?
I think it's one of those answers that you're going to hate because it all depends. I think sometimes I think it's important to look at different databases to ask the question. Then if you get different outcomes, then you look at it to try. That's only the beginning, right? You do a study, you get results, and then you have to understand them. So is there a reason? Is it because the Medicare database has patients that look like this, and the VA database is only men and has a certain kind of patient population? So I think if you do get a different result, it adds to the richness of what you need to understand in interpreting the data. But I think those are important steps, right? Understanding the diversity of the response and understanding the diversity of the results, can really add to your understanding and adds to the richness of the data that you get.
And what's your sense of the state of the science in this area? It seems like kind of an extension of meta-analysis, and if we're really, are we really to a point where we understand how different, whether it's claims data properties or different other key features of the data do predict or influence the results that you get?
I'll let others respond as well, but I think it's an evolving science. I think we're getting much better with more experience, and again, I think we have a lot of great experience, especially with the Sentinel experience, the Odyssey experience, and others, and it's something that I'm sure will be evolving over the next couple of years.
Yeah, I agree on that. The databases could be very different, but I think because they were set up for different purposes, right? So now that we actually have a goal to use this data to support regulatory decision or support some sort of healthcare decision making. So if we have that common goal, actually we can help shape the database to be set up more similarly, collect similar data, and use similar methodologies. But that definitely is going to be a journey and require a lot of collaborations across.
Yeah.
I would just add that I think there is a call to action to have more nationally fully linked data sets. We have so very few, but we have such a diverse nation. And forget about if you want to have something that's globally applicable. I mean, that's really difficult. But speaking from a national perspective, we have such a diversity. We must challenge ourselves to develop additional data sets, or this evolution will not be as rapid or as complete that we're all talking about as we want.
Other questions or comments? No, over here.
Ritesh Jain, EMD Serono. Since we are talking a lot about collaboration, I just wanted to make a comment about Transcelerate, which is a platform where member companies from across comes along, and I think they have an interesting work stream which is working on collecting placebo data from controlled trials across different therapeutic areas. So I think that's an interesting work stream that's going on.
And Transcelerate has done kind of this pre-competitive work in a number of areas, and it does seem to fit with some of the goals here.
Yeah, it's certainly a model for working together pre-competitively. I would say there's also a place for trusted third parties to be a convener for situations like this, and that's also extremely valuable.
Question? Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for the panel and for taking my question. So with respect to the third parties...
Please be sure to tell us who you are, too.
Oh, I'm Sonia Polgar. I'm with Ipsen Biopharma. I was wondering if you could comment on the oncology space for the role of cancer research networks, and maybe for us to collaborate with respect to sponsoring and kind of supporting cancer research networks. Like there's one, I think, that's quite active already.
Yeah, no, I think that I as an oncology person, I guess I can start. But yeah, no, I absolutely, and I think we've seen, on the evolution we've talked about a little bit about when clinical trials, when we see this hockey stick. I think the sharing of next generation sequencing data, when we went from TCGA to what we're seeing now with Genie and real broad sharing of data there, and how quickly that has gone. I think that's been really helpful to see that happen in a positive way. And so I do think, yes, absolutely, that some of the bigger cancer research network collaborations would definitely be a way to go, and we're very interested in that. So.
Yeah, and I think especially for platform trials in the future. And I think it's not only going to be the cancer networks and the physicians who drive this, but I think in the future, patient networks and patient groups will drive this. And of course, it's in patients' interest, people's interest to think more about platform trials rather than just studying one individual product at a time. So I think that's the future.
I think medical associations, I would add as well.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's much more sophistication, but they're really a fantastic partner to pull everybody together. It's a really effective way.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Juliana from Deloitte Consulting. And I just wanted to add on to that, and the conversation that you had just now sort of leads into this. I was also thinking about disease advocacy organizations and the role that they would play in terms of collecting and aggregating the data, and not just the biomarker data that you're talking about, but also a lot of these patient-recorded outcomes, and the patient experiences, both of being on the drug and also some of the less quantifiable outcomes that we were talking about in terms of time spent with children and time spent being happy instead of miserable. All of those kinds of outcomes that are so hard to get out of an EHR and that are so critical to people's lives and how they feel about a drug, and just not readily available, but being able to bring that to scale in order to have the statistical power that we need to be able to actually draw some conclusions based on that.
Yeah, I think patient advocacy groups are growing in their sophistication and ability to do even their own analytics. But I think the beauty in there comes with partnership.
Yeah.
Because it depends on how do you want to specialize, and they're so incredible about especially calling the patient voice and bringing that forward. Do we really want them to be the specialists in building the analytics and doing that? I don't know that that's the fastest and best solution, but making sure the partnerships are there. And again, from the platform concept in terms of bringing people together, I think that's where you really want to bring them in and have the patients at the table as a builder and from idea forward.
Hi, Jason Harris with the National Health Council, and just building off of that, about a month or two ago, we hosted a roundtable just on that, the patient perspective on real-world evidence. And so just thinking about the different skills and tools they would need in order to really get engaged. I'm just curious what your guys' thoughts on how would that help you in your industry if you can get some of those views incorporated into what they need and how they can have those skills to then.
We'd like to answer that question. And Jason, while you still got the microphone, I know National Health Council recently had a new report come out related to steps that patients can take, or that from a patient perspective would matter for real-world evidence development. Do you mind expanding on that a little bit too?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Actually, we just recently released it today in alignment with this meeting.
Recently.
It's a white paper on the patient perspective on real-world evidence. And again, so we went through, just the basic concepts of let's get a standard definition similar to what we've heard today, and then thinking about what do patient groups and individual patients need to know about real-world evidence, whether it be some of the data concepts or the different terminology that comes from it, and then starting to think about the skill sets. So talking about registries or, what do you need to engage in trying to develop, things like that. But certainly check it out on our website. Happy to share it. It's about not too long.
Thank you. Comments? Or?
Yeah, I guess one idea I have is that maybe step back from real-world data and just even think about clinical trial data or clinical trials, right? How can we actually follow up the patients after they are off the trial? And then that could be an opportunity for us to pilot some of this data collection with the patients and partner with them to really understand what are the relevant outcomes and endpoints and data that are being collected after they are off the trial that can help inform their decision on the medicine and also on the health status. And that could be maybe an easier pilot also for us to get on.
I think that patient advocacy networks, I think they're incredibly powerful and their input is incredibly meaningful. And I think we're just at the beginning of seeing the impact. I recently had the experience working through the IOM or NASM on, as we talked about, clinical trial data sharing. And they were thinking about, from their perspective, if they give a grant to a researcher and then that researcher doesn't share the clinical trial data, or the data, I should say, with other researchers who are working towards the same goals, right, of conquering a certain disease that they have, then how do they feel about it? And when it came down to it, they're thinking about, well, maybe they should have their own guidelines on clinical trial data sharing because they're giving money and they should kind of set the bar. And so thinking about that, and this is what we're all aiming towards, right, in the learning healthcare system is we should hear from patient advocacy networks, from patients, from people, what is important to them, right? And how we should approach real-world evidence, real-world data, and then be able to try to meet those needs with what we're developing and working towards.
Michael, comment back here. Sorry, before you start, and okay, I know there's another comment. Maybe just to help keep us running ahead of comments, hands up for just a second for others who have questions. Okay, great, thanks.
Michael Liebman, IPQ Analytics. All of the discussions today about real-world data, real-world evidence, a lot of the operational or technology-based issues, data sharing. I'm curious as to your reaction. Just yesterday, there was a paper published or described in Medscape where pathologists had, a large bank of pathologists, over 100, I believe, had about 1,500 specimens that they measured, I believe it was a melanoma, over a period of 6 months with repeat measurements. And the concordance was about 70% for stage 1, about 80% for stage 5, but about 50% for stage 2, 3, and 4. And so the reproducibility among pathologists in that kind of study indicates that the real data, real-world evidence data, doesn't necessarily have the same reproducibility or confidence. And I wondered how you're anticipating that. We did a study in breast patients where we used 2 FDA-approved markers and saw somewhat similar effects measuring HER2 with IHC and FISH, and finding that, again, 0s and 3s were fairly concordant, but 1s and 2s have a very large disparity, and that data is not necessarily captured just in the definition in the fields that we're talking about sharing.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. So, absolutely, and we, as we have looked at biomarker data in the context of real-world evidence, I think the confidence in the testing that's being done, where it's the lab that it's being done, the platform that it's being done with, and data sets where you have that level of detail are crucial. And I don't think we can be flip about how important that knowing that is, nor should we underestimate the regulatory hurdles that understanding that data will meet before we choose. And I do think, to me, this is something that folks that don't marinate in biomarker work on a regular basis and think about companion diagnostics and registering drugs to tests don't necessarily appreciate. So when we start to look at these data sets around oncology, the ones that have high quality biomarker data where we can take the provenance of the marker all the way down kind of to the studs. And then as we talk to regulators about that, I think that's incredibly important and is something that's often glossed over. So I think it's a really good point.
Yeah, so it's like an issue for real-world evidence, but also an issue for real-world care.
Yes, absolutely.
as well, yes.
Hi, this is Fred Yang, KBP Biosciences. So we mentioned about real-world data in the specific therapeutic area. We mentioned the cancer, oncology. So what other therapeutic areas that would have a great use of real-world evidence, especially pre-approval, that could expedite the new drug for the patient? I did some antibiotics. I know like Pseudomonas or all of those infections are rare and really hard to find. And the regulatory pathway, obviously you cannot do the large controlled clinical trial because it's really hard to find those patients. So is that something the agency and all of the industry leaders thinking about?
Maybe I could start. I think diseases that are largely symptomatic, where the regulatory endpoints, the FEV1 was brought up in the white paper, but I'll speak to PASI, which is a commonly used regulatory endpoint for psoriasis. coverage of body surface area kind of endpoint. The challenge is the POSI is not used in the real world, and it's really not clear to understand from a patient perspective or a provider perspective. So really understanding the symptoms of, let's say, a dermatologic disease are critical and arguably more important even. In particular, when you have a symptomatic disease like that and more diseases that are complex and have increasingly complex symptomatology, I think it's paramount.
Yeah, so I would add that in the rare disease setting, when you have a hard time even finding the patients, I think using real-world data, looking at registries, and also in the pediatrics drug development setting, that would be another area that I think leveraging real-world data rather than think about always doing large clinical trials would be another relevant setting. One more would be in the neuroscience space, and this is an area that, depending on the disease that we are talking about, but for example, in Alzheimer's disease, right? So this is a long progressing disease, and we are not going to be able to follow up the patients in a clinical trial for 10, 20 years. So how do we can leverage real-world data to really understand the disease progression and identify, treatments that can benefit the patients would be another area that we could use real-world data.
Thank you.
Bill Crown, Optum Labs. Just a comment about kind of research design as opposed to methods. I think we tend to focus on the methods. There's been so much methods development, but actually, my own personal opinion is that the methods are in a pretty good spot now, and particularly with all of the work that's been done in the safety area with Sentinel, with the quasi-experimental design, we've gotten to a point where the methods are pretty well established. And the studies really don't vary all that much with different methods. What's much more important is the study design and how you frame the question. So, Women's Health Initiative is a classic example of this. And Miguel Hernan and Jamie Robbins at Harvard have developed this idea that concept that they call the target trial. And it's the idea of designing your observational study like it was a clinical trial. My sense is that what we've learned from the safety literature so far is that when you pick new initiators on drugs, for example, and you have a thoughtful comparator that you're pairing with the intervention treatment, that you come to something that is more reliable in terms of the evidence than if you were to just take all comers or do a less sort of thoughtful comparison. So I just want to put in the plug for thinking in a regulatory environment about what's the guidance in terms of research design, because I think, if anything, that's even more important than methods.
I see you nodding.
No, I think we all fully agree.
Absolutely.
One of the things that that's being piloted in Odyssey is that the design, the protocol, let's say, for studies is done collectively by the group of interested parties and people who want to participate. So you get that richness, and I think Mark mentioned that earlier, you get that richness of input before you actually do the study, rather than waiting till it's criticized afterwards when it's published. Get that as much of that rigor ahead of time. And thank you so much. That's a very important point.
Yeah. So here, and then Bob, and that's probably going to close us out. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Yonghua Jing from RV. So I just want to comment. So as a pharmaceutical company, we not only provide product, we also provide service beyond the product. The patient supporting program is a good example. And the patient supporting program is happening in the real world. So it's very challenging to quantify in a clinical trial setting. And it's very important for us to generate evidence on the service beyond the product. And also it's critical for us to communicate this kind of evidence to our stakeholder, patient, payer, regulatory agency. So it would be great if we can have some clarification on how we can generate the evidence, how we communicate that kind of evidence, even potentially incorporate in the labeling, so will give us more flexibility, communicate this kind of evidence. I think that's critical.
Mm-hmm. Both on label, and sounds like you're talking about maybe some off label communication too. Comments? Yeah. Okay. Agree. Thanks, Mark.
Mark Berger. So in prior recommendations from ISPOR. We had task forces on methodology about how to do appropriate analysis and comprehensive analysis of observational data. One of our recommendations, which hasn't been paid a lot of attention to, and I think might be of particular interest to the FDA, is that when you go in to do an observational study, and the insight is in a different population or it's based off an insight of an RCT, to do a first analysis where you restrict the analysis to a population that looks like the population that was in the RCT, to see whether you reproduce the finding. If you reproduce the finding and then you find something else, you would have greater confidence that what you found makes sense. If you don't find the same answer, then you have an opportunity to ask the question, what was different here compared to what into the RCT? So it's not even just about doing an analysis off a data set. It's actually understanding the insights in that data set. And I think that Bill is absolutely correct. Design is paramount. And I think we need to find a way to bridge that anchor between the RCT world and in the observational research world.
Again, nodding. Other
Emphatic
ideas on,
agree.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Other ideas on bridging RCT to real-world evidence?
So I agree very much with your point. I think it's really helped build that confidence with the real-world data. I guess the other way that I would look at the bridging is the reverse bridging. What are the endpoints and data that are relevant in the real-world setting? And knowing that, for example, in oncology, RECIST is not being captured or used in the real-world setting or clinical decision. So how can we bridge it back to clinical trials? So then, the data that are relevant in the real world for treatment decision and clinical decision would be captured in the trial. So then we have another way to bridge back.
Yeah.
Great comments. And Bob, I think you're going to get the last comment for this round.
Actually, I wanted to ask about Alzheimer's disease. I presume the area of interest would be in something that delays its progression or prevents its occurrence. It couldn't be just symptomatic improvement because we all know those effects are too small to be picked up this way. That seems a potentially promising area if one could define very well who the at-risk population is, presumably before they're overtly sick. Not an easy thing to do. But you can imagine endpoints that would be credible, but they probably are 2 and 3 years away. So it sounds like a tough area unless you've got a lot of time to wait.
Endpoints, I think it may at least 2 or 3 years away.
The endpoints would be an early diagnosis of mental dysfunction, or a next stage, or early, or something like that. But all of those can take months to years, 6 months and a year. But it seems sort of promising because those are things that are picked up in the system. You know when someone has mental dysfunction.
Yeah, is there a way to keep the? I mean, that's going to have a longitudinal component, I think. And is there a way to keep the? This one, Alzheimer's did not make your early list of use case opportunities, but it certainly is an important one. So let's talk about that for a minute.
Yeah, I think to add on a retrospective component when you have that is so important. That is incredibly valuable. I agree. You've got a lot to do, but you can learn so much retrospectively, and that is a full continuum.
That could also help you design a proper, a regular study.
No doubt. No doubt.
We don't know that much about the natural history of people with early disease. Maybe you can find out the people who progress fast.
Yeah, I think it requires us to be able to go back to look at the data. And I was saying the data that have been in the system may not be adequate to look at that. But I think this is an area that has a lot of potential and promise, and it would be of really critical for us to get that right.
I think when you were talking about like a national commitment, that's where linking data sets where you would have kind of where the patient's being diagnosed with Alzheimer's and you're able to go back into a course of history that is longitudinal, and then digital biomarkers, a lot of the things we've been talking about with wearables and other things, and what's relevant to patients and all of that, going back and time, I think one of the big challenges is where we're seeing 2 and 3 years ago, the stuff you're talking about isn't necessarily linked to where they're being diagnosed. And I think that's where that national commitment really comes in. Yeah.
That really says that this hasn't been talked about that much. One of the things to do with this stuff is to get better natural history data than we now have, potentially as a control group, but also just to help you design the study. And
You bet. Absolutely.
Well, I want to thank the panel. You all covered a wide range of issues in getting to, as we talked about, much better and reliable evidence and a wide range of applications in getting there. Ending up with Alzheimer's seems like a really appropriate place to finish this panel. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and our last major session starts at 2:45. Thank you.
Final session for the day. I want to thank everybody who's stuck with us for the whole day. Been a lot of really outstanding discussion, and in getting ready for this last panel, which is on charting a path forward, talking with Jonathan, he said, okay, well, now it's time for people to start doing stuff, right? So that's what we're going to talk about in this panel. We want to discuss some of the ideas that came up today, and also talk about some activities that are underway now related to real-world evidence. That'll give us a chance to reflect on the discussion of the day, to maybe think a little bit more about priorities, and especially, Jonathan, practical steps forward that we can take from here. And very importantly, we want to make sure that we've got a central patient focus in the work that we're doing now, and so that's going to be an important part of this panel as well. So with that, I'd like to introduce our panelists. At the far end, Greg Daniel, who you heard from earlier, the Deputy Director here at our Duke Margolis Center for Health Policy. Next to Greg is Jonathan Jarrow, who's Senior Medical Director at the Food and Drug Administration, who has been involved and done a lot of thoughtful work related to real-world evidence. Some of you may have seen his paper on this topic recently. Joe Selby is the Executive Director of the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, and Preston Hinkle is a member of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation's Patient and Family Research Advisory Committee. Preston, we're really glad to have you with us here today, too. So we're going to do the panel in the same kind of structure that we had for our earlier panels, with some initial opening comments, thoughts from the group about some of the activities that they have underway already in these areas, and feel free to add in or reflect on or push from what you've heard about during the course of the day today. And if you don't do it, I will as we get to the discussion. So Greg, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So I started out with some talking points this morning for today's session, and I've completely abandoned them. And throughout the day, I've been jotting things down that I've heard that sort of gave me ideas. So bear with me as I read from chicken scratch, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what I wrote here. But in terms of high priority topics that I heard either today or things that we sort of outlined in our white paper as things that would be very helpful to start doing now. Some of these things we're already doing, but they need to be coordinated. Are as follows. One, improving standards and data collection methods. So we know rural data sources are very disparate. They cover a wide range of types of data and different sources. And there are challenges in making sure that when we're using rural data sources that we're actually measuring what it is that we think that we're measuring and that we can interpret the data. So a lot more needs to go into standards and better data collection. Another one is strengthening the methods for randomization in the clinical setting, as well as improving the credibility of observational studies. And we heard a number of ways to do that, but more does need to come together, and how we know that the observational study is credible, and how can we best do randomization in the clinical setting. What I also heard today is this idea of doing more common platform type studies, things that like PCORNet could support, or other networks like that, where you can get a range of companies or a range of stakeholders interested in doing really high quality real-world evidence generation for a number of products. I also heard, and this is sort of something I sort of made up on my own, but I was sort of listening, and I'm forcing it in here, is basically what I'm trying to say here. Evidence-based approaches for matching what we were talking about earlier when we were talking about research design. And Bill, you were talking a lot about, it's not necessarily the methods, but it's the design of the research itself as a gap in sort of linking clinical trials to real-world evidence generation. But the bridge that I'm creating now is then how do you match up research design and all of the different flavors of that within real-world evidence with actual regulatory decisions? Simply, you know, which types of regulatory decisions can very well done observational studies support, which types of regulatory decisions would you absolutely have to have randomization. But as you get into the details of that, it's not as simple as that. There are a big range of things. But we do need stakeholders to come together and really put a lot of thought into how you make those matches. I did hear today engaging patients in a better way to learn about real-world evidence and real-world data, but also to engage patients and have them participate with their data, but also participate in research design and communication of results. Governance was a big thing we heard this morning. That will continue to be an important emphasis to look at both public and private sector ways to share data better and to build the infrastructure that we need to do I think sort of more of the common platform type things. And then novel analytic techniques that take better advantage of today's computing power. So every day, or maybe every week maybe, brand new methods or more sophisticated methods for how to do real-world evidence development are out there and being tested and being further refined and developed. And we need a good place to continue to do that. So all of these things can be done with demonstration projects. But demonstration projects are great, but we do need them to be coordinated and transparent. It's unbelievable how many different groups and partnerships exist today that are all trying to do something in the area of improving real-world evidence development. It's going to be really hard to know exactly who's doing what kind of projects are currently happening now, so that we can learn from those, understand where the gaps continue to be. Is everybody focused on replicating clinical trials? Is nobody focused on some of the other things that we talked about? So it will take collaboration and coordination. And so there are a couple of things coming up over the next year that I think are going to make a dent in some of that collaboration coordination that I just talked about. One of the things is the National Academies, their Forum on Drug Discovery, Development, and Translation. They're about ready to launch a 3-part workshop series on how to do real-world evidence better, with a focus on methods and approaches across a range of medical technologies, not necessarily drugs, but will be focused on methodologic approaches to better informed real-world evidence development. In parallel to all of that, our center, the Duke Margolis Center, will be launching a real-world evidence collaborative in October, where we've brought together a range of perspectives. And we'll be looking at supporting and broadening existing efforts. So some of the things that Bill talked about in terms of what Optum is doing, HealthCore is doing a lot, as we heard from Kevin earlier this morning, and a lot of other groups are doing things that can be impactful and will be impactful. And we're looking within our collaborative to help learn from those lessons, to help identify where groups aren't working, and then to build on those. So we'll be conducting a series of workshops, we'll be presenting or producing a series of papers, and identifying demonstration projects that can actually help fill in the gaps of where some folks aren't necessarily working or focused on.
Great.
I think
Thanks,
that's
Fred.
everything on my chicken scratch.
Great. Thanks. Jonathan?
Well, I too did chicken scratch during the day. So first of all, I'd like to thank the folks at Duke Margolis for hosting this event and putting on a wonderful meeting. In addition, I'd like to thank all the panelists for the excellent conversations we had today and the people from the audience who participated as well. FDA is looking for stakeholder input on this subject. It's very important to us to hear from all of you in terms of where there are knowledge gaps that we need to help fulfill either through pilot projects, guidance development, et cetera. So real-world evidence is very exciting. It's a very sexy term. I'm surprised it's not on the cover of Science, or maybe it's not really Science, so may not make it there. But at any rate, it's very exciting. And I think the learning healthcare system is something that we all aspire towards. And I think various regions are ahead of us in the U.S. in getting the interoperability and standardized data sets and stuff. And so Sweden is someone that we aspire to achieve something like that. Or what happened in the Salford project is a great thing, because we all feel like we're losing a lot of information. And patients are on board with this. I remember the Friends of Cancer Research meeting, Mark, I think you co-sponsored it or helped put it on. Patients were aghast that the information about their treatment wasn't being used to help guide treatment for future patients. And we heard numbers today of 3 to 5% of cancer patients are enrolled in clinical trials. So there's a great deal of information lost, and we hope that we can capture this information and use it both for regulatory purposes, but also there's probably even a bigger interest amongst payers to make decisions about whether to pay for drugs and how much to pay for drugs. I know in certain regions of the world, they gain market access initially, but are required to provide real-world evidence of the effects of the drug after it's on the market in order to continue to get reimbursement. And in addition, obviously, clinical best practices would greatly gain from having all this information brought to bear. Most of our best practices are based on expert opinion and not based on level 1 evidence. Again, whether real-world evidence through observational studies would be considered level 1 is another question. So I want to say that, I hope it's demonstrated today and other events and in our writings and speakings that FDA is in favor of this. I mean, we don't want to be viewed as a roadblock to utilization of real-world evidence in the regulatory setting. And in fact, as I think has already been mentioned several times today, we've been doing this for a while. Sentinel has been used for safety primarily, and we've approved a variety of drugs where demonstration of efficacy, I wouldn't call it necessarily real-world evidence, but certainly based on observational findings, and certainly with single-arm trials where we use external controls, which people call historical controls. And so there is a great deal of experience already at FDA in doing this. And so I don't think it should come as a surprise to you. And we already have companies that have approached us to discuss potential projects, as well as a recent or soon-to-be approved drug where they used real-world evidence, as I think one of the other panelists mentioned, one of the oncologists, to show that that population was not prognostically different from other subgroups of the same disease. So I think that there's certainly a role for real-world evidence. We encourage people to pursue this. I think that interactions with us, either through feedback on the white paper that was distributed prior to this meeting, or contacting the Office of Medical Policy through the mailbox that they have there with questions or complaints or ideas. Probably no complaints, right? And in addition, meeting with FDA as you're considering, at least industry folks, as you're considering ways to incorporate real-world data and real-world evidence into the development program. And as been mentioned repetitively today, that could be used to just understand the disease better, used as historical controls, used in combination with a traditional clinical trial, or in place of a traditional clinical trial. I think it's very clear that there is a lot of room for development and improvement in this area, and I put it into 3 buckets. The first one is data, and this has been said over and over again, but that's the bucket of deplorables. Is the data there? Is it reliable? Do we have data standards? Do we have a unique patient identifier to get?
Somebody tweet that. Bucket of deplorables.
Cross-sectional and longitudinal. And that's one of the problems we have in the U.S. Unlike Sweden, we do not have a unique patient identifier, which would help. But if we were using social media or any of these things, pharmacy, pathology, how do we know that linking the patient to the drug that they're receiving is very difficult in our current system? But enough said about data. The second bucket is study design. We had some comments recently about the importance of study design. I really, I think I'm glad to hear today that people repetitively said that real-world data and real-world evidence doesn't mean you have to exclude randomization. So, obviously FDA is very enthusiastic about randomization within the healthcare system. There are other names for this: large, simple trials, pragmatic trials. I am disappointed, and I think the onus is on us, that at every one of these meetings, people say, boy, I wish FDA would accept pragmatic clinical trials for regulatory action. And Bob Temple and I sit there and go, why are they saying that? Of course we would accept it. So we obviously have not been good at getting that message out. If you do a randomized controlled trial, it's a randomized controlled trial, and we'll look at it. And this brings up just a little tangential point. I mean, definitions are important. We spend time defining what we call real-world data, what we call real-world evidence. The bottom line is, whether you call it real-world evidence or not, FDA is going to review an application for demonstration of efficacy based on the statutory requirement of establishing substantial evidence of effectiveness. And we've historically used a p-value of less than 0.05 in adequate and well-controlled trials, sometimes just one trial. But that hasn't changed. Not the p-value part, but the substantial evidence standard. Actually, the statute and the regulations do not mention p-values. And so there are alternative approaches. And we live in a very exciting time for regulatory science in that, in addition to real-world evidence, which is in 21st Century Cures and FDARA, there's also this codicil about doing innovative trial design and looking at simulations and Bayesian approaches, sequential analysis. So there's a lot of going on, both here in the United States as well as in Europe. And I know that the Adaptive Pathways, adaptive licensing pilot, which is now closed, but they're now working on Adapt Smart, and they're looking at incorporation of real-world evidence in the development of drugs for EMA regulatory action. So I think there's a lot going on there. But having said that, back to the bucket of study design, there's randomization and then not randomization. And I think everyone's got it in their head that this is really all about, even though we want randomization, I'm not trying to discourage that, all these discussions are really about doing a study design that doesn't include assignment of treatment. And that's where you run into trouble, because establishing causal inference without randomization can be difficult. And everyone says it's based on effect size, but basically it's based on our confidence that whatever confounders, both known and unknown, that exist do not wipe out the effect observed. And that's really the bottom line. And Mark and ISPOR has done a wonderful job at trying to come up with a set of ways to do this that would create more confidence. But again, the FDA has historically approved many drugs based on evidence that was anecdotal. I think the smallest approval is Cholbam with 12 patients. So we do have regulatory flexibility when it's clear that their substantial evidence standard has been met. The third aspect really falls in our lap, and that's regulatory. I think a lot of people need reassurance that good clinical practices can be followed, and that FDA will accept data for review in their application. I think that's one of the uncertainties that companies have about embarking on this area. Our current guidance on this, ICHE 6, R2, really doesn't deal with these non-traditional trials, and so it's incumbent on us to revise that guidance, and that work is already happening to do that, but I would not expect that within the time frame of the framework that we have here for real-world evidence. So I want to just, some final points. FDA continues to support Sentinel and is exploring ways to use that for things beyond just safety analysis. And again, we're open to feedback on all of what happened today, the white paper, other issues that come up, and that can be either done by sending something to the mailbox or meeting with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Just to be clear, that mailbox is not like a mailbox outside of the FDA office.
Right,
it's
an
online
Silver
place
Spring.
No, it's an online place that you can
It's
send
CEDAR OMP, one word, at fda.hhs.gov.
It was on Jacqueline's slide earlier.
Okay, it's on her slide.
Joe?
Okay, thanks, Mark. And Jonathan, there was one group that you left off your thank you list, and maybe you felt you couldn't, but I think the FDA should be thanked very heartily. It was you that called for the meeting to happen. It's your presence here, I think, in large numbers that contributes to the rest of us being here and to the energy in the room. It's just, so we're very appreciative of you having convened us all. I want to start with a little comment about progress. I got here about 6 years ago as PCORI was getting off the ground, and first meetings I went to about real-world evidence were more along the lines of, is there any possible use for it or no? Is the fact that doctors are entering this data and they often, and it got it wrong the last time I went to the doctor's office, and that proves that it's worth nothing for any purpose. We're not hearing that anymore, and we're actually now hearing just an amazing array from a lot of different corners of interest from natural history, the use of it for natural history studies, an improvement, enhancement on natural history gathered in many other ways, to predictive modeling, which we at PCORI are very excited about, to machine learning. So all of those, I think, are, we have thought about them at PCORI. We have thought about them at PCORNet and appreciate that really they're aspects of precision medicine. They're aspects of getting the right treatment to the right person. And so very exciting to see that so many people in this room have an angle on that that points in the same direction. So we talked about, I think this is kind of next steps or the way forward or something like that. So I have 5 things I'd like to just very briefly mention. I'll say a few more words on linkage, not that it hasn't been talked about a lot already. Talk about societal change, something that Kevin brought up and I mentioned earlier. The power of demonstration projects, standardization, trial infrastructure. Those are the topics. So first, with respect to linkage, it hasn't been quite said today that you really can't do anything in observational analyses if you don't have a denominator like the denominator provided by claims data, whether it's a commercial plan, Medicaid, or Medicare. So all the data that EMRs gather is on an unspecified cohort of people. You don't know how many people would have used that system but just didn't. You don't know how many people used that system for part of their care but had a diagnosis or an outcome elsewhere. So we think that for either observational studies or really for efficient large trials, linkage is impossible. And PCORNet has that challenge because we started with EMR data and learned over time how tough the linkage issue is. We're currently funding, co-funding with the FDA several small projects on linkage, both in devices and in drugs, and particularly looking at possible linkages between Sentinel, claims database with well over 100 million Americans in it, and PCORNet, an EMR-based system with well over 100 million Americans in it. Probably not the same 100 million, but substantial overlap. It's very interesting, and just the last word on linkage, I think, is that the thinking behind PCORNet is that it isn't going to work if the holders of the data, from the patients to the clinicians to the systems to the payers, if they aren't involved. And it's quite interesting that the linkage problems are really between the delivery systems and the payers. Now that's an interesting pair, the delivery systems and the payers. As somebody said, they do business together this morning, and that's a challenge and that's part of the barrier. But can you imagine the relevance of the questions to which the systems and the payers agreed? This is a relevant question. This is a question worth contributing our data and sharing it with the other side, so to speak. So this notion of bringing maybe unlikely partners together around data is just critical. It's very interesting to me that it's come down to that. Connected to the question of linkage is this question of society and particularly the role of the patients. And today has moved me, I think. I have long subscribed to the notion that it's unethical not to do the most you can with the data that are being generated in delivery of care to learn how to do that better. So Ruth Faden and Nancy Cass's argument from several years ago, I've always subscribed to that. But I think, and I took note that Jason from National Health Council said that they had just convened a group to talk about real-world evidence. I took note of what Sally and Kevin and others said in that first panel today, and I think I can say that as a one way forward, we would like to convene or co-convene or join in a serious meeting on this question of is it time for patients to, and the community, patients, people, to begin becoming more aware of the fact that these barriers to linkage barriers to the use of data are getting in the way of improving care and to have their voices heard. I think we need to have IRBs there. We need to have institutions there even more. I honestly don't think it's primarily a HIPAA or IRB problem. So linkage, so societal change. This ultimately does lead to the learning health system. I just want to be on record as saying that I think a learning health system naturally leads to the prospect of hosting everything up to and including pragmatic clinical trials with randomization. I think that once you get into it, you're stuck. You begin understanding that research has value, and then you begin understanding that some research requires randomization, and there you have it. So I don't think there's a disconnect. The power of demonstration projects. So Rich has left the room, and Rich Platt, and so I can say that at most of anything I know about big data, I learned from Rich. And one of the things he always told us on PCORnet, and before that with Sentinel, was that you learn the most by getting started doing the research. So you don't actually learn it by sitting down in a group and trying to imagine all the problems you're going to run into. You can find them in a heartbeat by starting a study. So in PCORnet, we have several demonstration projects. One is a very large study of bariatric surgery. And this joins data from across the country, 60-some thousand, I think it is. I may undercount, but I believe it's in the 60,000 range of bariatric surgery, including very large numbers even in adolescents. So out of that, the researchers came up with a remarkable document that was a series of learnings, and they were about the issues you'd expect, about the degree of missingness and about the importance of the degree of missingness and the need to standardize data across systems and how they're not. So I truly think that Adaptable is the trial that Adrian Hernandez talked about a little bit earlier today, and in Adaptable, we're learning about, among other things, e-recruiting. So most of the patients in Adaptable have been recruited through the portal of their health plan, wherever that is. So we're going to continue funding demonstration projects. We have a number of them, and as I said, a couple of them in collaboration with the FDA. But we'd love to see others join us, so we really invite you to get in there in projects that have a piece of research. Demonstration projects have a legitimate research question, but you realize that along the way you're going to be blazing new trails, you're going to be standardizing new data. That takes me to standardization of data, and we are supportive and we fund data standardization. The common data model that either OMOP or Sentinel or PCORnet have, any of those, is still relatively close to what it looked like when there was just claims data. It started with claims data. And we are only very timidly, because it's so complicated, going into the world of EMR data. We need to bring people together, clinicians and researchers and the holders of data, to talk about measures that are not in the common data model yet. Pathophysiologic measures like lung function and heart function, ejection fraction, just to name a couple. More sophisticated, more complex laboratory measures, genetic information on tumors and germline as well. Data standardization is an area that I think both takes the real-world data to a new level, to where it's really useful, but it also spawns research in the process. We're now have a meeting coming up with the Oncology Center of Excellence, with Amy from Flatiron, with ASCO, and a number of others, to begin talking cancer by cancer about what are the data elements in real-world data that you really need to be able to do either large observational studies, say of off-label prescribing, or pragmatic trials, outcomes trials. So I just encourage that illness by illness. And ultimately, I just ask the question of whether you don't agree that ultimately the data that we need for pre-approval trial should be the data, and the outcomes we need for post-approval trial ought to be the data that clinicians and patients need for clinical care. I mean, I think ultimately, if you want to be patient-centered, that's the kind of outcomes that you would need to standardize and include. Trial infrastructure, this is, I think, the very last one. Adaptable taught us that it's one thing to want to do a clinical trial in a real-world setting. You know, those of you who do regulatory trials know that you have a vast infrastructure to do them. And we are trying to conduct trials that don't intrude or hardly intrude on clinical care, but we don't really truly have the infrastructure there. And to do trials of serious questions like, does changing a medication make a difference, we are going to have to invent a trial infrastructure. And PCORNet and the Patient Centered Research Foundation, which is now the not-for-profit that PCORNet stood up to help it with sustainability, will be working on this. We'll be working on beginning to strengthen the trial infrastructure in real-world settings for pragmatic trials. So those are some areas that PCORI will be, and PCORNet will be involved in coming up. And with that, I'll stop.
Great set. Thank you. And Preston, really glad that you're with us this afternoon, too.
Thanks. Well, good afternoon. I am here today as a patient representative. There's been a lot of conversation today about the patient's perspective, and I get to be that voice, no pressure. I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at the age of 3. For those who don't know, CF is a genetic disorder that affects the regulation of ions and water in the body. It causes bodily secretions like mucus to be very thick and sticky. That has a host of complications, including in the lungs, where particles, bacteria can get trapped, cause infection. Having a chronic illness like CF is incredibly formative. A patient has a perspective that is really unique from that of a researcher or a doctor. A researcher might approach a new treatment as, what's the data? What does the data show? A doctor would say, well, what are going to be the outcomes for my patients? As a patient myself, I care about these things, but I have to think of other considerations, such as, how does this treatment make me feel? Or even, do I have time in the day to add another treatment? It's really going to be important, I think, going forward with the real-world data, real-world evidence conversation to include the patient perspective, to bring that voice in. The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation has been an incredible pioneer in this regard. I'd like to highlight a couple of their initiatives. So for over 25 years, the CF Foundation has run their patient registry. This covers almost 30,000 individuals, which consists of about 84% of the CF patients in the United States. They collect data at every visit, including health metrics, demographic information, bacterial cultures. It's a huge list of data, and it's just a really incredible wealth of information. There's so much there that the CF Foundation literally did not know where to start. The solution that they came up to that with, I think, was really incredible. They said, let's turn this over to the patients, to the caregivers, to the people that research affects the most. They put together a team called the Patient and Family Research Advisory Committee, which I was able to serve on, consisted of patient and patient family members, and we helped to launch the Insight CF project. This was focused on collecting questions from patients, family members, healthcare providers, anyone with a personal stake in cystic fibrosis research, and simply saying, what are your questions? What can we help to answer? Here's the information that we have with the registry. What of this do you want to know more about? And so we had a really incredible response, over 400 questions submitted. Of those, about 150 were feasible. We were able to narrow that down, resubmit it to voting, and came out with 3 amazing questions that were sent to a research team, and the rest were held on to because they did give a really incredible insight into the current state of CF patients, their minds, their concerns. So this, as a patient myself who was able to submit a question, was intensely gratifying. The ability to submit my own concerns and know that they were being listened to, it was a unique experience. It was incredible. And so I think that this should be a role model for other organizations moving forward. Connecting directly with your patients, listening to what they want, what they need, opening up the discussion to them. One other initiative that I wanted to highlight of cystic fibrosis in the discussion of real-world evidence is the label expansion in this past summer of a drug called Kalydeco. This is from a new class of drugs called CFTR modulators, which actually go in and assist the protein that's malfunctioning in the cells to achieve some function. It's baby steps toward a cure. It's really shown incredible results, but it's limited by genotype. So the populations are difficult to do traditional randomized clinical trials with. Over the summer, the label expansion was able to be done using in vitro data, which was backed up with a safety profile that was garnered from sources like the patient registry and other sources of data. And so it was, I can't speak to the methodology, I'm not an expert there, but as a patient, this was phenomenal news. I personally am not eligible for one of those drugs yet, so to me, as a personal stake, expanding those fields, expanding the breadth that these drugs can cover should be one of the most primary goals of CF care in the near future. And so this is yet another example of how real-world evidence can really make a difference in the lives of patients. And so to sum up, I just would like to encourage everyone, keep the patient's perspective in mind. A patient is an expert in their own experience. And so use that, utilize that, and I think that by doing so, it's going to drive some really incredible results going forward.
Thank you very much, Preston. I guess the one reason we thought it was very important to have your perspective on this panel is, I know you're not a methodologist, but as many of you have heard today, the issues that stand in the way of real progress on real-world evidence are not, they certainly involve methodology, but they also involve more basic things, like going back to Joe's list and some of the points that you all raised. Around patient support for the research, around being able to capture longitudinal data, around being able to capture meaningful information on outcomes or questions of interest, and then to formulate those questions in a way that everybody can get behind, payers that might contribute data, researchers, clinicians, and of course the patients. It seems like a lot of the issues that we've raised here today have been addressed in kind of the CF platform that you've been an intrinsic part of developing, not to mention contributing to. And you did talk about some of the implications and hopefully lessons for other areas. And we talked about other potential applications today too. Anything else to add on this point? I'd like to ask the rest of the group about how a model like this could be applied, or what are the barriers to applying it in these other areas where we've got lots of use case examples that we talked about today, where there is some level of patient engagement, but not maybe to the extent that we've seen with the CF work that you've described. So first, any additional comments you'd like to make on this topic, and I'd like to ask the rest of the panel about is how much of a model can this be for real-world evidence progress in other use case areas?
Sure. So one other thing I can highlight, I guess, is specifically in the context of real-world data, real-world experience, is the questions that we received through that project that I was a part of were incredibly varied, and I was just blown away by the amount that were actually answerable with that registry. And to answer some of these questions using a traditional randomized clinical trial would be a significant challenge, just sheer numbers. However, with initiatives like
many
the
of these genetic subtypes, they're just a few patients, even though you've found
Sure.
most of them in this effort. Yeah.
Sure. And so in that registry, it's really incredible because almost 30,000 patients, that data is there. That data, we don't have to recruit people to design a study for. We can just go to that and look. And the implications of that, to me, are incredibly profound.
Greg, and then I know Joe's got something to say.
Just one piece of that I want to comment on is that, Preston seemed pretty motivated to participate in that data collect. I mean, just by listening to you, I could tell that knowing that your voice was being listened to or that something positive was happening with your data was enough to motivate you to continue to participate. When we talk about real-world evidence, we often talk about claims and electronic health record data. And while there is missingness within that data, it's pretty much there. If you're a provider or hospital, you need to submit the claim to get paid. So that's going to be there. If you're a provider that uses an electronic health record, by and large, you're documenting data into that health record. I don't know if it's accurate or, we don't really know. Nobody really knows. But it's there. So now we're talking about, unique data sources from patients. And there are ample ways and technologies that we have where patients can contribute data through registries like the CF Foundation, or even getting into mHealth technologies and apps and things like that. But I think we need to think about that fundamental element that I picked up on from Preston, is that it will depend on how motivated the patients are to continue to use those technologies or they don't need to do that to get paid like providers when they're submitting claims, and they don't need to document it to treat patients like providers and payers. I'll do those things. What is going to motivate patients to contribute to those studies, to keep using those wearable apps that are contributing to research? And something simple as letting those patients know or having them experience the fact that their data are being used in a meaningful way can go a long way. And I just would encourage groups that are looking into how can we better use patient data is to think about how contributing data can actually have an impact on those individual patients that are participating.
So I just want to say, first of all, that it's not a coincidence or just drawing a ticket out of a hat that Preston wound up here today. Everybody thinks of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation as the paradigm, and some happy coincidence of very broad coverage. There was one really national cystic fibrosis patient organization, one. Number two, to my knowledge, you early linked the foundation to drug development efforts in a very tight way, and I think number three, you were a rare condition with no treatments, no good treatments, and so highly motivated. So a lot of things happened right. Plus, must have been unprecedented leadership, just incredible leadership. But there are a lot of patient groups, and we know a lot of them through the patient-powered research networks in PCORNet, who aspire to be like like your foundation. So, I think there could be ways that we learned.
Are you seeing some promising developments in that direction? I mean, I know much of the PCORI work has helped support.
Well, we've just issued an announcement that actually is directed only to the PPRNs. So the big CDRNs can't apply
maybe
for
just
it.
back up to explain the PPRNs.
Okay, good. Sorry. Sometimes forget I'm talking. So PCORI funded PCORNet, which is a very large investment, and it's a network of networks. And in PCORNet, there are 13 very large clinical data research networks, which are EMR driven. Every one of them has several millions of patients. You add the 13 up, and they've got somewhere over 100 million persons with records in the database. So that's the CDRNs. And then there are the patient-powered research networks, and these are groups, often with an advocacy organization involved, sometimes with an academic base, but of patients with a single or a group of very closely related conditions like vasculitides, for example, epilepsies for another. And they aspire to become more involved in research. Some of them already are. Some of them have partnerships with industry sponsors already, maybe especially the rare disease ones. But we've just put out an announcement that will bring the PPRNs together with another funder. They must bring another funder. So industry sponsors or other foundation sponsors, advocacy groups could join in funding of it. So we are, we're doing what we can do to try to make these groups, help these groups get to the point where they're more familiar with, more comfortable with participating in trials research. And they're very good at collecting data. transferring that into analyses that lead to cures. Or I'm very interested in the questions you put in your pocket, you know, the ones you didn't study yet. I think Pekori might have a real interest in what those are. So.
I'm interested as well.
Great. So I think there are several lessons that can be learned from what the CF Foundation has done. Some related to drug development, some actually independent of drug development. I think the CF Foundation had a major impact on survival of patients with CF independent of drug therapies, and through their identification of best practices and how to manage patients with CF. But apropos drug development, I think the patient registry is a useful tool, one for learning about natural history. We keep talking about external controls. For 2, identifying subjects for enrollment in clinical trials. And then 3, for collection of real-world data and real-world evidence for primarily, like in this case, for label extension, whether it's in rare subsets or after accelerated approval to confirm benefit. So in a phase 4 environment, such as a post-marketing requirement. So I think that that information is very useful, and cystic fibrosis has been good. In a way, a platform trial or a platform is very analogous to a registry, and our folks in the medical device arena are way ahead of us. You've alluded to gastric bypass or barometric surgery. And they've been dealing with this for a long time. I mean, there are a lot of lessons that we can learn from our colleagues at CDRH, just for maybe not fortuitous, but for the circumstance that most devices are approved outside the U.S. and are used for many years before they get on the market in the U.S. And therefore, there's a wealth of experience in clinical practice. And so they use registries very frequently for demonstration of efficacy of devices. So I think there's a lot we can learn from these lessons, and it's definitely important. I think cystic fibrosis has certainly served as a prototype of how we could do this in a variety of diseases.
All right, you all have heard a lot of really insightful remarks from this panel about next steps from what we've heard talk about today. Really some interesting ideas about extending this patient-focused platform into other areas of real-world evidence development. Before we wrap up, this is a chance for final questions, comments for the panelists about any issues that you've heard about today that you'd like to follow up on, any ideas, thoughts about next steps. So I'd like to open this up to questions and comments. And again, those of you who are just joining us online, feel free to email us about your questions too.
Michael Liebman, IPQ Analytics. Joe, you mentioned bringing in some of the parameters from things like EHRs, and you specifically mentioned things like ejection fraction and bringing together clinicians and so on. I think when you start to look at some of these parameters, one of the things you need to look at is that clinicians will deposit parameters or measure parameters based on guidelines and procedures that they're trained in and used to applying, especially if we're trying to drive the integration or the merger of research and clinical practice. We need to look at the fact that things like the echocardiogram, where the ejection fraction is measured, have a very large number of additional parameters that never appear in the EHR, and that if you're looking at a cardiac patient, a cardiac physiologist has a completely different perspective on what's important about heart function than a cardiologist. And so it's just an opportunity as you're planning, as you said, to make sure that other perspectives are able to be incorporated in that early planning stage.
Thanks.
I think there's an enormous amount of work that needs to be done with EHR to make it fit for purpose. And we've talked about it all day, and there have been meetings, all-day meetings, just focusing on that one issue. I think one thing to point out, sort of a tangent of what you said, but related to patient-focused drug development, is that the endpoints that we use right now, so HAM-D scores for depression, pain scores for treatment of pain, SF, whatever, 26 or whatever the number is for. But then all these things are not used in standard clinical practice and are not there. And so when you start working to change the EHR, if you can actually change the EHR in the entire country to a uniform data set, as you do that, you have to keep in mind that we may be changing our endpoints. To someone said earlier, whether they could be home at, graduation or whatever it was. But I mean, it's different from what we're using in standard clinical trials. And so, we have to keep that in mind. It's a lot easier to adjust a CRF for an individual trial to say, okay, this is going to be our primary endpoint. How someone feels about fatigue is what we've learned is the most important symptom of this disease for these patients with this disease. We've been using some other measure, and then all of a sudden that's not in the EHR. And this is most of what we're talking about doing, at least for observational stuff, is probably going to be retrospective. And so it's not going to be there. So it'll be a missing element. So it's just something to consider as we roll up our sleeves and start doing all the work that's needed to be done to get the EHR fit for purpose for real-world evidence generation.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead.
Yes, hi. Jennifer Christian. I'm Vice President of Clinical Evidence at Quintiles IMS. And I have 3 quick comments. The first is my group works a lot on innovative studies, pragmatic trials, those that combine prospective data collection with existing databases, as well as extension studies, or those that roll over patients from RCTs and follow them for long-term benefits and risks. And one of the big questions we get as we're working with pharmaceutical companies are, what evidence do you have that this design has been used before for regulatory decision-making? And a lot of case studies were used today, but I would encourage one of the outputs from this to be a way of sharing these more systematically and describing some of the context that went into the reason both for using it and the impact that it had. The second comment I have is around endpoints, and I love Joe's comment that they need to be really what's happening in practice. So I'll just give an example in working in Crohn's disease. The traditional endpoint that's often used to measure remission is the Crohn's Disease Activity Index, or CDAI, which requires 7 days of a patient diary prior to coming in, a number of biomarkers to measure, and then the point at which the clinical evaluation is made. And if you ask gastroenterologists, they say, we don't use this in practice. Could we use something that's much simpler, maybe a 5 or 6 question tool like the Harvey-Bradshaw Index, in which case maybe we could use a pragmatic study design then. Or look at reduction in surgeries or hospitalization, in which case we could use claims data. So a big aha, I think, in the planning of these is what endpoints can we use that then drive decisions around the design. And my final point is just a plug, really. Pre-specification has been brought up, and I saw INSEP being mentioned. There is ROPER, the Registry of Patient Registries, where this can be listed. And we have been working with HRQ on a new ebook that's coming out this fall called 21st Century Patient Registries, which, Preston, it does include working with patients throughout the study design and conduct of the study, as well as designing more patient-centric studies and using digital technology. So look for that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the comments. We had a question over here and then over there too. Go ahead. So where's the microphone? Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, Lisa Goldstein with the American College of Cardiology. I have 2 questions. One, I've heard a lot today about how patients want to contribute their data and want to participate, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But one of the things that we require in this country is patient consent. We keep talking about putting together different data sets and existing data sets for different purposes, but we've yet to solve the problem of consent. So how do we propose to address this issue of consent for ongoing future use while ensuring that patients remain engaged and aware of how their data is being used? So that's the first question. And then the second question is, a lot of what we've talked about today seems like it would be fit purposes for academic medicine, but not necessarily those in private practice. Yes, they have electronic health records that they hate, where they feel that they're clicking different, constantly clicking all these different data elements and don't understand why they need to do that. So how are we going to keep it to a manageable amount of number of clicks so that they can still engage with their patients properly and provide appropriate care while ensuring that we're not developing a framework that only works for academic medicine, injecting an entirely different bias into that data set?
So great questions. I have to keep the answer short. We did talk about informed consent approaches a bit earlier today, but any brief
I'll
comments
skip informed consent because I'm not a lawyer. So in terms of the last thing, you're absolutely correct. We have to decrease the burden to physicians in the EHR. So by modifying the EHR, we don't want to make it worse. What we want to do is, though, make it fit for, if you make it fit for clinical practice, it's going to be fit for research in theory. And so they will then like it. Right now, they don't like it because right now it's a tool primarily used for reimbursement. And it's one that they do begrudgingly because that's how they get paid. I think, again, a lesson learned, and I'm not sure that this may be transferable to the U.S., is the Salford Project. And they found that in having pharmacists and physicians enlisted in that they knew they were participating in a research, this was real-world evidence based on one drug, but for two big studies, one on COPD and the other on asthma, they found that they had greater buy-in. So they were enthusiastic to participate, and then the side benefit, potentially, is greater adherence. One of the problems we have here in the U.S., like with atrial fibrillation as an example, there are many patients who should be prescribed anticoagulants who aren't. And then once they're prescribed, they don't necessarily keep taking it. And so, where there's hope, I don't know if there's definite will happen, but that as physicians participate in these studies and know that the evidence was generated from their patients and their practice, maybe there would be better uptake of good clinical practices.
And Joe?
So in response, I'll take the first part about the IRB. So we're here talking about real-world evidence, and I really appreciate the fact that the FDA has said several times that real-world evidence often comes from randomization, but sometimes it doesn't. And in the case of registries, it typically doesn't. So I would say that in terms of HIPAA and the constraints on the use of the data for research purposes that could not otherwise be done, I think that the use, as well, arguably perhaps, linkage is covered by HIPAA. But we have not had the conversation with the public about this. So I think there will be people who will raise the issue that you just raised, and that's part of this sort of societal change.
And that's what we were just talking about.
We simply haven't ever had that conversation. Coming from Kaiser, the places that use the data a lot didn't really talk about it a lot until the publication came out, and then it was a good time to celebrate.
So great questions. We are about out of time, so we have time for maybe two more quick ones. There's one there and one here and then one there.
Yes, thanks.
Sorry, over here first, and then...
after you.
Hi, so my name is Solomon Yass. I'm with Merck. Great discussion. I wanted to have some maybe commentary from the panel on what I see as a fundamental paradox in our evidence generation in the life cycle of a product. As you know, drugs are approved based on that narrow indication clinical endpoint that is validated, and for a short time. There are a lot of limitations, and it's approved. They are approved for their purported use and benefit, and under specified conditions of use, which is very different from what happens in real life, right? So, but as we go, into the post-approval phase, we're learning more and more about the safety profile of a drug, both labeled and unlabeled use under conditions of use, approved and approved. So there's a fundamental asymmetry in the evidence generation landscape that builds up over time, where we're getting more information about safety, which we have a certain amount of comfort, although they are coming from real-world data, but we are not developing the same type of information to capture the full range of benefits that probably would not
including
capture.
effectiveness and so forth.
So
And
how do we, what should it look like in the evidence generation landscape to really characterize and capture all the safety and all the benefit profile, apart from what is measured in clinical trials, to really define the benefit of a drug as we go forward that's acceptable in regulatory sense.
That's the dream of real-world evidence, is at the time of approval of any drug, there remain literally dozens of unanswered questions. And so we sometimes don't even know what the right dose is based on the development program, potential expansion or limitation of the indications. Bob's upset that I'm showing our dirty laundry in public.
That's so true.
And so there's so much more we could be learning about a drug. So we have an option. One is FDA could say, well, we won't accept any information except if it's a randomized controlled trial for these literally dozens of questions, and so therefore they don't get done. And so these questions remain unanswered. Or we could say we'll consider other sources of evidence, observational, whatever, to inform labeling, clinical practice, et cetera.
And new kinds of randomization in this real-world pragmatic context, too.
Or not.
Yeah, or not.
Hi,
Right,
Sheila Weiss from Evidera, and it's been a great day, and thank you, this panel and the others. And again, reiterating, FDA uses real-world evidence every day, and they've used it for a long time, particularly heavily on safety. But what I'm hearing here is kind of a broad sweep, right? Where are we going to place this type of data in regulatory areas where it hasn't been used? For example, drug approval, and we know that definitely within orphan drugs that is happening more and more. But where else can it go, and how far can it go down the line? And I think what we haven't discussed is where a question is regulatory, right, for something that's being submitted to a regulatory agency for a key decision, and when it's something that's a public health issue, where we're looking at comparing drugs or the usefulness or the side effects of drugs and how they're valued by the patients among all the treatments that are available. Those are two very different and both very important questions. And I see Mark Parker shaking his head there. But I think we need to think about it that way, because the issue of the approval is what is the quality of the evidence? And sometimes we don't know the quality of the evidence until we get the answer from the study. Because obviously the larger the difference, the more we are willing in most cases to allow the rigor to be less than if it's a small difference. So I'd like to hear the panel's take on that.
And again, it does come back to some of the challenging core issues that we've talked about today. So any final quick comments on this question, or any final comments on the panels? This is your last chance.
Well, you raised several questions, and the one about when do we believe an effect, direction and magnitude based on observational data versus a randomized controlled trial is a thorny one for us. I mean, if you saw it, we use it all the time for safety. We're not required by statute to have substantial evidence of a safety finding. And we struggle, even with the Sentinel database and 190 plus million people in it, we struggle with safety signals behind closed doors, scratching our head, trying to figure out, is this real? Is it not real? Should we put it in the labeling? Should we not put it in the labeling? I mean, it is very difficult when you don't have randomization, where you can establish causal inference, because that takes care of both the known and unknown confounders. And I just want to say that that's going to be a very difficult thing for you all and for us going forward. And that's why we keep on stressing you can do randomization within the healthcare system.
And appreciate the collaborative approach to try to address these issues with observational data. Any final thoughts from the rest of the panel?
Well, I mean, just in following up on Jonathan's, I think we should reconvene in 2 years and ask that question. Have we gotten real-world data and the methods and the approaches and the capacity to randomize? in place sufficiently that we can now begin talking about using real-world settings for regulatory trials.
Including on effectiveness, yes.
On effectiveness, yes.
Yeah. Other final thoughts?
Yeah, I would just say on this last point, it was brought up before, this question about reproducibility. Is it of the methods or of the results? And I think it's both. You shouldn't be doing research unless your methods are transparent enough that somebody else can actually do the research. So you have to be transparent with the methods that are being used. But when it comes to the observational studies that we've been talking about today, consistency of results in multiple studies. So as Mark, the example of 4 different studies in completely different data environments, that you're seeing consistent results from study to study, that means something, and that has some value. And so I think a good step forward is trying to get all of you or thought leaders together to think about, okay, what are the appropriate ways to make sure that our observational studies are credible? Consistency of results, reproducibility of the methods, pre-registering a priori the protocol and the analytic plans, and sticking to those are examples, but we need more information on what the best approach is.
Preston, last word?
Last word, big pressure. With regard to this specific last question, as I said, I am not an expert on methodology. Again, I just have to reiterate that turning it over to patients and having the patient-centered approach is the best policy here, keeping in mind that whatever we do, it should protect the privacy of patients, it should protect their safety, and it should be really geared into the mindset of what is going to make their lives day-to-day a better place.
Yeah, answering the questions that they want answered. Thank you all very much. Now, today has been one step in what, as you all have seen, is a big ongoing journey to get answers to the kinds of questions that Preston was talking about in terms of using and leveraging real-world evidence. There clearly is a new level of interest, new capacities, and hopefully coming out of all of this, hopefully within less than 2 years, Joe, some concrete steps that we'll be able to see as progress and impact from the kind of work that's been done today. But I'm going to turn this over to Greg for thanks and next steps. Suffice to say, we really appreciate all that you all have contributed to this effort, and in advance for the next steps in making progress on real-world evidence.
Okay, I'll do that right now, so just stay here and I'll just do it from my seat. I actually didn't know that I was doing closing remarks, so this is the first time that I'm reading these talking points. I thought that was, you're here, why don't you do? Anyway, I want to thank everybody today for participating, the 1,500 people online, and I'm sure due to our tweeting, we probably got up to 1,600 of the folks dialing in for the webcast. Thank you for doing that. I do want to mention that we are going to have an informal comment period, so starting from today and then 30 days from now, so up until October 11th, we will be accepting comments through email to all of you to that email address that's on the screen. We'll do our best after that 30-day period to synthesize that information and put out something in conjunction or addendum to the white paper summarizing some of the major comments that we heard. So I encourage you all to submit your feedback and comments to our white paper through that route. I'd like to especially thank the FDA, not just for helping us with this particular meeting, but we've been working with you very closely over the last 2 years or so when we started talking about this topic, and we've been very appreciative to all of the comments and feedback and participation in the activities resulting in the white paper in today's meeting. I'd particularly like to thank Jacqueline Corrigan-Curai, Diane Parowan, Melissa Robb, and Kayla Gavin for a tremendous amount of work, and you for all of the work that you've done, Jonathan, Rich Mashicki, Jonathan Jarrow, we're sitting right next to me, representing FDA, for the Duke Margolis staff, Morgan Romine, who's done a tremendous job working with all of the FDA folks on our white paper and making sure that we're covering all of the bases, as well as designing today's event, which was a huge success. Catherine Frank, Ellen de Graffenried, Elizabeth Murphy, and Sarah Saprisi. So thanks to all of your participation. Please provide us your feedbacks, and have a great rest of your afternoon.